Prendiamo posto, tra un minuto iniziamo, in 1 minute we start.
We will start in a minute.
Finally. Very much awaited.
Vabbè, io dico due cose, poi c'è tu, poi c'è Erika, poi c'è Claudia, poi c'è io Cosa? Cosa?
No, ma secondo me se la proposta politica la mette subito sul tavolo,
Perché sennò l'hanno pensato che la lotta, cioè un po' il contesto.
Ok, va bene, tanto poi magari gli chiediamo di esprimersi anche su questo, va bene, va bene.
Ok, allora Marco dà via ai lavori e intanto abbiamo il tempo di appendersi di ho scritto di comprarlo.
Io ero in ritardo.
Quando arriva lo prendiamo e poi abbiamo l'Ucraina alle 10:30, quindi non c'è pace.
Allora, inizierei anche per mantenere la puntualità con chi ci segue online, so we can start. Thank you very much. Ok, buongiorno a tutte e a tutti, eccoci a questa sessione iniziale della seconda.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the first session of the second day of our Eumans conference, the founding Congress of Eumans. Before we start the session related to the decisions on the end of life, I would like to ask Claudio Radelli to speak remotely. He is a professor
University of Institute.
at the European University Institute, and he is also a coordinator of EU Non-Violence Network. So we will first hand it over to him. Could you please start the video?
Tanto diamo il tempo per caricare il video, salutiamo le persone.
We need some time to upload the video, but I'd like to welcome everyone who's listening online and who has joined us here on time. We are in the Copernicus Center in Warsaw. I don't need to remind you of the context that is very close to us. The information we are receiving from the front is more and more worrisome. Of course, I'm talking about the Russian war on Ukraine. And here we are holding the second day of the founding Congress of Eumans. But let me remind you that tomorrow at 10 a.m. in Warsaw, but also in many Italian cities, tomorrow at 10 in Warsaw, we will hold a demonstration in front of the permanent representative office of the European Commission and the European Parliament in Warsaw. It is going to be a demonstration appealing for sustainable peace in the name of democracy, also on the basis of proposals of the European civic assemblies that could participate in shaping the European foreign and security and defense policy. We will also voice our support for accession of Ukraine to the European Union. Claudio Radelli.
For this opportunity to say a few words from the city of Florence. My name is Claudio Radelli. I'm a professor of comparative public policy at the School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute. And with Roberto Baldoli and Costanza Hermanin, I am leading on the European Non-Violence Network. This is an initiative funded by the University Association for Contemporary European Studies, and it's an attempt to create a network of people, of individuals on non-violence that we gather from the world of academia, of research, as well as from the world of practice, of the world of social movements, of those brave people who are leveraging and waging nonviolence every day in every corner of Europe and beyond. I'm asking you to make contact with us to create a more powerful network. We have time over the following months and then the next year to consolidate the network and to decide together on the kind of initiatives that bring together research and practical activity and initiatives. I also want to say that the special moment in which I'm greeting you in Warsaw with what is happening around the world seems the most inappropriate time to talk about nonviolence. After all we hear is war and the sound of weapons. However, nonviolence exists every day, as we know, in terms of non-violence protest, non-violence initiative, non-violence irony in Russia against the invasion and the brutal attacks of the police in Russia against Russian demonstrators and peaceful citizens. It exists in Ukraine today. We see day after day episodes of non-violent resistance all over Ukraine. They are documented. If you go on this website of the Meta Center, every day there are stories, episodes of non-violent resistance. The same if you look at the initiatives of Non-Violence International. You'll find the reports by Andrei Kamenetshov and other militants that are on site in Ukraine. And one person who is close in our network, Alexander Christoyanopoulos, has just written in The Conversation, which is a major outlet for the discussion between academics and policymakers and citizens, a piece of the place of nonviolence in the current war. We always have to think about the relationship between violence and nonviolence as not binary, but rather triadic. There are moments where the choice between violent and nonviolence is also accompanied by a third element, which is cowardice. So the choice is between being a coward or a violent. Is better to be violent than coward. Non-violence is the third element and of this relationship. It has its place. It's spontaneous. We see that, as I said, every day. But I'm not here to argue that today non-violence will stop the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. I'm not saying that because non-violence requires preparation. So today is not the moment to go one side. We always have to bear in mind the responsibility to protect and the three elements of violence, non-violence, and cowardice all together and make a reasoned assessment of what is best today, every day, as the situation evolves or degenerates. But the appeal on nonviolence is more for what happens tomorrow, when hopefully soon the weapons will start talking and diplomacy and citizens will start talking again. At that moment, I think that the future of resilient societies, the future of stable conflict resolution lies in nonviolence. And this is also the role of the European Union as a normative power in this moment, and even more so in what's going to happen once we hopefully soon reach a moment where the weapons stop talking. At that point, the European Union has a historical chance to embrace nonviolence, which is already embraced by so many citizens of the EU and outside the EU, in Ukraine and in Russia and in other parts of the world, and use it as the main lever to construct stable, resilient societies where conflict exists, but there are non-violent ways to waging conflict and to reach stable problem resolution. So I know that humans are discussing many dimensions of political activity, including freedom of scientific research, civil disobedience. All this is a non-violent politics. All this leads to stable conflict resolution. It's not about pacifism. It's not about sitting there and do nothing, not embrace a gun, so to speak. It's about using your brain and your body creatively, leveraging the power of communities, hopefully with a kind of institutional embrace support from the European institutions. That will never be a military power of a seizable component, but have all in their DNA, in their history, in their preferences and resilience of the citizens, the ingredients to create a non-violent form of conflict, of activity, and yes, of resistance to invasion. We've seen it in history, we've seen it today, but this is not the moment to say that citizens should just wait for things to happen when there is an invasion. With these words, I just want to reiterate my presentation comes from the European Nonviolent Network. I wish you all the best for these very intense days of work in Warsaw, and I invite you to make contact with us. My email is here, or if you Google European Nonviolence Network, you'll find us in governance or on the website of the University Association for Contemporary European Studies. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for your work and political activity.
Grazie. Grazie al professor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Claudio Radelli. In his speech, he has reminded us of the work on building solutions, non-violent solutions, which requires time. We also need to build an interpersonal network of relations, which will be acting also to prevent conflicts. Now, let me proceed to today's agenda. This part of the agenda focuses on two initiatives undertaken by the Association of Luca Coscioni, which is one of the initiators of today's Congress. Those initiatives are performed quite effectively in Italy: the end of life and intoxicants or controlled substances. Let's start with the end of life. And here I would like to ask a person who has recently been working a lot, not only for this meeting to take place at all, but also in order to develop initial political propositions at the level of the European Union, proposals related to the end of life and the European living will. Virginia Fiume already mentioned that, and now this person will deliver the introductory speech. She is Carla Pisi, who's going to discuss what the contents of the session are going to be. The keynote speakers are persons who are very much involved in the issue to take a free decision on the end of your life. We will also tell you about the institutional setup.
Freedom, democracy, and sustainable peace. And speaking about freedom, I just want to say that, of course, the living will is an instrument of freedom and dignity for everyone. And I'm really happy to be here with you to discuss our proposal for the European living will. So, first of all, because it's an instrument of freedom and dignity, because we think that's for all those who believe that there is no other option, that a person can decide himself about his own destiny, and there is no institution nor individual that can decide until when the life is worth it to be lived. First of all, what a living will is. A living will is a legal document through which a person can decide which kind of life, sustainable medical treatment to be subject to in the event he or she will be unable to communicate his her wishes. So in the case of an unconscious person, doctor must consult the living will, and if the living will is not, it does not exist, then the responsibility is on the wife or the husband or some relatives. So it's really important to have a living will. But why we need a European living will, and why we thought that it's important a European instrument to build a European instrument. So actually, we thought that it's important to have a European living will because there are many different models in the European member states. So there is no a unique model. And also because we thought that for an organization as Eumans, an organization as of European citizens, it's important to push for the portability of civil rights in order to fully implement the idea of a European citizenship. We started from the idea of Article 45 of the Treaty of the Function of the European Union. So the freedom of movement of European citizens must also imply that the European citizens is available to travel and to move with his own rights. So I will talk more in details later about the European Living Will, but now I want to give the floor to Marco Cappato that will give an insight of how important is the idea of Europeanize the issue of the end-of-life decision, also following the Italian Constitutional Court ruling of February 2022. Then after that, we will have the pleasure to listen Erika Preisig, who is a family doctor and also president of Life Circle in Switzerland. She will focus on the importance of an organization as a life circle to help people, no matter which nationality they are, to live and die with dignity. Then we will have the pleasure to listen Claudia Magri from Dignitas Switzerland. And she will focus more on the legal part and how an organization such as Dignitas Switzerland will is important to build jurisprudence at European level. And then, last but not certainly the least, Youth Win from Right to Die Europe, who will explain the importance of an umbrella organization as Right to Die Europe and the importance of cooperation between associations. So now the floor to Marco Cappato.
Grazie Carla, molto breve.
Thank you very much, Carla. I'll be very brief.
Noi possiamo dire che l'eutanasia, la scelta se legalizzare o no l'eutanasia è
We can say that euthanasia, whether we should legalize it or not, is a national choice. Every member state of the European Union is vested with the right to decide on its own, and there's no need to contest that. However, over the past decades, we have seen an expansion of international space when it comes to the law, rights and freedoms, also in this specific area. Now, we have not seen the expansion of the international legal space for allowing specific instances of euthanasia or terms and conditions, but I am rather saying that there's a general trend to endorse the general principle that is enshrined in the Italian constitution, and it is a derivative of the atrocities of the Second World War, and it's about self-determination when it comes to one's own body. Obviously, habeas corpus is an ancient principle and an ancient concept, so it goes back a long way. The horrors and atrocities of the Second World War definitely amplified amongst nations and governments the will to put a stop
della vita delle persone.
On the political power that had so far decided on human life. Now, Italian constitution says no one shall be subjected to treatment against his or her will. And that goes back directly to the atrocities of the Nazi era that our nations went through. Now, these principles are coming to a watershed, are coming to a defining moment in the Human Rights Tribunal and in the Oviedo Convention. The specific provisions on euthanasia and the living will are actually delegated to national mandates, and there's a principle that no therapies can be imposed. If you can reduce pain, you should do your utmost in order to reduce pain. So this is largely
la riflessione, l'idea di Virginia, la riflessione, il lavoro di Carla, che
largely the considerations that I have presented, and they have been included in Carla's papers, for example. They have already been amplified by the pandemic. When I arrived in Warsaw, I switched on my mobile phone. And
è la dimostrazione che quando c'è una volontà politica,
and I could show my COVID passport certifying that I have been vaccinated, and I could show it to the border control officers. So when it comes to safety, if there is a will, there are the capabilities to adopt quick measures that are honored and recognized across the European Union. Why shouldn't we do the same thing when it comes to the respect of our fundamental rights? The living will. What does it mean? What does it mean that if you leave instructions to others as to your potential treatment in the future, you leave it with a person you trust, and you make certain choices, and that set of choices must be complied with or must be followed. If you can't decide anymore, or if you can't follow it up anymore. So why don't we make this possible? Why don't we invest public resources in order to ensure that individual choices can be respected? So this is the thinking that underlies our work, and our work is towards the pan-European recognition of living wills. Why should a Spanish citizen who has been, working for months in Germany, why shouldn't that person have a passport of sorts, a certificate of sorts that would confirm that person's decision as to the end-of-life choices? Now, technology is there, so there's no technical reason why we shouldn't do that. Obviously, there are some technological things that we have to sort out. There's some language things that we have to sort out, but end-of-life rights can be honored and can be recognized. And of course, communication must be structured so that we can be well informed. And obviously, there's the communication when it comes to scientific progress is limited. We have seen the emergence of islands of awareness and islands of pockets of knowledge. So we should harmonize our systems, and we should improve communication and align communication for the benefit of the end-of-life decisions. And end-of-life is part of life, so this is one of the areas where we can actually do a great deal to honor the individual rights. With whom or with what? With what? Well, with courage, I suppose. We need courage. We need to take risks so that people are not subjected to someone else's choices. We have Erika Preissig with us, and she spoke at the start of our Congress, and she will be speaking at this session, and I'm sure she will refer back to her own personal experience. And so many people here have spent years pursuing this cause, also at the European level. In Italy, the Constitutional Tribunal, in its ruling, that I find totally reversible. The ruling does not recognize 2 million votes for a referendum to be held in order for the society to decide on the very matter. We are pursuing the goal of ensuring that the referendum is held, and we're doing our utmost in order to advocate this concept. And we're going to hear voices in Europe and internationally, and these voices are louder and louder, and they are saying that the end-of-life choices should be part of the fundamental rights of human beings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco Cappato, and congratulations to the Foundation of Eumans. I'm very happy to be able to speak here about my experience in assisted dying in Switzerland. I think to have choice at the end of life is something which is very important, as medicine is getting better every day, every year. I think that in 5 or 10 years we will have even better medicine, and the better medicine gets, the more difficult will dying get. Because years ago, people died from a heart attack with a short time of suffering or no suffering at all. Nowadays, as you get very old, you end up with a maybe incurable disease like neurological disease, like a tumor, cancer, and it is difficult to die from such an illness. What do we all want? We all want to have peace. We all want to grow old. We all want to stay healthy. And we should all have the choice to decide at the end of life. I am a family doctor, and I have been working in family medicine with a lot of palliative care for 21 years. I have seen quite a few people die in a way that I wouldn't like to die myself with best palliative care, which means palliative care has its limits. You can't do everything with palliative care. And after 21 years of palliative care only, I had the experience with my father, who tried to suicide himself because he had a second stroke and couldn't talk anymore. He tried to suicide himself and he failed. Then he showed that he wanted to suicide himself by jumping under a train, which I could not accept as a doctor. For me, to do a suicide was a bad thing. To have an assisted suicide was not acceptable then. But to jump in front of a train and to harm other people by doing a suicide, and we have heard in Poland how many young people suicide themselves, that cannot be. So I told my father, I'm going to organize for you an assisted dying, and you can die in peace. When you experience this situation that your father drinks a deadly medicine, and then puts his head on your shoulder and falls asleep and dies without suffering, without railing, without any problems at all, then you start thinking, is the work that I did for 21 years really the only good thing? So after 21 years, I started working within choice at the end of life. This means I have also had 2 people who went into starvation to death, which I think is a very, very difficult way, not only for the person who is starving to death, but also for the family members who are caring for these people. But at the moment now, after, it's 15 years now that I have been accepting palliative care, assisted dying, starvation to death, which means the full amount of decisions at the end of life. I have to say these 3 ways are equal, are choice. If people get information, advantages, disadvantages of the 3 ways, palliative care with palliative sedation, starving to death and assisted dying, or euthanasia. So I am happy that I'm still a family doctor, and most of my patients take the way of palliative care. It would be so good if we would have choice and could go the palliative care way, but then decide at the end, if the suffering gets too unbearable, let them go into an assisted dying. What speaks against assisted dying? in Switzerland, we have a law, and you can access to take sodium pentobarbital in a deadly dose. I don't like to call it a drug. I like to call it medication. Like cannabis, for me, is a medication and not a drug. Drugs sounds a little bit negative, and I think assisted dying and giving cannabis and other medication at the end of life with unbearable illness, unbearable suffering is so important, because we would like to live in acceptable suffering as long as possible. If we have the possibility of assisted dying, people can cope with suffering much better. We see this again and again. As soon as we give people the green light and they know if the suffering gets unbearable, they can access assisted dying, they can come to Switzerland and die in peace. They live much longer and in a much better life quality, because the fear is not death, the fear is suffering. And if they can avoid suffering, they live much better, they live longer. And 2/3 of the people who receive the green light, which means they are accepted for assisted dying, do not make use of this possibility. Only 1/3 goes into an assisted dying. It's so important to know this. What we all want is live as long as possible, as good as possible, in peace and acceptable health. And why don't we have the right to choose in the end of life and say, now my suffering has become really unbearable, it will not get better anymore for the rest of my life, and I would like to take the choice to end my life now. As a doctor, I have so many good medications. I have antibiotics, I have painkillers, and I do have sodium pentobarbital. If I cannot reduce fear, pain, breathing problems, I do have the possibility to give a medication to a patient who is of sound mind, who asks me, who begs me, please help me end your life. I must have the choice to do this. What is my most important message today? The trip to Switzerland is not the solution. We have a big problem in Switzerland. Switzerland is called the land of suicide tourism. Going to Switzerland means I'm gonna die in Switzerland. But we want people to come and have a look at the beauty of Switzerland. We don't want them to come and die, because they travel in a health condition which every doctor would say he is not fit to travel at all. We have people who come with an ambulance airplane in a horrible suffering to Switzerland just to die. Why can't they do this in their home country? It is a human right to have choice also at the end of life. And we do not want foreigners to come to Switzerland. We accept them because it's a human right, and we do like to accept them as long as they can't do it in their home country. But when countries like Italy refuse 2 million votes, 2 million people who say, look, we want this right, if the government refuses, it's the wrong way. The way to Switzerland is always open. The way, like my father, to an unaccompanied suicide is always open. And these are not good human ways. So we need a law. We need a law, or we could have, my dream is that we will have a European law, European guidelines for assisted dying, for euthanasia, and that we have one living will in case of losing the mental capacity. One living will which is understandable, can be European, and can be accepted by all countries. So let's go on with humans, with giving understanding, giving peace to each other, and don't give up. And we will win, I'm sure about this, that we can all have choice in life with peace and at the end of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. So now we should have connected Claudia Magri from Dignitas Switzerland. She will focus on the role of the organization to bring the cases before the European Court of Justice of Human Rights in Strasbourg. She will also focus on the cases of the German Constitutional Court that did a different choice compared to the Italian Constitutional Court. And also regarding, she will also focus on Austrian and French cases. So we should have her, is it connected? No? Okay. So.
Sono qui.
Okay, great. So you have the floor.
Sentite?
Sì? Okay, you have the floor.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, Carla. I'd like to welcome everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Marco, Virginia, Carla, and all the other people for organizing this Congress and for inviting us to participate in it. As for the situation in Italy, I'd like to add a personal comment. Both the referenda, although they are a huge blow to your struggle, this may be yet another sad example that shows us how necessary effective and democratic tools are in order to guarantee citizens' rights and the respect thereof by the majority, by those who are their representatives in politics. Now I will speak English in order to discuss what we do in Dignitas.
Contribution, which I can fully subscribe to, and I would like to thank her also for being present at the conference today. Thank you. So the Swiss-based member association Dignitas, to live with dignity, to die with dignity, was founded in 1998. It was not founded by a doctor, not by a political activist, but by a lawyer, by Ludwig Minelli, who is committed to safeguarding and defending a human right, not just the right to a self-determined life, but also to a self-determined end of life. At that time, virtually any form of assisted dying was prohibited in Europe, not so in Switzerland. Ever since its foundation, Dignitas' international engagement has been driven by the conviction that individuals everywhere should not only have the right to end their lives and ask for help in doing so, but to exercise this right safely at home without having to travel to Switzerland, as Erika also has pointed out. After all, what is the difference between a terminal cancer in Switzerland and some other country in Europe or elsewhere? A remarkable legal breakthrough came in 2011 when the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, in the House versus Switzerland case, which had been led by Dignitas, confirmed an individual's right to choose the time and manner of their own end in life. This right, as we well know, is still not granted to citizens in many European countries. However, the decision of the European Court of Human Rights, together with a handful of others, have been very instrumental in quite a few court cases since then. Dignitas has in the meantime initiated, led and or served in an advising role in a number of legal cases, shared its practical experience and legal and human rights considerations with political committees and expert delegations in and outside of Europe. We fast forward now to 2020, the year that brought two major successes for Dignitas and the Right to Die movement in Europe. On 26 February 2020, the German Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe, in a groundbreaking decision, declared void Section 217 of the German Criminal Code, which had been introduced in 2015 and had prohibited repeated and thus professional assistance in suicide in Germany. Among the plaintiffs in Karlsruhe were Dignitas in Switzerland and also its German sister association Dignitas Menschenwürdig Leben, Menschenwürdig Sterben Sektion Deutschland, which I will now call in this presentation Dignitas Germany. The second success came on 11 December 2020, just one day after the International Day of Human Rights, by the way, when the Austrian Constitutional Court in Vienna declared unconstitutional the blanket prohibition of assistance in suicide in Austria and decided to abolish that part of the relevant provision of the Criminal Code as of the 1st of January 2022. The decision came in the wake of a constitutional complaint against the prohibition of assistance in suicide and voluntary euthanasia, and the case was initiated by Dignitas and led by a lawyer in Vienna on behalf of 4 private persons. I will now elaborate on the decision of the German Constitutional Court and what has happened in Germany since then. If there is an interest and there is still time later on, I can also say a little bit more about Austria. But now regarding Germany, with its ruling, the Federal Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe recognized the right to end one's own life as a human right and declared it part of any individual's personal autonomy. I would like to also read 2 short paragraphs of the decision, which I think will very clearly show why this decision has been groundbreaking. So the court said, among others, as an expression of personal autonomy, the general right of personality encompasses a right to a self-determined death. This right entails not only the freedom to take one's own life, but also protects the freedom to seek and, if offered, utilize assistance from third parties to this end. Later on, the court said, the right to a self-determined death is not limited to situations defined by external causes like serious or incurable illnesses, nor does it only apply in certain stages of life or illness. Rather, this right is guaranteed in all stages of a person's existence. Restricting the scope of protection to specific causes or motives would essentially amount to substantive evaluation and thereby predetermination of the motives of the person seeking to end their own life, which is alien to the basic law's notion of freedom. Unquote. Following this remarkable decision, Dignitas in Germany and other organizations which had been forced to stop any activities with regard to suicide assistance since 2015 set out to create the structures necessary to inform and advise, to handle requests and prepare and provide assistance in suicide to Germans at home. Now, in February of this year, on the occasion of a press conference in Berlin, marking the 2-year anniversary of the annulment of Section 217 of the German Criminal Code, the 3 organizations Dignitas Germany, DGHS and Sterbehilfe Deutschland shared their experiences of the past 2 years and also presented a catalogue of 10 points to consider to guarantee freedom of choice. The document is called the Berlin Appeal, 10 Demands for Humane Assisted Suicide in Germany. The 3 organizations together, besides providing information to and advising hundreds of individuals in the meantime, have assisted or arranged assistance for almost 350 suicides in 2021. All of them were conducted safely and duly reported to the police. There have not been any irregularities and there is no need for a law. The Constitutional Court's ruling leaves the Bundestag with the option of enacting legal provisions to create a legal framework within which suicide assistance takes place, provided that the autonomy of the individual is fully respected in accordance with the judgment. So also the judges in Karlsruhe did not explicitly ask for a law. Several law proposals have been worked out in the meantime by various political groups. It will now be essential to make sure that any law will not restrict the freedom it pretends to protect. The right to die proponents and organizations are also ready to go back to court if necessary to ensure that the freedoms that are also very explicitly mentioned in the decision of the Constitutional Court in Karlsruhe are not being restricted again by an illiberal law. In conclusion, one can say that there has been remarkable progress in Europe in recent years, not the least of which is the decision in Karlsruhe. But it also has to be stated, as Erika has also pointed out, that regulations differ quite widely, and there is no reason why a patient with a certain diagnosis should have access to assisted dying in one country but not in another, especially as we talk here about a right protected by the European Convention of Human Rights. The same is true, of course, for other life decisions, such as abortion or patient rights, which today's initiative intends to promote on a European level. We welcome and support any initiatives that contribute to balance out discrimination and inequalities and which encourage debate and discussion about shared values, freedom of choice, and self-determination, not only in life, but also at life's end. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. And of course, any question are more than welcome. So feel free to make question online or even live. Now I will explain the proposal. Just a moment.
Parola a Carla Pisi. Te la do io. You have the floor, Carla.
Okay. So thank you again. So I explain you what is a living will and why we need a European living will. So we need a European living will because we have many different models of living will in different member states, and we need a living will because the freedom of circulation of citizens doesn't imply that the European citizen can move together with their rights, with their civil rights, but also with the rights to decide until which moment their life are worth to be lived. So what we aim at achieving is building an instrument that can recognize the living will in all member states, so to facilitate the access and the mutual recognition of the legal and binding nature of living will in the European Union. The final goal would be the creation of a platform, of a European health database platform, where all the living wills can be accessible and shared, so medical staff and doctors can have a prompt access to the living will in case of needed. Because the main problem is that if, for example, I'm Italian, I write a living will in Italy, then I'm resident in Belgium. So if something happened to me in Belgium, the living will does not have any legal binding nature. So it can be taken into consideration, but it can also not taken into consideration. So my will not have any legal value. To do so, we consider the legal background we could work on. The European Commission and in general the European Union. So we start actually writing a letter to the European Commission in July 2021, signed by Marco, but also signed by some European MEP from Renew Europe. This was an important step because we start engaging also MEP at institutional level. We got a reply in October 2021. the 5 points of our letter were regarding the European funds, but also regarding the portability of the living will. Start also to boost the dialogue with the civil society, and also to collect data for policymakers regarding end-of-life decision. And among these 5 points, we thought that we should develop the portability of the living will indeed. So the European Commission said that they don't have any competence regarding end-of-life decision, which is partially true. But we think that now, after the pandemic, we can use the creation of a European Health Union to open a dialogue and to make the European living will a reality. Also, regarding the legal background, we used the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union, but also there are many legal provisions in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, in the European Convention of Human Rights, and also, of course, in the Article 9 of Oviedo Convention that talk about dignity and freedom and the right to choose. And also the right to respect the private life, the Article 8. What we want to do and how do we want to achieve this goal? We want to create this platform, which is a platform where all the living will can be shared. We start researching a bit how to do this from the scratch. We can indeed, as Marco was mentioning, connect the living will written in a member state and register in the in the member state to a QR code. But we can also use some other models that are already existing. For example, including the living will in the European digital wallet. But we can also use, for example, a kind of certificate that is more or less the same of the European certificate of succession. Because if it's true that you can have a European document that's prove that you are an heir, so for goods or service, for money or houses or for the succession, it must be true that you can also have a certificate, the certificate at European level, what are your wishes. So to do so, we start the engagement with at the institutional level. But of course, we are also trying to engage the civil society. So we started the dialogue with activists, with other right to die societies. And one of them is, of course, Right to Die Europe, which we'll have the pleasure to listen later. Well, just a moment, I don't know. I forgot my point now. No, I was saying that, so the creation of this platform is a long-term proposal. But with Marco and Virginia, we discussed that maybe we can also start just with a private platform using the network of Associazione Luca Coscioni and technological infrastructure of Copernicani. No? Is it true?
Now they know.
They know. Now they know. So yeah, we really need citizens. We really need civil society and other right to die societies in the European Union in order to build a good coalition and to have a power at the institutional level to push the European Parliament. For example, another important thing that we can relaunch is the manifesto that in 2017, 41 member states signed. So we asking the European Parliament to take a role in the regulation of euthanasia. So yeah, we start again to write to MEPs and to to start a dialogue with a institutional level. Another thing, that my final point, is that already citizens are asking it at European level. At the 28th of February 2022, a recommendation of the recommendation number 24 of the Conference on the Future of Europe was already mentioning the need to start a dialogue regarding end-of-life decision. So it's already good sign that at the Conference on the Future of Europe, the euthanasia and the end-of-life decision came into the discussion. So thank you again. And now yeah.
Thank you very much, Carla, so you don't need to introduce yourself. Just one point on the importance of the last point that Carla made on the Conference on the Future of Europe element that we saw on the program. In the afternoon, we will have exactly a session on the role of... Sorry, I was saying that this last point that Carla mentioned is very important for the program of the Congress. In the afternoon, we will have a session at 4 p.m. exactly on the role of citizen assemblies in the decision-making processes of the European Union and how to make sure that the Conference on the Future of Europe is not just statements of citizens, but becomes somehow an accountable mechanism of the EU institutions. I want to remind to everyone online and in Copernicus Science Center that you can book your slot for speaking and comment on what had been said so far. You can send an email to info@eumans.eu, or for those in the amazing venue where we are, you can just tell us and we can register you to speak in this session or in the sessions in the afternoon as general debate. And I thank also Associazione Luca Coscioni that is broadcasting in Italian, Eumans in English, and MISO, the International Institute of European Civil Society, in Polish, and Radio Radicale in Italian. Hashtag Eumans Congress 2022.
Thank you, Virginia. And now, can you listen to me? Yeah. And now we should have connected you, Win, from the treasurer of Right to Die Europe. Which is also one of the organizations that we contacted to have a feedback on the European Living Will proposal. Is it connected? Okay, cool. Yes. You have the floor, Hugh.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to speak to you. Pan-European living will. Over almost 100 years, people have been worrying about how they may die and trying to reduce the pain and suffering that are sometimes involved. Since 1935, pressure groups have been formed in many countries seeking choice and control over the human dying process. This has arisen from advances in modern medicine, which sometimes preserve human life in conditions that patients find intolerable. Such pro-choice groups have pioneered living wills, which document a person's treatment preferences near the end of their life. This is when the control or ending of suffering may be more important to a person than prolongation of life itself. Worldwide, over the decades, a great variety of living wills have been drafted, catering for a wide range of choices. Aside from language differences, living wills differ in the treatment preferences that people may make. Some choices are limited by law, which varies between countries. Some few countries allow voluntary euthanasia performed by doctors. Others allow assisted suicide. And most allow palliative sedation, which is intended to keep patients free from pain and distress. Many pro-choice, right to die or dying with dignity groups got together in the 1980s and formed the World Federation of Right to Die Societies. A few years later, in 1993, several of these groups, which were based in Europe, formed a European division of the World Federation. This is now called Right to Die Europe, and I am its treasurer. I am confident that to most of our individual members, a pan-European and universal living will would seem to be an excellent idea. And I agree. It would cater for those who travel. However, the wide range of care choices, treatment options, legal frameworks, and other matters will make preparing a pan-European living will a challenging task. It will need to cater for all known and reasonably foreseeable possibilities and options, and it will lead to periodic review and amendment in the light of continuing experience. This does not make a pan-European living will impossible, and there are many knowledgeable people in the Right to Die movement who would be willing to help and advise. A further consideration will be acceptance of a pan-European living will by the competent authorities Europe-wide. This will be essential if the document is to be accepted for what it is, and if it is to be respected and followed accordingly. Perhaps some of you attending today may be able and willing to help. So, for the moment, let me leave this excellent idea in good hands and to the thoughts, queries, skills and contributions of others. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Regarding the European Living Will, we also wanted to say that, of course, on the 13th of January, we held a meeting with all the Right to Die societies, and one of the things that, of course, was raised was the issue of the different content of the living will. So we are also working on trying to find the common grounds on the different living wills that are available in the member states, regarding common definition on and requirement for access to the refusal of medical treatment, and also regarding the appointment of a health care proxy. And we are also working in order to overcome the problem of the linguistic barriers. We are also working, we would propose a multilinguistic version available and accessible on this platform. So we can also overcome this problem. And regarding another legal challenge that we envisage is the problem of the GDPR compliance, but we think that we can overcome this problem, saying that like creating this platform where the person can upload his living will on a voluntary basis. So actually he gives the consent to upload the living will. So yeah, we are working on this challenging project and the challenges that the project implies. And now we should have the we should have Nadia now.
At 11 o'clock. C'è?
No.
Ok, allora grazie Carla per questo lavoro. Allora intanto noi alle 11...
Thank you, Carla. At 11, right before the break, we will have another important intervention on war crimes and international investigation on the developments in Ukraine. We have some time before that, so let's look around if we have any questions regarding the living will. If not, we can open a general debate, and Sibylla would like to take the floor. Now, if I could just say one thing about the European living will, I think that it is important that we recognize the laws are different. There are countries where there are no laws whatsoever when it comes to living wills. But when we look at the situation in Italy, where no such law existed at that time, even when there was no law, if you had a document certifying your will, you could use it in court. You may remember the case of Inglaro. It was actually based on an oral testimony. So the fact that there's no specific legal provision, it doesn't mean that we can ignore someone's instructions as to the steps to be taken with respect to his or her life at a certain point. Of course, we must differentiate between a pan-European living will, which would be enforceable immediately, and in order to do that, we have to reform the European legal framework. However, we may just as well have an exchange of a simple exchange of information, a simple exchange system which can be used in the national legal system. So bearing in mind the two-pronged approach, we could work on a system that could meet the needs one way or the other. I'm not sure if we have any comments about this, Erika.
I just like to point out that Exit in Switzerland, the biggest Swiss organization, has 160,000 members, and they have a very good living will. Life Circle, Dignitas, all the organizations have similar living wills, and I think it is very important to exchange and see what kind of living will could be very well understandable to have one European one. And also very important, I don't know about Dignitas, but Life Circle, our organization, and Exit Switzerland, we do have a possibility to have a little card in your pocket, and on the card you have an access to the internet, a password. This already exists, so maybe we should exchange and don't find out how the wheel is working again. And the other that I wanted to point out is what Mrs. Magri said. In Karlsruhe, there wasn't only Dignitas trying to change the law back to the good in Germany, but also Life Circle. And Life Circle was working together with a lawyer from Germany and 2 members of Life Circle from Germany and a doctor from Germany. Maybe we should do such workings together over the countries with doctors, lawyers, and maybe members, people who want to travel or have traveled to Switzerland. I think the most important to get to the aim that we have, legalization and the living will Europe-wide, is really to exchange and to work together.
Yeah, this is very important. This is very important. Thank you, Erika. Indeed, one of the models that we have considered without creating a new platform is the inclusion of the living will within the European health insurance card, which is, I think, one of the proposals of Sibilla during the meeting of the 13th of January, the inclusion in the Tessera Sanitaria Nazionale of this little of this document within the European health insurance card.
Okay, thank you, Carla, and thank you, Erika, for your suggestion. And of course, we will not propose a rigid system. We have to share experiences and take the best from all of them. There is on this point.
A couple of points from online. Oh, sorry, no, we don't mix.
Okay, Virginia.
So a couple of comments from the online participants. So Andrea Turi, translated by Google Translate. So in Italy, there were those who made a living will in the forms of the preventive designation of the support administrator from 2004 onwards. Not all courts and tutelary judges have considered it admissible, but some have. And then some municipalities have previously established the register in the absence of the law, such as Turin. And then we have a comment from Paola Stringa, also from Turin. In Italy there was, no, leggo in italiano, ci sono gli interpreti. C'era chi faceva testamento biologico.
There were people submitting their living wills, not all courts exactly the same as the previous comment.
Thanks, Paola, and thanks, Andrea. But I think the role of municipalities and local level is probably the point that wasn't raised so far in the debate.
Scusa. Grazie Virginia. Allora, io direi in attesa di...
So, while we're waiting for Nadia Volkovska, why don't we start the general debate? I'm going to give the floor to Sibilla Barbieri and Kelly Minelli. If not, after the break, Sibilla, the floor is yours.
We are now trying to alternate specific debate on specific point to the general debate. Maybe this could become a little bit hard to follow, but there is no alternative. Sibilla.
Allora, ieri parlando con Marco mi ha detto che il mio intervento...
Thank you. Yesterday, when I spoke to Marco, he told me my intervention was very detailed and very much focused on the present, and he asked me to speak about the future next time. So last night, I wrote down a paper. It's crazy, but let me tell you what I need to tell you. I'm a scriptwriter by background, and when I came to you, I found that the language was totally different. I was learning the new language, but I will use my own language right now as an artist. And okay, why do we write scripts? To create beauty, but to take our homeland out of the mud. Do we want to stir the hearts and create beauty? Yes. Let me focus on this. Why is it important that our hearts be touched? Because passion, desire, that is something that affects human hearts, changes them, and molding them. What is passion? We all have passions, don't we? And passion makes us makes us active in lives. Now, it drives our lives. Passions unite us, but also set us apart. Each and every one of us is part of a bigger whole, of a bigger scheme. That's why a political movement, from my point of view, as a structure, should be a movement that will allow individual passions to be exercised. So it should be something simple on the one hand,
something that creates an empty space. If you compare it to a house, to an architectural structure, it would be a space that is ready to accept life, that is going to thrive there without any restrictions. When we discussed the structure of our bylaws yesterday, I thought that the main rule should be to simplify everything to the most, so that our structure remains as neutral as possible. That's it about the bylaws, but the other element, thanks to which it will be possible for us to live the passion, is our body. What do I need as a human being? I need territory. I need a territory for my body. This is how we exist in the world, but excuse me, there is also another element, the third element that I would like to add. And another comment, by the way. Passion and the meat, the body, can also become the factors of the war. However, there is a contradictory element. War causes a very fast transformation, but here we're talking about love, so that cannot be reconciled. What is the third missing element? It is a certain understanding that is born when we observe a given situation. It is not a coincidence that greatest things are born in cooperation. In Florence during the Renaissance years, or in Paris in 1920s. When we see something exceptionally beautiful, it speaks to us and we respond in the same way. You may think what beauty has to do with politics. Mathematicians say that very useful mathematic formula are at the same time very beautiful. I think it can be reconciled. Writers will tell you that in literature, well, ideal literature occurs where there is nothing else to add, but you cannot really delete anything from what you have already written. So the beauty and usefulness are very strongly tied together. Very often what is beautiful is at the same time useful, and the other way around. Therefore, we would be aiming at building an empty structure that will be hospitable as a Japanese house. Just like the painters in Paris in the 1920s. We would like to take necessary actions like mathematicians do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sibilla Barbieri. Now, Michele Minieri. And let's see if we can get connected to Nadia Volkov online later. All of this is truly interesting. Let's see how the evolution goes. How should I put it? Objectively, it is a pleasure to accompany the birth of a new political movement. That was one of the reasons why it was worth coming here. Of course, I would like to underline my small contribute. It's not very practical, perhaps, but I hope it's going to be useful at least for some. Recently, I have participated in conferences devoted to physics, of course, popular type of physics. This is what my interests are. And what I have understood and what shocked me quite a lot is that at the beginning of the 20th century until the 1920s, 4 or 5 scientists who used to deal with various domains, including astronomy, changed the coordinates related to the whole universe and the whole reality surrounding humans. So everything that we knew earlier as classical physics, everything that was science at that time, science, evidence-based science, everything that we took for granted. Of course, one piece of evidence can always be refuted by another piece of evidence. What truly happened? Out of the blue, let me give you an example here. A very mundane example, perhaps one that does not seem so important in the context of everything that happened at the time. What we called Andromeda today, the nebula of Andromeda. Of course, everything happened after Galileo, who discovered the telescope. Our galaxy contains a lot of stars, but at that time it was understood that in comparison with the earlier geocentrism, we understood that we were situated in space among millions and billions of stars and galaxies. So everything started from Copernicus, and through the whole of classical physics, the frontiers thereof were transgressed. For instance, a mobile phone, the mobile phone. How does that relate to many other contemporary inventions, such as a photo camera? All of that only shows you how much our technological capacities have grown, because until recently you couldn't even dream of that. I'm not sure if there are any reasons why it happens this way. Why this is all, the development of all of this is beyond our thinking capacities. Let me go back to those 5 or 6 scientists. From that time, we have reached the era of mobile telephony. Where did it happen most of all? Mainly in the US, where they sped up the dynamics of scientific research. A utilitarian object becomes a universal value. And this actually occurred in the US, especially in the Silicon Valley. Now, why did it come about?
Ci vuole la politica, quindi in qualche modo la scienza, tutto quello che se non c'ha è un sistema.
The structure of science depends on the structure of politics. It is a certain kind of system: science, society, future. Here, Europe has lost its opportunity. At one time, Olivetti had everything at an arm's length.
Quindi a un certo punto
In the 60s, Olivetti company had lots of aces up their sleeve. However, that did not really get materialized. But what happened in the Silicon Valley was that people from all around the world got imported there by headhunters. Headhunters would identify them all over the world in order to attract them to come to the companies working on the breakthrough in the Silicon Valley. We need to be extremely vigilant because everything we do belongs to a certain dimension that has been in place for quite a lot of time now. The revolution of language, the bit generation, all of us have been complices in what happened in the Silicon Valley. We need to understand how that dynamics works. We need to do everything that we can do in that context. May I interrupt you? We have a connection with Ukraine. Could you please stay here? And we will just get connected because, well, if it's available at the moment, we need to make use of it. Thank you very much for your tolerance. Now, Nadia Volkova from the Legal Advisory Group, Ukraine. We will ask her to speak now on the International Criminal Court.
Thank you for having me today with you. I know you had to change the program to accommodate me, and therefore it is a great honor to address you today at this event. So today I'm going to speak to you about the notion is awfully broad, and many argue that it is also very subjective. Many become disillusioned by it when they cannot feel it or see it. Ultimately, they don't believe in it. So let me start by putting it to you that peace, freedom, and justice are human values, meaning they belong to humanity and are pursued by humans. War, aggression, and propaganda are inhuman values pursued by those who believe in their own might and the fact that they have the right to dictate the world's order. Coming from the country where its people have been fiercely fighting for the preservation and strengthening of the human values as opposed to succumbing to those that try to impose something that is entirely unacceptable, I can tell that we believe in peace and freedom, and we also believe in justice. One could say, considering all the horrors that Ukrainian people have been enduring for the 3 weeks now and still counting, justice should not be at the forefront of our agenda, but it is, because we are fighting for humanity, for its preservation and growth. And if we stop believing in justice and freedom, we will stop fighting for humanity, and then the world would look very bleak. That's why, in the face of the unprecedented aggression, Ukrainian people choose to defend themselves militarily, but we attack the aggressor by non-military means, and the international justice is at the forefront as a method. You must have all heard that Ukraine has various cases lodged and pending before different international and regional judicial institutions, disputing Russia's actions from UN Tribunal for the Law of the Sea to the International Court of Justice. But the International Criminal Court is the one that people of Ukraine place their utmost faith in. For the moment, just to see justice delivered to the victims of the horrific crimes that have allegedly been committed against thousands of Ukrainians. The ICC was created specifically for these kinds of situations. And while we realize that its mandate fits the best, which means that potentially it is the one institution that can respond to the demand for justice from the victims of war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine, it faces many internal and external obstacles in its operation. Investigating the situation in Ukraine is going to be the greatest test, not just for the court itself, but also for those who support and fight, not just for its existence as another attempt at delivering justice for the most atrocious crimes, but for those 123 states who support it. 41 referrals give hope to many of us that at least those states see justice as an effective and powerful method to counter and deter. And for the people of Ukraine, it means they stand with us in the spirit and solidarity. However, practical implications remain to be seen. Before Russia mercilessly attacked Ukraine and the situation was referred for the investigation, the situation in Ukraine had been under preliminary examination for the events in Crimea and Donbass that had been taking place on our territory since 2014. At the end of 2020, the then outgoing chief prosecutor Fatou Bensouda decided to conclude preliminary examination with the view to opening the investigation. However, due to the lack of resources and therefore lack of capacity to conduct the investigation, it was shelved effectively until further notice. Nigeria found itself in the same predicament. So what changed and when? We all know. So what does the situation already teaches us about attitude and treatment of justice? While Ukrainian people, those who believe in it and want to believe in it, are immensely grateful, some of us cannot help but notice how states, mostly those who are more powerful, weaponize it and use it selectively and subjectively. And some of us find it difficult to stand for such treatment and use of justice. So my address to you and the message to the world, whoever is listening today, is that let's take a note of this and treat it as a lesson that we have to learn the hard way. That if we want justice and the rule of law be valued and appreciated and nurtured by humanity, let's try and treat it accordingly. Because justice does not discriminate, it does not punish, it does not kill. It helps us to preserve and nurture humanity, and with that preserve and nurture peace and freedom. I thank you for your attention.
Grazie Nadia, grazie Nadia.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Nadia Volkova, who reminded us that a true non-violence instrument of building peace is the international justice and the possibilities to act in front of the International Criminal Court. Many of us were there with the radical party Non c'è pace senza giustizia. That was the name of the campaign. Thank you very much for getting in touch with Nadia. Thank you, Michele, for patience related to interrupting your speech. Now I hand it back to you. No, not at all. Thank you. I would like to add a few short comments related to what we are talking about. I mean, the possibility to establish citizens' assemblies. In my opinion, the greatest problem will be how to uniformize our language. 50, 80 or 100 years ago, well, of course, except for the United States and the whole American continent, here in Europe, we were quite focused. We acted on a local scale. People would travel on foot, which means that our communities were mainly concentrated on the local assemblies, people who spoke the same language, people who lived in the same territory. That was the basic form of organizing communities. What was powerful was the word. Yet another problem, is there a better or worse moment for such initiatives? We cannot always talk about the fact that we are on an evolutionary road. We always need to refer to a specific point in time and in history, and we need to place it against a given background. For example, the establishment, the creation of mass media, and the production in today's world. Pasolini talked about uniformization. He wrote about it. He saw it in his movies artistically. Very often he was quite extreme and tragic in it. But what he showed was our passage, what was happening to us. I don't quite agree with that vision, but for sure, the rhythm of work and the context we find ourselves in today should also be read based on the assumption that the primary territory does not exist anymore.
We have organizations that pursue the development of cities. We have organizations that distribute food, etc. Over the past 50 years, we have done so much to become alike across the globe. We tend to use the same patterns and frameworks. But then again, we struggle communicating each other. The way the world is governed facilitates harmonization. But we have to come back to the world in which we could compare different localities, different local settings, so that we can learn from each other. I suppose this is how we should govern our lives locally. We can't imagine a life where everything is phantasmagorically shared and generalized and out there. I think we should stick to the locality, stick to the local world, and to the diversity it brings with it. So I took the liberty of sharing these comments, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we are right on time. In 15 minutes, we're going to resume our session, because now we're going to have a break, and the next session will be about fighting prohibitionism and European initiatives. So see you in a moment, in 15 minutes.
I just wanted to say, especially the ones of you who are none among close to 80 million of EU citizens who have ever smoked cannabis, and you think that theme does not interest you, it is not important to you, please do come and find out why it should be important to you as well.
Thank you very much. We will try to have this fantasy of being someone who never... It's very hard, but we can concentrate on that. Grazie. Forza, forza, prendiamo posto.
Please do take your seats. I strongly encourage people to take their seats. Right, let us start after the first coffee break on day 2 of the founding Congress of Eumans or Eumans. We have to decide how to pronounce this. Well, it's a pan-European movement of the popular initiative. It's a non-violent initiative. We are in the Copernicus Science Center here in Warsaw, Poland, and thank you very much for joining us here physically in Poland as well, where we are witnessing an emergency situation. Our Congress is also looking at the developments here. I would like to thank all those who are following us online. This morning, we discussed 2 topics: the end-of-life choices was the first session, and now we will speak about controlled substances under the UN Convention. You can call them drugs, you can call them opioids, you can call them anything you want.
I would like to directly give the floor to the chairwoman, you can say chairwoman, of this session. Do you want to?
I just do a brief intro of Magda. Okay. Magdalena Dabrowska, and of course it's again wrong. Those who followed the day yesterday already heard her speech in the introductory session. I'm super glad that Magdalena will chair this session because of her knowledge, but also her commitment in helping us to make the Congress itself possible and drawing some of the connection that we will see today. So as a Eumans, I'm happy to welcome Magdalena as for sure an activist in this context. So she will facilitate and introduce all the speeches, but I really wanted to give my welcome to Magdalena personally.
Thank you very much. I thought you wanted to provide some technical information at the beginning. Thank you very much for the nice welcome and introduction. And good morning once again. I just do a very, very brief introduction to that session. And as I said before the break, I hope we are joined also by people who are rather interested in different topics. But I would like to convince you that this is important from the perspective of the rule of law, of the freedoms that we have, and numerous other reasons why to participate and get engaged. The European Monitoring Center for Drugs and Drug Addiction, which is the European agency that monitors different issues related to drug use, drug sale, etc., calculated, and these are the most recent calculations that are available, which means they're not from the current year, still they are the most recent, that when EU citizens asked who used cannabis during the last year, over 22 million people, adult people, said, yes, I did. And when you look at the whole life prevalence, like ever used cannabis, we're close to 80 million. Not 18, I received that question. It's 80 million of EU citizens. So this is a huge number of citizens of our countries who are basically treated as criminals by their states, because cannabis is illegal. I mean, it is changing right now, and we'll discuss a couple of initiatives during this session. But so far, they're treated as criminals by their states. So again, when I very quickly calculated the last available data about the number of offenses related to cannabis use, not distribution, not selling, not sharing, just use, that was close to 700,000 of offenses during the year. And again, not even all countries are calculated here. Not all countries provide that information. I don't need to say too much about what are the consequences of becoming a criminal, basically. One needs to go through all the legal procedures, and if convicted, then has a crime record, which of course influences your work permit, your visa application, if you want to travel, your studies, etc., etc. And as I mentioned yesterday, it is often said that this is all to protect the life and health of citizens. Well, the research clearly shows that people rather stay away from health or support services if going and using them actually means admitting to committing crimes, right? Because if I'm a user of a certain drug and I go and search some help, then I'm basically admitting I do commit crimes from time to time. And what is more, there's really no evidence, no scientific evidence that would prove that makes sense to criminalize a substance which is less harmful than we're often told. It's not to say I'm pushing anyone to use cannabis, nor I do to use coffee, that I overuse personally. But I wonder if you've heard about the Independent Scientific Committee on Drugs in UK research and report that was published years ago in The Lancet already. This committee scored 20 drugs on 16 different criteria, trying to position them, like to build a kind of a ladder to see which ones are most harmful, which are a bit less harmful. And as I said, they used 16 criteria, and they scored these substances depending on one hand, how harmful they are to individuals, and then how harmful their use is to others, like the social harm, and then how does it look like in total? So how do you think? Which psychoactive substance was scored as, in general, the most harmful drug? Alcohol. And so now, how do you think? Now we're trying to guess where cannabis is placed. Who thinks that it was second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth? Sixth was tobacco. Seventh, eighth. Here it was cannabis. Like in the general, where they combined different harms for personal use, for the family, if they have a cannabis user among them, etc., etc. So cannabis was in the 8th position.
What was the first one?
Alcohol. Very first, in general, it was alcohol. So as we see, there's not only the evidence that would justify the criminalization that we have, we can see this is not really working in a sense of supporting our health, our public health, etc. And last, it creates costs. And who's carrying the costs of criminalization? Of course, us, the citizens. But the good thing is that there are solutions to that and alternatives. One is decriminalization, which basically does not legalize, but it takes off the criminal sanctions for drugs possession, and it has been implemented by a number of countries. Finally, even the UN agencies recommend that. Or the step further, especially when we think about cannabis, more and more bodies and states are considering legalization or in other words, regulation of cannabis. Even the Global Commission on Drug Policy recommends that. And this is what we'll be discussing today. So as I said, a number of countries, there are not that many of them yet, but a number of countries around the world have already introduced or are introducing or at least discussing. In Europe, we have Malta, which became the first country in the EU. Then Germany also moves towards legalization, and we'll have a speaker from Germany today. And similar initiatives are taken by the citizens of other countries. Some of them meet challenges and problems on the way, and we will hear about them today. I'm thinking about Poland and Italy. And this is exactly when the European mechanisms could help. So we'll start the session with thinking why and how to Europeanize the issue. And we will discuss very concrete ideas and mechanisms. So by finishing the intro, I would like to introduce and invite the first speaker, Emilio De Capitani, who was speaking already yesterday. Emilio is the Executive Director of the Fundamental Rights European Experts Group and fundamental rights activist promoting legal cases before national and EU courts and an academia professor. What is important for this session, Emilio is a former official of the European Parliament and Secretary of the European Parliament Civil Liberties Committee, the LIBE Committee. Therefore, he has really an extensive experience gained over years of his work at the EU level, and Emilio will provide us with a guide on what is really possible at the EU level, because we often hear when trying to discuss drug policy that EU does not have a mandate. The floor is yours.
Permettetemi di intervenire in italiano, non intendo
With your permission, I will speak Italian. I don't want to murder the language of Shakespeare, even though I have notes in English. Now we know that the issue of psychoactive substances has always been an issue ever since we started the Schengen Treaty, where the Netherlands had allowed a free trade and the free circulation of cannabis. And the French were against, and the French border guards were actually inspecting trains coming from the Netherlands. The EU in 1985 had nothing to say about the matter. Only after the Maastricht Treaty came into force, collaboration with respect to police and criminal justice collaboration was agreed, when the EU was positioned to face the crime of trafficking in psychoactive substances. It's a very divisive issue. What happened in the EU, as always, when we deal with a politically difficult subject, it was bureaucratized in order to avoid a clear decision on one or the other side. An observatory of psychoactive substances was created in Lisbon, and then towards the end of the 1980s, international legislation, included the UN legislation, was in fact leaning towards prohibitionism, and the European Parliament at that time could not until 2009 could not act in any decisive manner with respect to the criminal in terms of criminal justice, because it was part of the intergovernmental remit or mandate. So the waters were people did everything to calm the waters and to demonstrate that there was democratic control. And Marco will remember that one of the first opportunities where the European Council was sued before the European Tribunal, where the European Council was trying to put Met4 on the criminalized substances list by an executive order, by regulation, even though, and in fact, it requested member states to penalize the substance.
At that time, we said in front of the European Court that it was an intervention that was too far-reaching, and that the Parliament should be at least asked for its opinion on the topic. Of course, our capacity to act was very much restricted at the time. At that time, the European Council, who called itself a Politburo of the EU, adopted the first strategy of counteracting drugs in the European Union. Since there is the principle of loyal cooperation, there was yet another initiative in our committee to send a recommendation to the European Commission, and we would await a response on their part. And, well, we're still waiting. Years passed, and at the level of the Parliament, the LIBE committee did not intervene too often in the topic, because there was a certain division of roles in terms of protection of data, transparency, and free trade. The European Parliament is a kind of Robin Hood, and the Council is a sheriff from Nottingham. That is what the division between them is up till now. And the European Parliament was trying to decelerate the movement towards a more prohibitive policy than the one that we had at that time. The treaty, the Lisbon Treaty, dating back to 2009, decided that there would be no intergovernmental cooperation in that area. However, the European Parliament does not intervene in that. So far, the European strategy to counteract drugs is defined at the level of the European Council. The European Parliament does not participate in the process at all. This is true for the strategic plan to counteract drugs for 2021-2025. That plan does not provide for the participation on the part of the European Parliament at all. So the question is how to sound a wake-up call for the European Parliament, probably just as you are trying to do through legislative initiatives and through referring to the fact that the European Parliament cannot ignore the fact that many actions on the part of the member states take place within the framework of some programs, such as the program of voluntary cooperation by the police, called Impact. Nobody has any oversight over that. No, not the European Parliament, nor national parliaments. If they were all voluntary initiatives, it would be lesser evil. However, no one knows to what extent the impact goes. There is a long road ahead of you, and there is a long road ahead of the European institutions.
Thank you very much. So it seems that European institutions may not be too proactive themselves when it comes to drug policy, and therefore it is, as we heard, it is extremely important that we, the citizens, take action. So I'm really honored to invite our next speaker, Virginia Fiume, the one and only. I probably don't even need to introduce Virginia, but for those who have just joined us online, maybe. So Virginia is the coordinator of Eumans, the movement that brought us all here. What is very relevant to this session, she was the coordinator of the first European Citizens Initiative launched by the Eumans, stopglobalwarming.eu, and also of the first EU Sign Day, a network of European Citizens Initiative promoters to push for equal dignity for participatory democracy. Therefore, Virginia will say a few words about the meaning of the European actions through participatory democracy, and will present the European Citizens Initiative on cannabis legalization.
Thank you, Magda, and thanks, everyone. I will keep raping the English language for the next hours, and apologies for that, but I think it's important that Eumans speaks English as much as possible. Thank you, Magda, and also thanks Emilio De Capitani for framing the issue of cannabis legalization within the European context, but also for giving me the right assist to explain why for Eumans is about time for a new European citizen initiative. Talking about the combination of goals for freedom, democracy, and rights, and the activation of instruments of participatory democracy, it's a foundational element of Eumans. So it's very important, it was very important for us to make sure that this first moment of public debate on a new European citizen initiative was part of the Congress. It is important because, as we said multiple times in these days, Eumans this is the foundational Congress of Eumans, but we also kind of did some training and boot camp for the past years, and activating an European citizen initiative was one of the core values that we wanted to have at the foundation of Eumans 3 years ago in sense of start of the movement. We launched the first ECI, we'll go back to the acronym later on. Everyone who followed Eumans remembers stopglobalwarming.eu, a price on carbon to fight climate change. And as a movement, the risk of launching a European citizen initiative was also a very important lesson or series of lessons of what it means to engage in all the EU member states with proposals addressing the EU institutions. 3 main layers came out from the experience of stopglobalwarming.eu in the initiative on carbon pricing that are essential for what we are discussing today. The importance of the network, the importance of a strategy that ideally is built before launching the initiative, and the biggest emergency that we identified when it comes to the political rights of European citizens, which is the fact that European citizens are often not informed about their rights to take part in EU policies. And so when we think about bringing the cannabis issue at the European level through the activation of a European citizen initiative, we can kind of offer to all the people that and organizations that will support the ECI a bit of experience into that. So let's start off what is a European citizen initiative. For the people here in the room might be already known, but it's always good to remember, and also for the people that are following online in English, Italian, and Polish. The European citizen activation at the moment is the official instrument of direct democracy, of deliberative direct democracy available for the European citizens. It allows a small committee, 7 citizens are enough to launch a European citizen initiative, to suggest a proposal to the European Commission, but also to activate a reaction to the European Parliament, to go back of the point that Emilio was raising. Once a European citizen initiative is launched, the committee has 12 months to collect 1 million signatures across the EU member states. But it is also necessary to reach a certain threshold of signatures in at least 7 member states so that the ECI, this is the acronym, is valid for being received by the EU institutions. Signatures can be collected online and offline. However, differently from other system of petitioning, according to the regulation of the different member states, a significant amount of data is required by citizens who signed a European citizen initiative. So ID card or passports or address, like it's a very intense request of data for the citizens. And this goes to the problem of information. When you launch a European citizen initiative, you are asking the European citizens to share the data with you as a committee. However, this data, and this is one of the messages that we will need to keep in mind during the campaign, it's an official instrument. It means that it's not wasted, it's not signatures that will be wasted, it's signatures that helps to hook the proposal that comes from the committee into the fragile but still valuable democratic framework of the EU institutions. If 1 million signatures are collected, the European Commission is obliged to receive the promoters of the ECI in an official audition and officially get back to them in terms of next steps. And very interestingly, from the new regulation of the European Citizen Initiative, there is also a possibility of an audition within the European Parliament that can activate its own processes on the matter that is object of the ECI. So this is the bureaucratic framework, I call it in this way sometimes, but bureaucracy helps democracy somehow. And we believe as a movement that having official instruments activated is the best way to make sure that some steps are achieved, steps that cannot be achieved with informal, not only with informal instruments. And I want also to anticipate the session that we will have later on to highlight how the EU institutions, in all their needs for reforms, have something that national legislation don't have. So if a committee achieved the result of the 1 million signatures, the European Commission is obliged to receive the promoters of a European Citizen Initiative and also the European Parliament to act on that, which is very different from, for our example, we have seen and we will see later in Italy, where the referendum campaign was anticipated by a bill of popular initiative that was never discussed by the Italian Parliament, or as we will see in Poland, where a bill of popular initiative was again blocked by Constitutional Court. There are a lot of similarities. So there is no obligation. So even if citizens believe in democracy, activate the process, if the system doesn't ensure that your action is received by those in power, then you are a bit powerless. I mean, you're a bit more powerful, but still powerless. So I think we need to recognize to the European Union to have a system in place where if you act democratically, you are respected as a democratic actor in the system. And it's good to to critique, but also to celebrate the positive elements. On the ECI, I mean, basically Emilio explained what will be the purpose of the European Citizen Initiative. The text is very simple. There is a draft already in the documents that you have received ahead of the Congress. Of course, the communication campaign goes hands in hands with the official request of the European Citizen Initiative. We had already a lot of conversations with other partners for the European Citizen Initiative. In particular, thank you to a network called European Cannabis Advocacy Network. They have their headquarters in London. So Europe, again, the borders of Europe are larger than the borders of the European Union. And they connect organizations in different member states. Thanks to them, we have already the names of the 7 citizens that could constitute the committee. I will not read the names out loud, but I can mention the countries. So Italy, for sure, Ireland, Netherlands, Malta, and Germany. And this group is set up in such a way that it has a political meaning. So it covers countries like Italy or Poland, where there is a strong community of activists, but the process is stuck by the institution. It covers countries where, like Germany, and we will have the potential member of the committee speaking later on, where there is a more advanced governative process for the legalization of cannabis, or countries like Malta, where it's already legal, so a bit of optimism in the committee can help. And the Netherlands, which is historically one of the countries where, I mean, if you think about at least the possibility to consume cannabis, it's easier than the regulations are more complicated than the practice. So I'm very proud to be able to share this advanced work that we have done in collaboration with a lot of people. Lorenzo worked with Emilio De Capitani on the text. We have the networks with ECAN, and we will see later the case of Italy and Poland as examples of why there is this relevance. I'm going toward the conclusion because I think I used a lot of my time, but I just want to remind us as a movement that, and also to all the people that can be involved in the network, that this is the moment to involve partners, promoters, organizers, groups that have a vision of the multi-layers aspects of the meaning of cannabis legalization. Thanks to Magda yesterday and today, and also thanks to the speaker, I think it's important to remember that legalizing cannabis means talking about individual freedom and choices, individual choices. So this is an angle. It's a health issue, and with the Polish lawyers, as I call them, the anti-prohibitionist lawyer, my Polish lawyers, anti-prohibitionist friends, we will see the element of health in terms of the borders of the concept of health and the public health issue, the fundamental rights elements that Magda highlighted. And I think also, as an Italian, there are two other elements that are quite important. I usually don't say myself I'm proudly Italian, but for once. The impact of criminalization on the detention system and jails and the judiciary system, but also the organized crime. And so legalizing cannabis is also a way to fight against organized crime. And I think, so these layers, and they're just some example, shows how talking about cannabis legalization, acting democratically at a European level for cannabis legalization can shake and politicize the European public sphere on multiple levels. Having a campaign as Europeans, as a network of activist groups, individuals, is, again, another Copernican revolution, because it's not only the anti-prohibitionist fight, it's not only the transnational actions, it's applying an approach to democracy that can impact the EU level to protect citizens in the member states where things are more complicated, or to leverage the more advanced stage of those member states where things are better. Creating European citizen initiatives, launching them, shaking the European public spheres, also increase the fact that there is more information on the issues that are matter of these initiatives. If we act, if we decide to launch, or if, I hope we will decide, to launch this European citizen initiative soon enough, when we will have enough strength, resources, and networks, I think we are doing a good service to the citizens of the European Union, but we are also once again challenging the reliance on only representative democracy. Too often the issues that are very important get stuck to certain points. It's either the role of the judiciary, or it's either the interest of national politics, party politics. So taking action, taking responsibility, activating the instruments of participation allows us, as European citizens, to be part of the political playground, and also help representative democracy to be more stronger, more effective, and more aligned with the real needs of the daily life of millions and millions of people. So thanks for being here, and thanks for who will follow me, and thanks to Magda to facilitate this.
Thank you very much. I really liked your sentence that bureaucracy can help democracy, because usually we think differently. but let's hope that EU bureaucracy will help in these cases where the process at the state level, democracies got stuck, as you said. And actually we have representatives from Italy and from Poland who can share a bit more about their experiences, the experiences of these two states. So let's check if we have Matteo Mainardi online and available. Matteo is the member of Associazione Luca Coscioni, and I'm sorry, this time I'm mispronouncing for sure, and the co-promoter of referendum Cannabis Legale in Italy. That was exactly the referendum that was blocked by the decision of the Constitutional Court. So hopefully we'll be able to hear a little bit more how it happened and what was the impact of that decision. Hello, Matteo, can you hear us?
Grazie dell'invito, spero mi sentiate, intervengo in italiano.
I will be speaking, yes, I can hear you. I will be speaking Italian. Now, starting from the point made by Magda Dąbrowska yesterday when we were opening the Congress, when we talk about legislation on psychoactive substances, this is, in fact, when we're talking about a war, a real confrontation. On the one hand, we have consumers who have diverse legislation to go by. Now, this legislation allows courts to penalize citizens, consumers, depending on where they were born, on what their social status is, what their skin color is, depending on whether or not we have a job or not, etc. So this legislation can negatively affect vulnerable communities. And statistics quoted at the start of the session from the European Observatory on the use of psychoactive substances in Europe, the studies shows that we have 16.8 million people who have at least once, actually 88 million to be precise, 88 million people have tried marijuana once in their lifetime, at least. So 1 out of 3 European citizens have tried marijuana. Similarly, 22 million people admit having tried or having consumed marijuana only last year. And probably statistics are underestimated. The official statistics in Italy suggest there are 6 million cannabis users in Italy alone. So I'm thinking that 22 million last year is grossly underestimated. Now, the statistics show us give us one important message, and that is if we continue penalizing behaviors, now 22 million people could all land behind the bars, could all receive treatment. Does it make sense? Well, it barely makes sense. And it hasn't happened. We have informed users and we have reasonable users. And people know how to use the substances. And the user communities are fine. People use it in private. People use it reasonably and wisely and responsibly. They do it so that they don't harm themselves and others. Now, compare it with alcohol. There's no stigma. There's no prejudice against it. And as a matter of fact, we don't drink first thing in the morning. We do it after work, in the evening, in the privacy of our homes. And so do cannabis users. Because we tend to imagine these marginalized individuals who are totally antisocial and or irresponsible. This is not the case. National statistics suggest that. Now, the reality is completely different. In Italy, we had to ask ourselves a question over the past 6 years, whether we can do something to make our democracy address the problem. And so we have used citizen or participatory democracy instruments. The initiative was suggested, and the parliament was reluctant to hear the voice of the people, and the parliament basically didn't allow that bill to go through the first chamber, let alone the Senate. In 2020, our pressure was stepped up on the Italian parliament. We decided to exercise our right for civil disobedience, and many people have started publicly growing cannabis. 17 such individuals had suffered from some legal reprisal, and Magda Dąbrowska said it yesterday. The opportunity. Okay, let me back off. Courts make decisions whether to litigate or drop a case. Courts may decide to drop a case or never start the case, and some cases have never leave no mark in the legal system. We know of cases never actually accepted by the courts for hearing. We decided to propose a referendum, and unfortunately the Constitutional Court banned or cancelled this initiative. And well, we have used all the democratic avenues, all the ways possible. None seems feasible at the moment, so we are left with the last resort of European democracy. I don't want to take too much long. Thank you very much, and I'm now in Barcelona. We have a concurrent event, and I'm trying to stay in touch with you because I think that collaboration matters, and we should be working with the Spanish movement. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful debate going forward.
How about now? Thank you. Thank you very much, Matteo, for joining us and sharing the Italian experience. It is somewhat similar to the experience of lawyers and activists in Poland. So right now, I will invite Adam Stasiak, who can share the Polish experience. Adam is a lawyer and trainee attorney, involved with the Polish Drug Policy Network, so he knows the issue by practice and also from his research. He graduated at the Central European University, where he wrote a thesis on the impact of technology on the drug market and drug prevention. And currently, Adam is a participant of PhD seminars at the Institute of Legal Sciences of the Polish Academy of Science, where he will be preparing his dissertation on criminology and the drug law. So Adam will present the not European this time, but Polish context and the story of the struggle here.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. And I wanted to come back firstly to Virginia's speech and the angles of drug policy. And for me, the important angle is also the political angle, where the politicians instrumentalize the drug policy. And because we have the Ukrainian flag here and we're talking about the Russian aggression, I don't know if many of you noticed, but in one of his speech, Putin said that Ukrainian country is ruled by drug addicts and Nazis. And of course, drug policy is instrumentally used in Russia and Belarus by arresting civil society leaders, making coups saying that they possess actually drugs. So of course, this angle is known from the start of the politics from Nixon, but it continues up till to now. And moving to Poland, we heard a lot of statistics in Poland. Every year, around 34,000 people are suspected under the Anti-Drug Addiction Act, out of which 90%, so 30,000, is for possession only. And it's mainly marijuana, and it's mainly below 20 grams. And these cases constitute 9% of all criminal cases in Poland. So it's quite grave. Magdalena talked about how it affects lives. So I will not go into this, but over the years we could see a raise of awareness of this issue in Poland. And that's why the voices around legalization is much louder and much clearer. We have representatives, I can see here, of two organizations, actually from the Free Hemp Initiative, Stelios, who will be talking later, Mateusz Zbojna also, and Agnieszka Sieniawska from Polish Drug Policy Network. And they've been for years working on this. And Free Hemp organization has come up with a Polish initiative, public initiative of gathering 100, you need to gather 100 signatures. And the thing is that, and the initiative would allow 4 plants to be planted at home, 200 grams to be possessed at home, and 30 grams with you in your pocket when you travel around in the city or in the country. Anyways, you need 1,000 signatures to form the committee to submit the motion. So what the Free Hemp organization did is collect over 1,000 signatures, 1,000 signatures, and submitted it to the Speaker of the Parliament. The Speaker of the Parliament actually denied the registration of the committee, saying that there is problems with some of the signatures. There is a provision in the law which guarantees that you can file a motion to the Supreme Court, and so we did, as Stelios is a representative of this initiative, we did file such motion to the Supreme Court. And what we got in return was a piece of paper like this, 4 sentences, no judge, just a secretary of the Supreme Court, telling us that the court has no jurisdiction over this matter and they will not take the case, even though there is a clear provision in the law saying that they have 30 days to decide this case. What is important for you, you had yesterday a session about rule of law, is that this chamber of Supreme Court, not only this chamber but also others, is actually full of so-called judges appointed by the Ministry of Justice and the President. And as we all know, it's a political, of course, a political issue. What we still have in Poland is a great office of the human ombudsman, and he actually helped us. And they found, after his intervention, they found out that they actually have a jurisdiction, that actually there is a provision there. And they took in the case, and that was in September. They have 30 days to rule the case. It's March now, so it's 6 months. 6 months is more than 30 days. We have no answer. This is it. This is the Supreme Court. There is... there is nowhere else where we can go. We can't appeal this decision. We can't do nothing. This is basically it. And this is why such European initiative is very important here, because for us, it's basically, we have no other angles how to approach this issue. And that's why we're so happy to join this. Thank you.
Why am I doing it? Thank you very much, Adam. And just to clarify, I understand that in Poland we need to collect 100,000. Yeah. Okay. 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 So for the translators to start the procedure in Poland, you need to have 1,000 signatures and then 100,000 at the end. So this is exactly why we need initiatives at the EU level, and this is yet one more example why and when the rule of law matters that much. I hope we can now show a very short video that was kindly submitted to us by the organization CRAN in Ireland, which is one of those involved in the European Citizens Initiative. So just 1 minute message from Ireland, if we can put it on.
Hi, my name is Ryan and I come from the organisation CRAN, an Irish organisation that aims to combat misinformation around cannabis and advocate for drug policy reform. We've built up an online community of over 30,000 people in Ireland that are interested in cannabis law reform and cannabis in general. As it stands now in Ireland, drugs are still highly illegal, including cannabis, and this is set to be looked at in 2023 under a Citizens' Assembly. So we're hoping for the best in Ireland, but as it stands now, everything is still highly illegal. We believe that the European Cannabis Initiative is a great idea because this issue isn't central just to Ireland or any one nation. It's a European issue, and by bringing this to the European Commission means that we can advocate for change on a much broader scale, because I believe the future of cannabis is global, and I wish everyone the best of luck involved, and I'm very happy to be a part of this. Thank you.
And another country involved in the initiative, as we heard, is Germany, where the situation is more optimistic nowadays. So I hope we'll be able to connect to Georg Würth, who's the leader, the head of the German Cannabis Association. And as far as I know, he's one of the civil society representatives involved in discussions with the authorities, with the parliament, because the cannabis legalization conversation is happening in Germany right now. So let's see. Yes, we do have the connection, I guess. Hello, Georg.
Hi, I hope you hear me.
We can hear you well.
Well, that's fine. So what is going on in Germany? You said it's a little bit more hopeful here. That's correct, but nothing is safe. I'm fighting for cannabis legalization since 20 years, a little bit more than that, but around 20 years as professional. I was the first professional cannabis legalizer in Germany, starting 2002 as head of German Cannabis Association, which was funny if people ask me about my job. I'm the first legalizer in Germany, paid legalizer. And that was a long way of fighting. And on that way, we also started to get people involved and use the pressure of many people calling for legalization. One example is quite similar to ECI, a petition to the German parliament, which was the strongest petition in 2017, right after the last elections. So this was a nice success. But the same as in the European Union, that is not nothing the parliament has to follow or has to do anything. And so they left the strongest petition of 2017 calling for cannabis legalization just lying around and didn't make any decision on it until the next elections we had in last autumn. So the petition is still in the parliament, and I hope it's a little bit additional pressure that they now get the job done and legalize cannabis. So we have a little bit experience in this kind of getting people involved. Some 100,000 abos and likes altogether on the social media channels. And for example, we got the people click at the right moment to get me at the first cannabis lobbyist in the bureau of the Chancellor Merkel that time, when she tried to get involved the internet and make a public involvement 2.0 or something, and asked what should we do for our future in Germany, and people said, well, let's legalize cannabis. So now we are almost there. All these years, I were asking myself, what will be the first country in Europe to legalize cannabis? And I mean, we'll legalize, including selling it and regulate the whole market, getting approved product to the people. Everything else is kind of decriminalization. Like Malta has gone as far as possible right now, a few weeks ago, when they said the possession of a small amount of cannabis is completely legal. It's not just we are looking away or it's just a little fine. It's completely legal, and growing plants is completely legal. But real legalization is regulation of the market and have selling points. And all the time was the question, what will be the first European country to do that? And maybe Switzerland, maybe Netherlands or Spain. And then Luxembourg came up and said in the coalition contract, we want to legalize cannabis. And so for about 3 years, it was the country to be the first one and get it done, until they quit those plans in October last year, I think I heard it, that they don't follow this plan anymore. So what will be the country? I still had never thought that it could be Germany. But now, after these elections and our new government, we are the country, the only one in Europe that says we want to legalize cannabis, regulate the whole market, which is unbelievable after 16 years of conservative government. But still, there are a couple of obstacles. Including our second chamber of parliament, which represents the regions, the Bundesländer of Germany, which is still dominated by the conservatives. We might get around this because we have some local elections this year, and when we are lucky, we get rid of them, and so they can't block it anymore. Or like the duration of the whole government. We live in hard times right now, and I'm not sure if this three-party coalition gets the way through for years. We are not used to have three-party coalitions here, so this is another issue. We will see if that works. And international law is always said to be one of the obstacles. And I myself looked into almost all aspects of cannabis legalization over the years, including international treaties, and thought, well, it's possible to get around. Canada got around, Uruguay did it. Bolivia made clear how to perfectly do it without ignoring the treaties, and went out of the treaties and got back with saying, well, we follow everything, but not for coca leaves. And so now those leaves are, and the plant is legal in Bolivia and in a correct way regarding the international treaties. So I thought, no problem. I read a big book about that, the biggest one I know about the international treaties and drug policy. And that also said, well, it's no problem. And the European Union is a smaller problem. So that's a white part on my landscape, the European Union and cannabis law and legalization in one of the countries. But now I hear from German politicians that this could be a big problem, one of the obstacles that could stop the whole show. And I said Luxembourg had the same plans, was in the same position as Germany now is, and then they quit it after 3 years, and their argument was European law. They said it's not possible to legalize cannabis in the frame of European law. So this seems to be really a problem. I've got to dive into the whole law around it in the next weeks. So I'm glad that somebody else did already and has a suggestion like ECI to get around it, to get it done and get Europe out of the way for modern drug policy. I'm the first time, maybe when I think about ECI, a little bit confident that we could get the goal with 1 million signature. I have very much respect about that number and the several countries who must meet those goals. When they introduced the ECI, I thought, well, let's do it some bigger networks first, and let's see how they get it done. Like maybe workers' unions who are present in all the countries and have millions of members, or like say doctors and associations who are in every country, in every city, and have waiting rooms where they can lay out their informations. That kind of structure, I thought, will be better than us in the cannabis community. But now we have so much more reach, meanwhile, and so many people behind us that, well, let's try it. Let's see if we get it done and get Europe out of the way of modern drug policy. Thank you for your work until here. And I'm very keen on seeing how this all comes out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fingers crossed for Germany, and hopefully ECI will exactly support also the country-level debates. For it to be successful, of course, the signatures that were mentioned a couple of times will be needed. And in order to get people interest, to get the knowledge out there, the information, campaigning will be needed in the number of countries. So I would like to move right now to the conversation and discussion on what methods can be used to attract the attention and to inform the society. I'll invite Stelios Alewras to the stage. Stelios is a pro-legalization activist in Poland, and he has organized numerous actions, including public smoking of joints in front of the parliament, handing over of cannabis to patients in wheelchairs, and a number of other initiatives that he'll definitely speak about in a second. He also is a lawyer and the author of the legislative project that was described before by Adam. Stelios will be speaking in Italian, I think. And let me just mention that afterwards, I will really invite the public to share your ideas, your experiences, maybe. And now, Stelios, the floor is yours.
Ok, grazie Magda. Parlerò in italiano perché sono cresciuto in Italia ed è...
Dziękuję. Thank you, Magda. Yes, that's true. I will speak Italian because I was brought up in Italy. This is a great opportunity to exercise my language skills. I have been an activist for legalizing cannabis in Poland since 2015. I'm a lawyer. What is very important is what the American activists have explained to us. The first thing you need to do is to find a sick child who has 30 epileptic attacks a day. Our activists helped the mother of the child to find doctors and also to attract TV cameras that could show to the whole of Poland how effective therapeutic cannabis is. We did not need a lot of cannabis oil for the child to just have 2-3 epileptic attacks a month and not 30 a day. This shows us that the most conservative government in Poland was persuaded to legalize therapeutic marijuana in Poland. We succeed in another thing as well. Patients are not sued. There are 2 judges in Poland who issued a judgment stating that cultivating, possession, and acquiring independent acquisition by the patients of marijuana, no matter what kind of illness they are suffering from, is not an attack on public health or on the good of the society. Then the main premise of a crime is not met. That would be a risk to the society. The Supreme Court of Italy issued such a judgment in 2019, stating that a small-scale cultivation for your own needs does not pose a threat to public health. The Italian Supreme Court went a step ahead. They said this was not a risk at all, no matter whether a person needs it for their own purposes or they use the substance for other purposes than therapy. In Poland, in September 2021, we had the first judgment stating that the cultivation of plants and the possession of substances up to 1.5 kilos in the case of a patient who is suffering from a specific disease, who is suffering from pain, and who cannot buy that in a pharmacy, because theoretically you should be able to do that, but sometimes pharmacies do not have any therapeutic marijuana for even up to half a year. So there is also a possibility for you to grow the plants yourself. Of course, the judgment was appealed against. It's not legal yet because the prosecution appealed against it. However, we have reached another annulation of punishment. There was a patient who received a prescription 1.5 years before, and later he was stopped by the police. The Polish court issued a declaration stating that even if he doesn't have a medical prescription, and later it is only later that you find out that they used to have it, you cannot draw conclusions related to a risk posed to the public health, because here the solution is very simple. If you need the plant to cure yourself, you cannot say that they are at the same time posing a threat to their own health, because it would be totally contradictory to say that. It seems simple at first glance, but we needed many years of work and repetition of the same arguments to see the first doctor in 2019, the first doctor who specializes in penal matters in Poland, to write a legal opinion, a vast legal opinion that we have relied upon. Later on, there was another judgment
La pietra,
referring to the Latin saying that a drop of water will break a rock because it is so patient. Well, I was brought up in Italy. I did not listen to the Polish rap. I always wanted to be a rapper, and I came back to Poland. But instead, I am a lawyer specializing in legalizing cannabis. But I was thinking about what you were supposed to do when they stop you. You don't have a prescription, but you own the substance, or you have the prescription on you. And we were quite lucky, because when we were ready, the most famous Polish rapper was stopped with 1.5 grams of marijuana. So everyone was asking, what will Mata tell the police? He should listen to Belmondo, to the rapper that I told you about. I'm not sure if I can show you a short film from a short video from YouTube, because over 2 weeks there were 100,000 views, and I think it's enough to learn the 1.5 minutes by heart and then you will know what to say.
And we realize that Maria is the most transitional
Jo, masz dyniaka, dobrego
word in
peceniarza, łapie cię psiarz, mówi ci, masz przepierniczone, a ty ze spokojem, nie mając recepty, mówisz do niego tak. Yo, 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 yo. Posiadanie, ja przyznaję się, będzie wyjaśniane, lecz odmawiam odpowiedzi na pytania. Miałem tylko trochę zioła do zjarania, na własny użytek, z nikim się nie dzieliłem, jestem Żydem, a nie uzależnieńcem. Zioło palę przed snem, albo jako relaks. Wnoszę umorzenie teraz. Zioło palę przed snem, albo jako relaks. Nie jestem uzależnieńcem, z nikim się nie dzielę, jestem Żydem. Miałem tylko trochę zioła na własny użytek. Posiadanie, ja przyznaję się, będzie wyjaśniane, lecz odmawiam odpowiedzi na pytania. Posiadanie, ja przyznaję się, będzie wyjaśniane, lecz odmawiam odpowiedzi na pytania. Skład.
Quindi praticamente l'idea è che io dopo diversi anni di esperienza con la politica.
Well, after many years of experience with the Polish police, I came up with a text, and of course the rapper added his creativity to it. So I do admit I have it, because, well, you can always say it's not mine, and then the procedure will be followed. But you can actually admit you own it, but then you can say you're not addicted, because if you admit you're addicted, your driver's license will be taken away and you will be considered an addict. This also happens very often. There is a risk that ties in with that. Anyway, courts are not very willing to reward people who say they are addicted and later they have to attend special meetings for addicts once a week. Let me put it in different words. Right now, when somebody approaches me with a criminal case related to marijuana, I ask them, first of all, have you noticed an improvement in your daily life quality after using marijuana, or has there been a deterioration? Would you like to get rid of it or not? And everyone actually tells me that using cannabis improves your life quality. It helps you relax, it helps them function on a daily basis. So what will they say in court? Obviously, they will not say they are an addict. We have an insider's joke. When clients come to us, they leave as patients, or sometimes they come as patients and they leave as clients from our legal office. Very often, those people were antagonized against what helps them, against a drug that actually brings them relief. We are trying to disenchant cannabis. We are trying to tell them that the most important thing is for them to observe whether using cannabis leads in any way to something that you would like to get rid of in your life. However, if it only improves your life quality, then you need to remember that in the Polish court, if you want if you are treated as an addict, you need to admit you are using the substance every day. If you admit that, the court will say you are an addict. Otherwise, they cannot. For example, there are doctors who issue prescriptions for marijuana. What should the court do with such a doctor? They don't really know whether that kind of cannabis should be taken away from them or not, because they are actually a patient. Thank you very much for attention, and we will continue collecting signatures, and we will ultimately legalize cannabis.
Thank you very very much. So we brought another perspective of patients here, which adds one more of our rights to this catalog that we mentioned during the session, the right to the highest attainable standards of health. And Matteo, actually, let me just read a very important comment from Matteo. Who points our attention also to the fact that people undergoing medical cannabis treatment are now effectively prevented from moving between EU countries unless they stop their treatment. So there's also a challenge of course, bringing your medication with you, as long as we have very different jurisdictions and different laws in our countries. Thank you, Stelios. I think we've got 10 more minutes. If anyone from the audience would like to share ideas, campaigning methods used already, super interesting data. I'm not entirely sure whether we can also include those participants who are online if they wanted to share anything, but I'm first looking in the room, no hands here. I can see a hand, but feel invited to come here and speak to the mic. Then we'll all hear you and the translators will be able to translate. Thank you. And if you could introduce you, that would be super nice.
My name is, yes, it's working. My name is Claudia. I am a member of Science for Democracy, who presented our session yesterday. But I'm not an expert on legalization of cannabis or anything, but I happen to be from the Netherlands. And the research institute in the Netherlands that publishes all the monitoring studies about the regime of toleration for cannabis consumptions is beneath my research institute, so we always read each other's reports and etc. There has been a big debate in the Netherlands, I think it was 2018, when indeed a massive national study was financed for assessing, sorry, I'm a bit short of breath, I'm asthmatic. For assessing basically the outcomes of the politics of toleration in the Netherlands about cannabis. And I would like to draw on this to give an input for any successful argument from the rational point of view that can be brought into a campaign for tolerating the consumption of cannabis. So basically, the ratio of the toleration of cannabis consumptions in the Netherlands is it's grounded on two pillars. One is control. If we make it possible for people to consume cannabis safely, we can control the phenomenon of safe consumption of cannabis because it becomes visible. You have the coffee shops, you know where they are, you know where the consumers are. You can really have a network of visible, let's say, flows of consumption of the substance. That's the first. The second argument is the separation of the market. This is a bit more complicated, but I find it very relevant, for example, to the typical arguments that are raised in my own country, my own native country, that will be Italy. When any discussions about legalization comes up, the typical argument from the conservative parties is, yeah, but once we legalize cannabis consumption, then our children will be exposed to any drugs. So they will start with smoking, joints, and then they will escalate to cocaine, and then they will ask to heroin, and blah, blah, blah. The rational argument against this irrational argument is exactly the one of separation of the markets. The Dutch policy is fully grounded on the rational argument that if I do give access to the consumption of people who smoke cannabis, grounded on the evidence that there are millions of people doing that, I protect them from the exposure from the heavy drugs. Because you have safe access, so instead of having to meet the drug dealer illegally in the dark corner who may end up offering you something else, you just go to your coffee shop with your friends, you drink a beer, you smoke your joint, and that's it. So this separation of the markets, creating not legal in the Netherlands. Virginia mentioned that there is often a misunderstanding regarding legal cannabis consumption in the Netherlands. It's not legal, in fact, not fully in the whole cycle from production to consumption. It's just that consumption in the public spaces is accepted and tolerated to make it visible, monitorable, etc., etc. But this rationale is exactly of creating a market which is accessible, visible, controllable, exactly for preventing the exposure to heavier drugs consumptions. I think that an effective campaign could use these arguments also for kind of, drawing on these arguments, for making the access to consumption grounded on rational things more than anything else. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you very much. And it is a very, very important argument. And not many people know, actually, that the separation of the markets was the reason why the drug policy, such drug policy of coffee shops was actually introduced in the Netherlands. Thank you very much, Claudia, for bringing it. And also mentioning another myth and stereotype that we often hear about psychoactive substances, it is called the gateway theory. We often hear if we allow people to use cannabis, then surely other drugs would follow and they'll start using other more dangerous substances, but there's no evidence supporting that. And what is more, we could make an argument, well, what is actually the first psychoactive substance that people use? And then probably we'll get back to alcohol. I'm checking my watch, maybe one more voice if there's any. Oh, so we can have two. Maybe we can have both. Yes, well invited, and I'm really keen to invite women. And I'm sorry because this panel was a bit less, gender balanced.
So obviously, people have 25 degrees and cannot use a mic. I am one of those, sorry. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to make a point that links this discussion to the one we had yesterday on the right to science, because the fact that cannabis is illegal means that there is de facto a big reluctance to study its positive effects, with the result that we cannot have sufficient scientific evidence. There is a lot, we know, but there needs to be more studies on where, when, what type of, how to administer it, and so on, that would help the point of legalization. However, by not being legal, there is a reluctance by researchers to invest in something that potentially could be career killing. And so the lack of legalization is also impacting on the possibility of accessing sufficiently well-documented scientific evidence of the benefits of cannabis. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Another super important voice. Thank you. Lorenzo.
No, I'll also be very quick. Just would like to thank first Emilio De Capitani, because he gave us the inspiration to find the legal basis for this potential text of ECI. And there's already been a text of ECI, an unsuccessful ECI on cannabis that was called We'd Like to Talk. It was very generic. We started this work on the building of an ECI on cannabis by being in touch with the former promoters of this initial ECI, and then we noticed that we needed to have more stronger legal basis, and that these indication of our text of removing cannabis from the substances that are under the directive of the EU. So removing cannabis would mean to allow member states to legalize the substance or do whatever they want to remove the prohibition that are under this directive. So this is the subtlety that we need to make understand to build this campaign, that is not exactly a campaign on legalization, but to allow member states to have anti-prohibitionist policies without being in infraction with this directive and the EU legislation. So this is a technical question that could be difficult to explain, but at the same time I think it's exactly what we need to do to build this campaign to push a new wave for legalization in the EU, because the effect could be a domino effect on member states pushing for legalization after we saw in many countries like Italy all the doors locked after the failure of the referendum. The European way could pave the way for legalization. So there is even a stronger political message, I think, in this ECI, not only is legal meaning. So I really hope we will make it to build this important initiative, and I really thank Virginia for the work she did in building this session and the work we are doing also with Katia from ECAN, the cannabis network that is helping us to build it, and with your support we will make it.
Thank you very much, and I believe it was a very right way to close that session, actually. So many thanks to all the speakers and participants who shared their voices. I have a feeling that this session brought really a lot of rationale for the ECI, so please watch the websites because it will be soon on, and then get engaged. If you feel doing that, sign it, promote it, and let's keep our fingers crossed for the change. I'm really happy to see the wind of change in Europe in this regard. For a long while, Europe has been praised for its rational drug policies based on public health, human rights. But having said that, for many years, it was like the status quo without next steps. So other continents were the first ones to legalize, but it seems that Europe is waking up in this regard as well. So we'll definitely follow. And now thank you very much. Discussions to be continued over the coffee, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you, Magdalena, for the passion, the competencies, and the approach to this session. It's really paving the way for cannabis legalization. So one step after the other. So we are closing the morning session, and we also starting to head toward the end of the Congress. So I will now give again the floor to Lorenzo Mineo, because he's a multitasking man. So because maybe while Lorenzo prepares, I will anticipate the program for the afternoon. So we will have lunch break now. I hope the place where we were yesterday is still open. So in front of the main entrance, there is the building with the different stalls and places for it. Super cool. And then in the afternoon, we will have some very important sessions and speakers. So I anticipate also for those of us following online, we will start back at 2:15 with the session facilitated by our very own Andrea Salimbeni, Energy Security and Sustainability, the Ingredients for a Sustainable Peace. And then we will have the session facilitated by Lorenzo with Daniela Vancic and Michele Fiorillo from Citizens Takeover Europe and Marcin Gerwin, coordinator of the Center for Blue Democracy here in Poland. We will focus on participatory democracy for a sustainable and free Europe. Two important speakers for the afternoon will be Anna Maczynska, Deputy Commissioner for Human Rights in Poland. She came back yesterday from the border, and I think her speech is going to be quite important. And we will also have I don't see the name. Who didn't update the program? Sorry, an exponent of the Belarusian Youth Hub in Warsaw. So we will expand the borders of democracy and activism for democracy beyond. So now Lorenzo Mineo for explaining what's going to happen for the Eumans member from now on.
Ok, che vado in italiano, grazie Virginia questa volta.
Virginia, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Let me remind people that at 6 p.m. we will open the vote, and we will be voting on the general motion on possible amendment of the statute and the appointments of major positions. The deadline for submission of proposal is at 6:30 If anyone would like to submit a motion to amend a statute, suggest specific activities outside and beyond what has already been presented, so recommendations and statutes amendments require a qualified majority of 1/5 or a quorum of 1/5. So 5 people can actually submit a proposal to amend the statutes or amend the general motion. It was not 6:30, but 5:30. Of course, 5:30 is the deadline. Do apologize. Dyscalculia is speaking through me. 4 people. So 5:30 p.m. deadline by which your email to info@eumans.eu must be sent to that address or submitted here in physical form at our reception. Thank you.
Ah no, forse devono... Ah no, ok, prova. Forse questo si è scaricato, però lo... Sì, sì, no, dico, ricordiamoci. Ok, stiamo per iniziare le ultime ore.
We shall start. These are the last hours.
99.9% of us will need the headphones. Anzi, esatto. Cappato parla polacco. Okay, non so se I don't know if we are already live, but just in case, welcome back for the last afternoon of the works of the Open Congress of Citizens for Sustainable Peace, Freedom and Democracy. And whilst everyone gets back in the main room of the Copernicus Science Center in Warsaw, I also say again good afternoon to those that are following on Zoom and on the Italian YouTube channel of Associazione Luca Coscioni, in English on YouTube channel of Eumans, and in Polish on the YouTube channel of Miso. And then we also thank Radio Radicale, who is broadcasting the entire Congress, and in particular, this next session is going to be broadcasted during Il Maratoneta, which is the program of Associazione Luca Coscioni on Radio Radicale. So please get your headsets. Translation is available in Italian, English, and Polish, and in particular, we will have one of the speakers is going to speak in Polish, so please make sure you can understand everything. On a practical note, the members of Eumans should have received via Eligo the credentials to access the voting system, Eligo, where you find the motion, the proposal, the statute amendments, and also where you can follow the procedures for the voting phase that we will start at 6 p.m. Okay, so I think we can start. The microphone will go to Andrea Salimbeni, who is gonna facilitate the next sessions. Andrea is a Eumans member and energetic engineer, and with him we did our best to adapt the session that originally was only on one of the historical goals of Eumans, which is the carbon pricing in Europe and in the world, but given the circumstances, we changed the title into Energy Security and Sustainability, the Ingredients for a Sustainable Peace. Andrea Salimbeni will facilitate this session.
Hello. Good afternoon. Come here to watch everyone better. As Virginia anticipated, the Eumans developed and carried on an European Citizens Initiative campaign for 2 years on carbon pricing, asking Europe to establish a minimum price on CO2 to promote and to fight global warming. Now, imagine for a few minutes global warming to be a fake. Global warming not existing. If we think at this, in our previous lives, few months ago, this could be giving us a total uncertainty about the energy plan. Now, thanks to the war, which is now affecting our economies, we have the opportunity to understand more on why a sustainable transition is needed. Of course, global warming exists, it is an emergency. But unfortunately for many, this emergency is not enough to change. Now we know that there is another reason to change, which is the lack of energy security given by the consumption of fossil fuels and by our dependency of fossil fuels, which are in other non-European countries but mainly in countries where the risk of conflict, where the dictatorship is affecting the respect of human rights. For years, we have been purchasing natural gas, crude oil, more than 50% of our European consumption from countries like Russia, like Saudi Arabia, like Iraq, without any issue. It was fine. We were just importing. Now we know that we need to change because we understood that the energy security is not guaranteed by fossil fuels. And so we understand that sustainable transition is an instrument for peace. Now, I leave the floor to the first speaker, which is Flavia Pansieri, former deputy of United Nations for 33 years. Please, Flavia, the floor is yours.
And I'm also happy to say that Flavia Pansieri is also a Eumans member, so very proud.
Well, let me try to get organized first, because otherwise I don't remember everything I want to say, and make sure that I don't go on talking too much, which is something that sometimes we do. So, first of all, thanks to the organizers for having me here in Warsaw. It's been a fascinating Congress to be taking part in, and certainly invigorating in terms of seeing the many things that we as civil society, as citizens can do, notwithstanding what our governments sometimes do. And it's a pleasure, after having been 33 years in the UN, having 192 government bosses, now that I'm not in the UN anymore, I retired, to be able to say a few of the things that I've always said, but I had to say a little bit more diplomatically. I want to touch on two topics today. First, very briefly, on the current challenges in terms of energy security, but admittedly not being an energy expert. But then what the implications of these challenges are, and what are the decisions that may have to be taken to address these challenges from the perspective of human rights, which is the position I'm coming from. Let me look a little bit at energy security. In my many years in the UN, when there were difficult decisions to be made, which happened basically all the time, professionally, but also in personal life, I found that it's never really an issue of deciding between what is right and what is wrong, not just in human rights, but in normal terms, because we usually know what's right. We may decide to do the thing that is not right, but we know what it is. The difficult decisions to be taken are the ones that are between something right and something else that is right, and we are in the middle, and we cannot take both because they're not compatible. In the present case, with energy policies being the topic, what policy do we pursue? Because we are faced with a challenge in which neither of the decisions that are open to us are really completely right. The invasion of Ukraine has shown very clearly the basic dependency of the European Union from Russian gas, at a point in time when EU leaders are introducing sanctions against Russia, and there is obviously we understand why. But if we stop importing Russian gas, we do target one of the, essentially the main source of income for the Russian state, but we also risk leaving the EU, its factories, its consumers in the dark, in the cold, and that's clearly not feasible. So, not least because it would create unsustainable tensions internally, and there are enough international tensions without our governments really, wanting to introduce any more challenges internally that they already have. It's not the moment to imperil stability in any country or in the EU. If anything, it's the moment to consolidate and to work all together for stability. So this clearly explains why the approach so far has been somewhat half-hearted. Yes, there's been talk about reducing imports of Russian gas by 2/3 by year-end. We are just in March. We still have 9 months. So where is the real big impact of this? And yet it's clear that EU countries are not ready for an ecological transition, and getting wind of gas, Russian gas, is not something that can be done over a weekend. So it's necessary to take a multi-pronged approach, and I would like, again, as a non-energy expert, to highlight a few points that I think are important. The first is to reduce drastically electricity consumption in whichever way possible, to encourage measures of energy saving at the household as well as the collective level. And here I would like to make a point very clearly, because I don't think it has been made yet. All of us here, we are privileged compared to not just all those poor people we see suffering from a Russian invasion, but also in our own countries. We've been able to come here, we have access to computers, we know how to use it. Clearly, we have a lifestyle that we have to recognize will have to change. We all will have to make sacrifices in the future, whether we like it or not. Presumably, we will not like it too much, but we have to accept it. So energy saving has to be at the household level, and there has to be we will be faced with challenges ourselves. We have to consider ways to limit price increases in electricity, energy, but to what extent we will be able really, or our governments will be able to do it, I don't know. We will be, the EU countries will be encouraging utilization of gas resources that are within the EU, that's fine, but they're also looking at other countries, Saudi Arabia and so on, not necessarily the partners with the most shining human rights track record. So we go from the frying pan to the fire, in a sense. So we need to consider solar, we need to consider wind, but these are not things that we can put in place in a matter of weeks. And there's a big challenge here that I would like to stress, because in an emergency situation, we want to move quickly. At the same time, for these specific intervention, even if we go for eminent domain and therefore the state nationalizing and buying the soil on which we put the wind or solar installation or whatever else, we cannot do completely, we shouldn't do completely away with some kind of popular consultation. And these things take time, and we don't have time. So what this means is that at the end of the day, we have to accelerate the energy transition at a speed that is much higher than what was being envisaged right now, which in itself perhaps is a good thing, but also at a speed which is really too fast for comfort, which maybe is not so good. Now, what are the implications from a human rights perspective? Let me look first at EU and Europe, and then I want to say a few words beyond EU and Europe, and obviously EU and Europe are not quite the same thing. We know at the economic level the impact of electricity prices. It's already being discussed all over. We see it in the paper. They're becoming unsustainable for many productive sectors. There is an absolute need to make sure that this initial recovery that is following years of pandemic that have hit us all in various, but certainly not easy to recover from ways, we have to make sure that we don't lose this positive trend because of unsustainable energy prices. Because if it impacts the economy, it impacts employment, and it translates into poverty. We cannot afford that. we also have to look at ways to protect the most vulnerable. Maybe we can afford to put more expensive gasoline in our fancy cars. But maybe there are people who use their vehicles for their daily activities, and I'm thinking at the recent strike in Italy of the lorry drivers, who cannot really afford prices that go beyond certain already high level, because otherwise we would find a loss of economic activity and an increase in poverty levels. So this is also a moment of solidarity. I think we all agree on that, with the people of Ukraine who are fleeing the conflict. And therefore, we need to recognize that EU citizens will also be affected by the shock that this, well, the war in the first place and the outflow of Ukrainian citizens are producing on our lifestyle. When I was at the Human Rights Office of the UN, I was considered sometimes highly heretical, because the mantra there is all rights are equal, we cannot cherry pick. Yes, of course, we don't want to focus only on social and economic rights, or only on political, civic and political rights. We need to look at them all in their entirety. However, the very basis is the right to life. Having access to education and health is not really, or elections, is not really of any use to someone who's not alive. And that was my rather blunt way to say that this is really the most important priority that we have to face right now. And this has to be for everyone. We have, I think, a moral responsibility to address both the crisis in Ukraine, but the crisis and the war in Ukraine is causing in our societies. We need to have a united response, and I see a tension between the need not to set aside the very vital topics that we've been discussing at this Congress, for instance, right to science, end of life, LGBTQI, cannabis. We shouldn't forget about those things. They remain valid and urgent. And at the same time, we have also to look for the broadest possible consensus on the decisions, the painful decisions that will have to be made, and to articulate a response that is as broadly as possible. Maybe we need to find a way of how to convey certain messages that are not as broadly supported and accepted than we would like to see. But I would like to look a little bit in the last 2 minutes beyond the EU borders. There is no right to development in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but there is a resolution, a UN resolution 41/128 that was passed in 1986. I don't know it by heart. I looked it up on Google last night. But I want to quote from it. It says, "The right to development is an inalienable human right by virtue of which every human person, and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized." Now, this crisis in Ukraine has had the effect of concentrating our attention only on what are essentially our woes as Europeans. What about the war in Yemen? It's as tragic and deadly a war as what is happening in Ukraine, except that Ukraine was starting from a level of much higher development and therefore of, comparatively speaking, lesser needs. What about the looming famine in South Sudan, where up to 70% of the population risks starving, and it's 7+ million people? We're not talking about a few. What about the many sub-Saharan African countries where there are conflicts that persist aggravated by climate change that impact then on crop production and produce these migration flows. I think we cannot use the term our values, which has often been done rightly in the last couple of weeks when we talk about how to address the war in Ukraine, without remembering that our values imply the respect and the protection of all human beings, and not just those who happen just here across the border. So I think the challenge to the challenges we already have is also that we should not forget, we have a responsibility not to forget that our legitimate concerns for security, whether it's energy security, the security of our borders, the security from being attacked militarily, and so on, cannot be at the cost of a more broadly conceived human security that addresses us all. I'm horrified by the carnage that I see happening in Ukraine under our eyes. But I cannot but think also at the many mothers and spouses in Russia who see their loved ones come back in body bags, and they're not even able to cry for them because they're not allowed to, because it looks bad if we admit that some Russian soldiers who were told they were going for a military exercise and found themselves in a war, they cannot admit that. So I think there are very serious human rights concerns also within Russia as a country itself. I'm thinking also of the many Ukrainian refugees which are pushing at this border for help, for safety. But we have to think also of the many who are fleeing from war, violence, famine in other parts of the world. Why are they different? I don't see why they should be. And right now there are too many politicians who say, yes, Ukrainians because they're blonde and have blue eyes and white skin more than anything, because that looks for them as a vote-winning approach. I think, and I will conclude here, war is really first and foremost the expression of what it means not to behave humanely. It is my view and my hope that we will find a way to protect ourselves, which is legitimate, but at the same time preserve our humanity. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Flavia Pansieri, for the very interesting introduction to this panel. I would like to invite to the floor Wojciech Zimalski, if the name is correct, member of the Institute of Sustainable Development Foundation in Poland, because Poland is really in a particular position about energy security. Please, the slide should be also projected somewhere. Yeah.
Dziękuję za zaproszenie.
Thank you very much for invitation. I'll be the lazy one who will be speaking Polish. And again, thank you very much for inviting me. I represent the Institute for Sustainable Development Foundation. It is a foundation that has operated for the past 30 years, focusing on climate change and sustainable development, as our name suggests. Our motto is to act in the interest of the generations to come. That was our driving thought. And we've been focusing on education, communication, and importing the idea of sustainable development into Poland, into sectors and areas and communities where people, we thought, were not really too familiar with this. And recently, we have been focusing on energy policy of Poland. We have managed projects, mainly targeting local governments, the intermediary of sorts between the government, central government, and citizens. So it is at the local level, at the local government level, that we tried to instigate a debate on energy policy, renewable energy sources, and the climate policy. What I would like to share with you today is probably not new to you. Maybe it is, maybe not. I don't know really. But in a way, what I'm going to share with you is a concept of a new perspective on energy security, which includes elements of sustainability. The situation that we're witnessing today, so aptly captured by the representative of the UN speaking before me, is one where we very quickly understood that using fossil fuels on a business-as-usual basis was not safe. Well, it is not safe for a very simple reason. If you don't have your own fossil fuels, you have to buy them. You have no choice but to buy such fossil fuels from elsewhere, from someone else. And you must trust the other person you're buying fossil fuel from. It seems like a business relationship, but it happens, and it happened now, that the business relationship includes an evil supplier, which is abusing its power and its resources. And we would rather not use the fossil fuels from that particular supplier. And we are left with nothing, maybe not with nothing, but there are other suppliers. But the pool is limited, so we will be short of the fuels, the fossil fuels anyway. So here the picture is as follows. We don't have the fossil resources. We can't produce energy out of them. And by the way, I forgot to mention that energy is a basic commodity, is a staple commodity today. Without energy, we would have to confer outdoors, and I would have to shout very loudly, and we wouldn't be able to talk to people online. Not to mention hot tea enjoyed during the break. So it's a basic commodity. It's a must, it's a staple. And in order to produce energy, we have an energy system which is based on fossil fuels, which are the most, and fossil fuels in terms of physics are the most efficient, sources of energy or energy storage materials, to be specific. So we have to earn money to buy fossil fuels, and then we have to, if we want to buy the fossil fuels, we have to pay. And when we pay, we look very carefully not to be abused. If we're not abused, we're fine. But if we are abused, the commodity is more and more expensive. We cannot earn enough to buy enough. We feel abused, and we are poorer. Poorer in terms of having less energy to go around. And on the left-hand side, you see this in the picture. The importation of fuels, importation of energy is very high, and money is flowing out of our territory. So what can we do not to see so much money flow out and not to see so much fuel importation? the obvious hint is, can we use energy that is available locally? And people can use locally available energy sources, not only in Poland, but elsewhere. Renewable energy sources, solar, wind, geothermal, not everywhere, but in some places, hydro, water, or biological sources, wood, some sort of food waste, or agricultural waste. And these are abundant in most areas in the place. We have urban agriculture, a new term, so also we can derive such biological waste from urban areas. So we can be self-sustainable, self-reliant when it comes to the production of energy. That will definitely mean we can import less, and we can be less dependent on an external supplier who's taking away from us other resources or money in exchange for the fuels. So it's a new doctrine of energy security, really. We secure our own needs with our own resources, and the resources are abundant and easily available. So this is how we build up a system, starting with households at the lowest level, where the household will buy a solar panel, put it on the roof, will maybe use some waste streams to convert into thermal energy. So the household will not buy a lot of external energy elsewhere. Then we have some kind of collective entity at the level of local government or a cooperative, some kind of collective system depending on the local setting and context. And then going up, we have regions, we have countries, right all the way to the top. And if we can, at each level, ensure that a certain territorial unit or system can produce enough to cater for the basic needs, we have energy security from bottom to top. And if a catastrophe strikes, like today, a war which prevents us from access to external resources, we can rely on our own potential. This is the concept that we have promoted in Poland for many years. It has not been too welcome, apparently. There are already some local governments that have begun to feel and appreciate the value of this concept. But overall, there are still areas and communities where this seems to be alien. Energy security, at the level of government is still fixed or embedded in the old paradigm of fossil fuels. And where do we get fossil fuels? Let's buy from as many suppliers as possible, so that if we can't buy from one, we will switch to another one quickly, etc., etc. This will make us safe and secure. And this has been the overarching idea of energy security for years: gas supply diversification, not to be 90% dependent on Russian gas, but at 60%. Next year it's going to be 50, but it's still 50. Maybe things will progress and accelerate as a result of the war, but this wouldn't be part of a plan anyway, but it would be a function or derivative of an emergency situation. The Polish government has not supported the use of local energy resources. Of course, Poland has seen a number of photovoltaic installations at the level of households, but there seems to be very little in terms of instruments at the local level or regional level for whole communities to join together in order to tap into this potential. Let alone, we have to mention that there are still outright obstacles to the use of renewable energy sources. So if you look up into towards the government, the higher you go, the more room for the old paradigm and for the old attachment to fossil fuels. So this is what I wanted to offer to you at this meeting, hoping that you appreciate that this concept can translate into more security and more readily, bigger access to energy sources. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Also for it's working, yeah. The information about the situation in Poland. I would like now to introduce the next speaker. Sorry, I have all the title. Piotr Ksembor, surname is correct, CEO at Infra Energy Storage and General Manager at Infra. Please, floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo za...
Thank you very much for invitation. I was thinking I would speak English, but I could hear interpreters doing a great job, so I will use my native language, and I'll speak longer, and I'll think it's going to be good for everyone. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to this compelling and exciting conference. I work for a company that develops hydrogen projects, and we build large-scale energy storage complexes, and we work with local governments that implement distributed energy storages that add up to virtual power plants, because the topic of this session is sustainability, climate neutrality, and energy security. I thought I could add my own reflections on the topic, and of course energy security and climate neutrality and sustainable development must always be placed in a broader context, and a geopolitical context, for example. And we see that an economy that is fossil fuel fired, if you like, may actually be vulnerable. And this vulnerability can sometimes materialize in the form of humanitarian crises and geopolitical crises, wars and tragedies, to put it in simple English. So we must no longer equate fossil fuels and energy security.
Teraz, w obecnych dniach głównym
the major root cause of the developments in Ukraine recently as the policy of Russia, and it is not the first and the last time Russia has played a vital role in energy crises. However, this is the first global climate crisis as well. We feel it every day as it affects ourselves and the economy. This is a global crisis. Earlier on, we had large migration flows in Syria, which caused conflict and caused crises. Today, we have a global crisis, and many analysts are pointing to climate change. In the background of this, where we fight for fossil fuels.
These climate changes were extraordinary. Well, there were some extraordinary events and or trends in nature. We have had an untypically cold winter, then an untypically cold spring, which caused lots of demand for gas. Later, we had an untypically hot summer, not only in Europe, Asia, America, and Australia. It also caused a significant demand for gas. So the stock of gas has been exhausted, or reduced at least. At the same time, there were events related to severe frost and a blackout in Texas, and hurricanes that disturbed LNG deliveries, supply deliveries to Europe and Asia. There were floods in the mines in China, and there was not enough water in Brazil or Norway, among others. What also coincided were changes in the use of wind resources, because currents have changed. So many commentators say, and I do agree with this, by the way, that the underlying cause of the current crisis, or the main factor that drove the current crisis, were climate changes. We can expect that together with the growth of temperature and an acceleration of climate changes, such events, such incidents will become more and more frequent. When we talk about energy security, a global paradigm, but also a local paradigm, is to aim at a swift achievement of climate neutrality. We see such action undertaken in Europe. We see such action undertaken at a local level. Currently, I'm working in a private company, but we do work together with local governments, and there is a lot of things happening. Many local governments want to implement solutions that will provide energy to local communities. Of course, there are climate issues, but there are also energy security issues, because local governments do realize that when climate changes come, when we've got peaks in demand, both for cooling in the summer and heating, especially in our climate zone in the winter, the central distribution grids will not always be able to supply enough fuel. Therefore, we try to get as much security as possible at the local level. Of course, I would not want the environmental actions and the actions related to introducing new technologies to be renewable energy sources, among others, to be perceived as something that is very costly, that we have to choose, but that we cannot afford to. There are lots of analyses, studies by McKinsey. There was quite a vast publication last year about the costs of new technologies. If we take, on the one hand side, renewable energy sources, battery systems, and solutions related to the production and usage of hydrogen, we see there is a clear path of reducing emissions, reducing costs. This is the Wright's law and a price reduction curve. On average, the reduction would amount to around 10% a year, the reduction of new technology cost. However, the price of fossil fuels doesn't seem to fall, and everything seems to imply that its extraction will be related to an increasingly higher cost. We already have more expensive fossil fuels. These are the facts, both as it comes to electricity as well as it comes to heating and cooling. Energy from fossil fuels is more expensive than the energy from renewable energy sources. A quick switch to new renewable energy technologies, energy stockage or hydrogen technologies will not only allow us to reach climate neutrality and produce energy in a sustainable manner, but also, as scientists underline, this will allow us to save as much as $14 trillion a year. There is no other alternative. We have to introduce this as fast as possible, not only due to environmental issues, but also for economic reasons. I can use my own example and tell you that the energy revolution doesn't seem to be as difficult as it would seem at first glance. We know that more than 30% is energy consumption in buildings, more than 20% accounts for transportation, and switching to renewable energy sources only in those two areas can be done quite rapidly, and that does not really require state-of-the-art technologies. There is enough to have a collector or photovoltaic panels on the roof and a well-insulated building, as well as electric cars. That would mean 10 megawatt hours per year for the house and the car. It would be enough to have a 10 kilowatt photovoltaic installation. Everyone can do this, and it's not so much time consuming. Installation work is quite simple, so we are able to restrict the energy needs among the population in terms of hot water, electricity and transportation quite fast and at affordable costs. I pay 20 euros for energy at home, and even if there is a 100% increase, I wouldn't even notice that much. I think this is also great in terms of protecting people who are especially vulnerable to rising energy costs. Such programs should have photovoltaic installations or heat pumps funded for them, or they should have electric cars made available to them. Of course, public transportation and bicycles is the best solution while designing cities and accounting for transportation needs. However, I think that the car sharing on or long lease agreements for cars can also allow us to use electric cars for a lower price than we would pay for combustion engines. I'm also responsible for hydrogen and for energy warehouses. Of course, what's key is installing renewable energy sources as well as energy effectiveness. These are the most important actions. We should install renewable energy sources at least 3 times as rapidly. It's quite simple if we're talking about small-scale installations. Poland is associated with coal, but right now Poland is one of the European leaders in terms of installing heat pumps and photovoltaic installations, since there are no administrative barriers for such installations, and there is a very low-level subsidy support, as well as attractive tax solutions. Poles have installed 3.1 gigawatt a year, and I think that trend is going to be upheld. I think that over the next 3 years, we will have 15 gigawatts of energy from photovoltaic installations. Over 7 years, we will have 30 gigawatts of energy from photovoltaic installations. That will produce 30 terawatt hours of energy, and the need of Poland is 170 terawatt hours, but this will be an important contribution to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels. You need to add heat pumps to that. The heat market is actually comparable to electricity market. I think you can definitely do some greening with heat pumps driven by photovoltaic installations. You can reduce the heating emissions that way. Another important problem that we have in Poland is smog. If we have 17 or $14 trillion, as scientists have calculated over the next 30 years, the savings would only amount to financial funds. They do not take account of technological costs. They do not take account of additional savings related to the positive aspects of the environment, of health aspects. I think it pays off to everyone. I think that investing in renewable energy sources, I mean, the countries that will bet on that, on new technologies, on renewable energy sources and stocking systems, systems that will be able to stock electricity over night, or hydrogen solutions. I think there are quite a few companies in Poland already who are investing in hydrogen solutions that will allow us to stock energy over seasons. I think the countries that will go that way will provide millions of new workplaces. And there will be interesting cooperation between those countries in terms of technological exchange. Thank you very much.
Much to Piotr for the interesting presentation. It is good to hear that renewables are more profitable, because often we say we have to equalize the price, but it is good. It is a reason they are more profitable. I will leave the floor to the fourth speaker, who is Ophélie Masson, Program Coordinator of Citizens Take Over Europe and European Alternatives, who will present us, it's okay? Present us the experience of Palermo Citizens Assembly, which was focused exactly on climate issues. There should be also the link projected on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. So as you mentioned, Andrea, of course, this is a crucial moment as we see the consequences of the Ukrainian war coming on us with the restrictions imposed on Russia on our transition, energetic transition. This is an opportunity, and we already see examples of why we should be mobilized now more than ever. Just two examples that I would like to quote right now. So the first one is that you may have seen in Brazil, Bolsonaro already stated that he wants to pass a new law. You know that maybe that most fertilizers that are used in the agriculture of Brazil is being imported. More than like 98% of their fertilizers are being imported. And Russia accounts for a big portion of that in the importations of potassium. As a result, Bolsonaro said, okay, well, we need more independence, of course, from Russia's importations. A solution that he proposes is to to go more intensely on the mining explorations. So the goal that he stated now is that he wants to extract as much as possible from mines in Brazil by 2050, especially on indigenous territories. So that's the first example that I think is, of course, quite terrifying. The other one, as a French citizen, I feel like I have to speak up about it, is maybe you know, like most of the electricity in France is coming from nuclear plants. And France wants the nuclear power and nuclear energy to be qualified as a renewable resource. Meaning that they would be able to increase the production of electricity through nuclear power even after the 2050 agreements in the EU. And of course, I personally do not qualify nuclear power as a renewable resource. So keeping that in mind, that shows us why it's important more than ever to focus on climate justice in times where we actually want to increase our independence, energetic independence in Europe. So that being said, I think there are solutions. So I'm going to try and bring a more positive vibe to this, and more positive maybe than what I presented to you yesterday. So we have been doing an experiment with the network of Citizens Take Over Europe. Eumans is a member of Citizens Take Over Europe. And we are doing this project called Assemblies of Solidarity. Essentially, this is a series of 20 local assemblies with citizens that we have been organizing in a bit more than 10 countries across Europe. Poland is one of those 10 countries, of course. And going around those 20 local assemblies, we've been focusing on climate change, we've been focusing on health and well-being, and on democracy and fundamental rights. So those three main pillars. After organizing those local assemblies, which all take place in the local languages of the countries, which is very important. We shouldn't assume that everyone should be speaking English. So after running those local assemblies, we then gathered with representatives of those local assemblies and climate experts, including Andrea, and democracy experts like Virginia also, and Daniela, who's with us also in the room today. And we gathered in Palermo. Why in Palermo? Well, we have been working as an organization with Citizens Take Over Europe and European Alternatives, which is also my official employer, let's say, there in Palermo, and also because, of course, Palermo is a very strategic place to create that bond with the Mediterranean region and to also expand the reach of our work beyond Europe. So we gathered in October in Palermo, and we discussed and gathered all the ideas that had emerged from the local level to put together this climate declaration. This is an example of direct democracy. This is an example of participative democracy put to the effort of the common good of climate justice, and as a result, of course, of more, hopefully, social justice. So that declaration is in 17 points. So I don't know if we can maybe scroll down a bit on the web page and see the points that are made of the declaration. This is a very like straight to the point declaration, and it is meant to be gathering main principles, and it's not bringing it's not saying people should sort out their waste this way or that way, or use solar panels or things like that. It is meant to be guiding principles that should guide our then climate concrete policies. Great. So. Okay, this is very tiny. I don't know. I hope you have very good eyes. So I will read it for you at the same time. So so number one is marginalized groups, workers, and youth must be included in developing the climate policy in a meaningful and effective way. Number two, feminism, anti-racism, and anti-discrimination are core principles of any climate policy. Number three, people and nature should not be treated like resources to be extracted. Hello, Bolsonaro. Our people and planet must be prioritized before profit and pollution. Number 4, no one should be left behind in the ecological transformation, and everyone should have a political voice in it. There is no climate justice without social justice. And so this point that I just mentioned, so number 4, along with number 5 and 6 are really the good example, like the perfect example of when citizens have a voice. They are also saying that they want to have a voice not just as a one-time shot like what we did, but also in the long-term democracy process and institutionalized process, which is why number 5 says democracy, transparency, accountability and responsibility should be the driving forces behind the revolution of our extractive and exploitative economic system. Number 6, citizens should be given legally binding ownership over the decision-making processes through citizens' assemblies and direct democracy. Only the people can lead the rapid and drastic changes that are required in our polluting practices. Number 7, the polluter must pay for pollution in a way that rapidly ensures the transformation of our economic system away from polluting industries to social and ecological justice and sustainability. Number 8, this is an obvious one. The fiscal burden in our societies must be moved from the taxation of labor to the taxation of industries that deplete natural resources. Again, if we go back to our example of mine extraction in Brazil, should the workers working in the mine should be taxed as part of their salary, or should the ones exploiting the mines be paying the taxes? Very simple. Number 9, the circular economy must become universal and waste must be reduced to a minimum. Reuse, repair, and recycling must be the norm. Number 10, awareness raising and political responses and cannot only be left to individual responsibility. Climate treaties must be binding and countries which do not respect their commitments must face sanctions. It is not just up to us individuals to pick the organic apple at the shop and to pick the sustainable bag and so on, and to reduce our plane traveling. Sure, we can do that, but that's, of course, a tiny drop in the ocean. The real responsibility falls on the systematic decisions at governmental level and industry level. Number 12, energy as a common good in public ownership should be ensured to achieve a globally just and sustainable transition. Number 13, water and air are common goods of humanity that must not be privatized and should be legally protected. The privatization of water, we don't see it maybe too much yet in Europe, but it's already happened in other regions of the world, and it is coming slowly to Europe. This is a very invisible issue, I think, for now, for us in the West especially, but it is coming our way, and it must be really a priority. Number 14, respect the knowledge of communities that know how to restore land, revitalize nature, and produce food in a sustainable way, such as indigenous communities. Number 15, invest in science, which is, of course, has been one of the core topics of the Eumans Congress. Research and technology should be invested in to prevent and address climate change and its effects, and base all policies on the scientific consensus. Number 16, climate asylum should be recognized, and everyone should have the right to choose their place of home and to flee, of course, because of climate change consequences. And finally, number 17, Europe has a historic responsibility for global warming through industrialization, ecological and human destruction through capitalism and colonialism. Europe must show global leadership whilst promoting cooperation with other parts of the world and acknowledge its historical faults. Oh. Okay, okay, it's back. Whilst promoting cooperation with other parts of the world, acknowledging its historic faults and ensure reparations. Okay. Yes, boycotting is a way of action for sure. So this is the final result that we have as part of this democratic process of direct participation. So coming from local assemblies that took place in Poland, in Sweden, in Spain, in Romania, we gathered then those principles that were then put together in a more, like, let's say, policy language also and European decision-making language by our members of Citizens Take Over Europe and the representatives of the local assemblies that attended. So this is to show also that there is a way of doing direct participative democracy in an efficient way and more efficient than what the Conference on the Future of Europe is offering to us right now. As we see it, the Conference on the Future of Europe is actually a very heavy and not so direct actually process. There is a way of doing that more directly. We're trying to prove it as citizens, as activists, as NGOs. So if we can do it with the resources that we have, the EU should be able to do it with the resources that they have. Yeah, so that was my main point. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Philippe. For the presentation. We have an extraordinary new speaker in this conference, so I will try to close this session a bit in advance. The debate will be delayed a bit. I would like to close summarizing the points I took from the different presentations. We know that the transition to sustainable resources is now urgent because of global warming, but also because the ownership of fossil fuels reserves give to few countries a great power in the geopolitical context, leading to conflicts and diplomatic crises, and because most of the extractive minerals and fossil fuels are at affordable prices because of the exploitation of low-cost workforce and with damaging effect for the life quality of a wide range of people in the world. Our proposal of Eumans is a global carbon pricing, and we believe, and this could be debated afterwards, that a global carbon pricing agreement could be an instrument of peace. Why? Because probably and maybe the solution is to give a great value to sustainability instead of giving value only to the materials and the resources. If we give value to sustainability, if we agree all on giving a price on carbon, maybe we foster the equal distribution of energy sources. We create new economic system based on a fair global energy market. So thanks to the speakers, I leave the floor to Virginia to introduce the new speaker of this event.
Yes, and we still have one microphone, shared microphone. So I'm, thank you, Andrea, and thank you all to all of the speakers, because of course the energetic and economical element in general is important, but it's also one of the pillars and of the lens, one of the lenses that we need to analyze the current war we are close by or involved somehow. As Andrea mentioned, we have an important speaker, and I'm very happy to announce her, because part of the Congress had been characterized by the multiple NGO and civil society activists that in these days in Poland are managing the incredible migrants emergency, probably the biggest and largest since ever. And her role is Anna Maczynska. She is the Vice Commissioner for Human Rights in Poland, or Ombudsman, I think is the correct word. It's a very particular role because it's a bridge between citizens and institutions as well. And Ms. Maczynska is also been very active on the field of migrants, not only with the ongoing emergency, but also with the situation that were recent on, and it's actually ongoing on the border with Belarus. So I think her perspective of the current situation, but also the role of Poland as one of the borders of the European Union can be very important for us to interpret not only the situation of these days, but in general the approach of the European Union and the Eastern Europe in the management of people that might have been forced to escape for different reasons. War is one, climate change is another one. And so the floor is for Anna Maczynska, Vice Commissioner for Human Rights in Poland.
Probably I don't. Okay. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today and to share with you our experience as a Deputy Ombudsman. I'm dealing with the issues very important for human rights area, which is national preventive mechanism, so it is a mechanism against torture and also as execution of penalties, but there are also other areas. At the moment, there are a lot of challenges in front of us because of the situation at the Ukrainian border and also Belarusian border. The Ombudsman, the official name is the Commissioner for Human Rights, is in fact a guardian of human rights in Poland. And saying this, I would like to underline that we should be present everywhere where we found a violation of human rights, in all detention places, but not only detention places, but in all places when we can find a critical situation for human rights. And that is why we started our interventions at the very beginning when we found that at the Belarusian border there are many problems because of huge flow of people coming irregularly to Poland. It is not a crime to come to the EU country in a regular way. But nowadays there is another challenge, and this is a challenge because of the invasion of Russia and the situation at the Ukrainian border. Today at 3 o'clock, our team with me, we return from at 3 o'clock in the night. We return from Ukrainian border. So let me start saying that, this is a very critical moment. We visited nearly most of the checkpoints at the Ukrainian border. The first ever visit took place on 25th of February, so at the very beginning of the invasion. And it was a very traumatic situation for people to see thousands of people coming to Poland. What is interesting, without any luggage. Many of them only a small plastic bags, children and pets, nothing. In an absolutely traumatic, it was enough for us to look at their faces. Their faces express absolutely the end of the world. Such a dramatic situation. So we started at the very beginning. It was also a shock for all of us. You know, Poland was not so well prepared. And I remember my first reflection when I noticed a train coming from Belarus with 2,000 people. And, well, we found that the only possibility is, you know, to rely on non-governmental organizations and just people. So people were absolutely great Polish people from the very beginning. They offer everything. They offer food. It was something I never seen in my life. Such a incredible assistance, and unfortunately from the very beginning we noticed a lot of problems with the institutional, let's say, bodies, with the central government. It was a chaos. It was a chaos, but don't be, well, we cannot expect that for the first time after 1945, we should react to such a situation. And slowly, well, we found that there is a very positive movement everywhere in Poland coming from the NGOs and from the people. So it was a little bit chaotic, but it was just spontaneous activity of thousands of people. And our last visit, so it means the last 3 days at the border, we found a real progress. First of all, we found that the institution, the border guards, they deal properly at the border. They offer everything what is needed at the first glance: food, drinking water, warm tents for families. And, well, today, in a few minutes, I think, our report from the border will be published on our website and very soon will be translated into English. So I'm so happy to see the situation in even small places, such a positive change. Unfortunately, there are still many challenges at the reception points. Imagine that one reception point is for one room, is for 7,000 people. Of course, there are different sizes. There are small, for instance, schools, but there is a huge, incredible, to see 7,000 people and in a traumatic situation, it is you need a real emotional strength to deal with such a situation, with children, babies, without absolutely in despair. Well, today our emotions are going down because we have to work. We have to work properly, and we have to open not only our heart, but we have to open our brains, our skills, because this is the first wave. And now many of them, they wanted to stay in Poland. So on 16th of March, they will be able to register person by person. So after the registration, the labor market will be open for them, health system, and accommodation, plus financial support. Frankly speaking, Poland is not fully prepared for this challenge. Even the school system, so many people imagine that there are estimations saying that we can expect even 5-6 million people. What I notice that there are many offers coming from Spain, from the Netherlands, from Germany. But people, there are many people in Germany, but people are afraid to go far away without knowledge of language. They feel in Poland like more or less at home, closer to their, let's say, places. And they, they think that they will be able to return to Ukraine as soon as possible. So I tell you that, we expect, of course, a solidarity from many countries, and we expect also as very serious, strong support from the European Union, from the European Commission, and I deeply believe that this support will come very soon. Well, we have so many offers. I give you an example. We have a partner institution. Our partner institution is in Kiev. This is a Commissioner for Human Rights in Kiev. Yesterday, a lady from the Kiev office plus from the branch office in Lviv. They arrive at the border, and we offer them some kind of stuff and medicine. Medicine is really very, very needed. Hygienic materials, everything. Well, so they've been so really gratitude that they've got something, and the gesture of solidarity. So I would like to appeal to you to offer this telephone calls, something, a small gesture is extremely important. So I think that the picture of the situation in Ukraine is dramatic, but at least they feel support. They know that they will find in Europe, let's say, a safe place. There's another story about the Belarusian border. As you know, in Belarus, people they cross the border in irregular way because they cannot cross the border legally. So this is the only. And the situation at the Belarusian border is really very dramatic because there is, the border is, in the woods and also swamps. So very difficult to cross these border lines. And unfortunately, there is a law which we are totally against this legal regulation, which allows the border guard to use, unfortunately, very famous instrument, horrible instrument, pushback instrument. Pushbacks are contrary to the international law. No question about it. And that's why we started a real battle. A real battle, of course, what we can do. We can only appeal to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Interiors, to the parliamentarians to change this law, because we have two different pictures, Belarusian border and Ukrainian border. And at the Belarusian border, there are many, of course, many volunteers, and they try to help these poor people crossing the border in a horrible state, really, physical and mental state. They are people mainly from Yemen, even from Cuba, from African countries, and it was this horrible policy used by Lukashenko. And very soon we expect a very important judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, where, we do hope to that the court will allow us to present amicus curiae, but there is a very important intervention, third-party intervention of Dunia Mijatovic. Dunia Mijatovic is the Commissioner for Human Rights in the Council of Europe. And in October, she joined us. She decided to check the situation at the Belarusian border, and she was a witness of our, let's say, activity in the middle of night, in the middle of woods, close to the swamps, when we offer a real support for people from Ethiopia, Cuba, and Afghanistan. So it was a big group of people. And then from the very beginning, these people, they declared that they expect to get international protection. If we are present, so the border guard has to accept this. But if we are not, so they ignore and they use pushback policy. And we will see. We are very stubborn to change the situation, and this situation really must be changed because it is inhuman and it is contrary to Geneva Convention, to the EU directives, and also to Polish Constitution and European Convention on Human Rights, Article 4, Protocol 4 to the European Convention of Human Rights. So we have a little bit mixed faces, I mean, a little bit confused. On one side, we have fantastic people and the border guard, very helpful. And everywhere, of course, individuals, and everywhere non-governmental organizations. Without them, it would be a disaster, absolutely disaster. But we have a very, let's say, I don't want to say inhuman phase, but I wanted to say inhuman policy. For many border guards, it is a real problem. We talked to them and they said, listen, we are in a trap. We know that we cannot, we shouldn't expel these people. We shouldn't, they are sometimes children. At the same time, if we protest against such a policy, we'll be expelled, our family from, well, we can lose our job, everything, and also it is also a criminal responsibility. But at the same time, to use this pushback and to apply this pushback, it's also a criminal responsibility. So I'm maybe it's a little bit too far to say that I'm not optimistic, but I do hope that after when the European Court of Human Rights will adopt the judgment, no question about it, that the judgment will support a permanent line of judiciary in the European Court, that it is violation of the European Convention. So the situation should be changed, absolutely should be changed. But now, well, our office and our, let's say, our staff, our staff is working 24 hours. There is no limitation. There is no, Sunday, Saturday. We are mobile telephone. We know what's going on two borders. And so this is absolutely the most important challenge in the office established in 1987. 1987, before the transformation. So there are many, of course, there are rule of law problems and so on, but this migration challenge is critical. This is at the Belarusian border. It is not the migration crisis. It is humanitarian crisis. At the Ukrainian border, we are talking about the migration crisis. And this is a task for all of us, absolutely. Individuals and NGOs, European NGOs, to deal properly, to offer something, because, well, this is not only Polish problem, Lithuanian, Latvian. This is our common concern, and we have to share the responsibility, because without this, there is no Europe at all. So this is a challenge for all European people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna Maczynska, Vice Commissioner for Human Rights in Poland. I'm glad that the people that are following online in Italian, English, and Polish had the chance to listen to your emotions, the sadness, and the pride of your role. So thank you for sharing, and thanks for being with us after a long night, I guess. So thank you very much. Okay, so I encourage everyone to find ways to act practically. I remember that we have the collection point of goods for Ukraine at the downstairs. So if you want to buy the medical materials that were mentioned, it's still possible until 7 to bring it here. And so I'd say we close this session. We have a little break, and then at 4 we are back for the final session, which is how participatory democracy can be one of the instruments that European citizens have available for act on the suggestions that we had, not only with this last speech, but in general for the last 2 days. So we are back here at 4 p.m. and in the meantime, I remember to all the Eumans members that the documents in vote for the assembly for the Congress are available on the website. Thank you very much. Okay, hello, 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 hello. This is a Congress, not a party. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, but we are ready to start the final session. So, Lorenzo, only one question for you. So back to the room at Copernicus Science Center in Warsaw for the last session before the voting phase of the first Congress of Eumans, the Open Congress of Citizens for Sustainable Peace, Freedom and Democracy. I keep reading the name of the Congress just to be sure it's real what we are doing. The next session is on participatory democracy at service of sustainable peace, freedom, and democracy. Is going to be facilitated by Lorenzo Mineo, who is the coordinator of political rights initiatives of Eumans. Whilst people get back to the room, I say again, good afternoon to the numerous people that follow the works of the Congress on Zoom and on Associazione Luca Coscioni YouTube channel in Italian, Eumans channel in English, and Miso channel in Polish. I would like to be sure that everyone is back, because I wanted to give the floor to the first speaker before the session. Yeah, maybe. And also the others outside. For the Eumans members, you find all the documents for the voting phase on the website. You find the motion, the statute amendments, and you still have time to propose amendments and recommendations according to the rule of the works that was approved yesterday. I also thank Radio Radicale, who is broadcasting the entire works of the Congress and broadcasted the last session that we had. And I also want to thank the people that are becoming Eumans members in these hours. And earlier I was talking with our member Sibilla Barbieri, who was asking if someone has practical help that can be offered to the local civil society here in Poland in terms of helping the refugees. The best is either to send us an email on info@eumans.eu to provide you the best contacts, or you can directly contact our partners at MISO, the International Institute for Civil Society, who are managing some activities directly in terms of direct help to the refugees. Okay, there should be Stasia Ginnik with us, but she's not. I'm sending her a message. You texted her? Okay. Okay, maybe allora Lorenzo can start with the introduction of the session, and then if Stasia joins us, we will introduce her.
Okay, thank you very much, Virginia. This is the final question on participatory democracy, and I think that an alternative title to this session could be, okay, good to see.
Sorry, let's go back to the original plan, sorry, and then Lorenzo can take the podium for his session. So, okay, so I'm very happy to have with us today activists for democracy. Again, we tackle the issue of European Union and Europe, and I think this opportunity of the Congress is also an opportunity to think about transnational activism and how the defense of democracy has different shapes according to the local context. The next person that will take the floor before the session is sorry, finding the name. that is not on the website. Okay, why I can't find it? Stasia Ginnik from the Belarus Youth Hub in Warsaw. So thank you, Stasia, for being with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to have a speech before you. I want to alarm on a problem that is happening right now at the border of Ukraine. But firstly, I want to say a couple of numbers that I hope most of you know, but I think that it's important to remind it every day. Since 2020, Belarusian nation faces an extreme level of violence and torture. Numbers for today: 1,313 political prisoners only officially. Of that, 156 women and 12 people underaged. There is no oil in our country. There is no oil in Belarus, but Belarus is a country that is kind of a borderline between Europe and Russia, and all of the markets and all of the trades and all the trucks that are going from Russia are going through Belarus. Behind the loud phrases and statements of being with us from European politicians, we found it out that the level of trade and agreements and the establishment of the Belarusian and European trade is only getting higher. From 2012, the numbers of money that is transported from Belarus to Europe and backwards only grew. For example, Poland is buying more than 56% of Belarusian wood. It did before the last sanctions. We struggled for sanctions for all of these 2 years. All of the Belarusians were aware of the economical, of all the things that can happen to our lives because of the sanctions. But we wanted, we were sure that this can help to free the people of Belarus. We weren't heard. Unfortunately, European Union was afraid of Russia, was afraid of Russian aggression, Russian influence, and the first package of somehow economical sanctions were introduced only after Lukashenko hijacked the Ryanair plane. Now we have sanctions, but also we have war. Thousands of Belarusians were made to leave our country, and they went to Ukraine and found their new home there. As you can guess, now they are among the Ukrainians at the Polish border. So these people firstly needed to run away from Lukashenko because they were choosing between leaving the country and get into prison for 10 or more years without anything. They left everything they had at homes. And only after starting their new lives, they needed to leave a new home because of the war. Putin and Lukashenko are a problem not only for Ukrainians, but also for Belarusians. And I was shocked because we were always hearing supporting words in Poland, and Poland did a lot to help Belarusians in 2020. But right after, the first bombs that Lukashenko and Russia put it from the Belarusian territory into the border of Ukraine and for Ukraine, all of the Belarusian nation was called an aggressor. All of the populistic politicians forgot all of their words, all of their supportive words. The law that is about to be introduced in Poland, the fantastic law that will help Ukrainians, that will have opportunity to stay here in Poland and work here without special permits, without visa, or without without need to have refugee status. This law doesn't include any other nations that also escaped Ukraine. If you can have a list of embassies that help the people to return home, you won't see there Belarus or Russia, of course, because those countries never think of their citizens. So now we have thousands of Belarusian families that face xenophobia here, not because of their support of Lukashenko. They were struggling with Lukashenko for all their lives. But they feel xenophobia because Lukashenko is with Putin, and because populistic politicians change their minds really quick. We don't know what to do because the only two propositions they have now is either get back to Belarus, go to prison, or went for refugee status. Why is it a problem to have a refugee status for them now? Because all of the Belarusian credit cards are blocked in Ukraine, and we understand that that's the wartime in Ukraine. They just blocked all the financial opportunities for Russian and Belarusian people. But after you apply for refugee status, you are not permitted to work for half of a year. And the maximum amount you get as a help, financial help, is 750 zlotys. It's less than 200 euros. So thousands of Belarusians are asked to, they can stay in Poland for 200 euros a month with no right to work, no right to have special assistance or anything. All of the financial opportunities that Belarusian diaspora had, because we supported all the families that needed to escape Belarus, are now with our Belarusian soldiers that help Ukraine. These are people I know. These are brave young Belarusians that were here in Warsaw as well. Also, they were refugees, but now they are in Ukraine, struggling for their freedom together with Ukrainians. I hope that European Union has enough strength and right and enough belief in human rights to understand what does that mean to be in a situation of repressions, violence, torture, what is to be twicely traumatized like this during a year. And I hope that we'll see new decisions made for people of Belarus to support them, maybe now. Thank you.
Thank you, Stasia. Belarus Youth Hub in Warsaw. And thanks also for, again, it's a perfect flow with the previous speech that we got from the Ombudsman. So thank you very much for being with us. And I remind that also yesterday Nicolò Milanese from European Alternatives mentioned that European Alternative is starting to organize a series of assemblies involving Ukrainian, Belarusian and European activists for democracy, so Eumans will for sure follow this project as well. So now the floor to Lorenzo Mineo, coordinator of Initiative for Political Rights of Eumans, who is going to open the session on participatory democracy for a sustainable peace.
Thank you very much, Virginia. And I think that another title for this session could be also which role for a citizen movement during a war. I want to start from there because I think this is really the point. We are having this conference, this Congress now. Meanwhile, bombs are attacking Ukraine a few kilometers from here. And so the first instinctive reaction to that and to the question which role could be the one for direct democracy, for the activation of citizen initiative in that framework. And the first instinctive reaction could be no one. We may think that this is a matter for governments, for realpolitik, for diplomacy at least, but not for popular initiatives and citizens. I think as Stasia was saying with her speech, only by activating ourselves we can change the course of some injustice that we see around the world. It regards migration policies, human rights violations. It can regards also the war situation. So when we conceived firstly this session, there was still no war. Our attempt was to see how some of the recommendations issuing from the conference on the future of Europe could become reality and could really influence the European policy. And now that the situation, the context around us changed completely, we ask also ourselves, is it still the case to have this session? But we thought that yes, definitely it is the case to do it, and there can be a role for citizens' initiative even during a war, just because democracy, as the opposite to authoritarian regime, is the regime in which dialogue, the space for ideas, for confrontation and tolerance can help to bring ideas, proposals that can make the situation better, even in a worst case. And it's not a coincidence that some recommendation regarding very important institutional reforms that national states, member states, didn't have the courage to take until now, historical problems such as the lack of a European foreign policy, the lack of a European energy policy for being autonomous maybe from other countries and regimes which are not exactly democratic. So it's not a case that proposal on those matters on which member states are so late came from citizens' panels on the Conference on the Future of Europe, in particular the conference, the panel on EU migration and the role of the EU in the world, with Daniela Vancis, which is a manager a project manager at Democracy International. We will see more in detail what these recommendations are about in the field of EU foreign policy, EU energy policy, for instance. And together also with Michele Fiorillo, that will take the floor later, we will discuss about how a permanent citizen assembly, opening the dialogue in the form of a citizen assembly, like it was in the Conference on the Future of Europe, but we would like it in a binding way, could give even more substance to this proposal. So the recommendation that were at the center of the panel of the Conference on the Future of Europe could be implemented more in detail by a proper citizen assembly, for instance, in the form of a convention about which European institutions are today talking about. So our proposal is exactly this, and this proposal is going to be at the center of a demonstration tomorrow at 10 a.m. In front of the building of the representation of the European Commission here in Warsaw. You can find all the detail, of course, on the Human website. We would like to see you, all of us, tomorrow demonstrating with us. And this, as I was saying, this proposal are at the center of the demonstration. A European citizen assembly bisortition on EU foreign policy and EU energy policy to give the floor to citizens where national states and member states didn't achieve to have a concrete European and federalist reforms. So this is the basis of our session today. I would like to now give the floor first to Daniela Vanci, who will, better than me, explain the recommendation of the panel, and so see how we can move forward from this recommendation to the transformation in European policy. This is our request to the European institution.
Yes, thank you very much, Lorenzo, for the introduction, and thanks to Eumans for the invitation and for organizing this really, really impressive event, a very timely event, of course. I have to admit, it's really difficult to follow the last few speeches that we had, are very sobering speeches, but I think Lorenzo said it perfectly in his introduction that democracy is the opposite of this, what we're seeing in this crisis. So it's even more important that we continue to reinforce democracy, as it's really the glue that's keeping Europe together. Indeed, I want to talk about three different points that Lorenzo mentioned. First, I want to talk about Europe's big experiment, big citizens' assembly experiment. Maybe you've heard about it, at least if you're with Citizens Take Over Europe. I know you've heard about it enough, but maybe some of you will learn something new then today. Another point I want to bring up is how we can introduce citizens' assemblies in already existing mechanisms of the EU. We'll hear from Michele later about a permanent EU Citizens Assembly, but maybe there are ways we can also introduce citizens' assemblies in already existing mechanisms in the EU. Those are things we can think about. And I also want to speak about the need for fundamental democratic reform in the EU, especially right now, given that this is no better time to really discuss the long-term democratic future of Europe. So first point about the big democratic experiment of the EU is, you know, and we've discussed already today and yesterday, there's this conference on the future of Europe, and one major point of it is the European Citizens Panels. And this is the first time at this level that citizens' assemblies, bisorticians, randomly selected citizens, are selected to discuss, well, the future of Europe, really every topic under the sun. It's climate, it's democracy, it's migration, economy, jobs, social justice, it's everything, you name it. And they've been meeting since September until September of last year, until about a few weeks ago, was when the last session met. There are 800 citizens, 800 across the EU. They're representative according to various categories. That's age, gender, member state that they come from, level of education or their financial level, and if they're from an urban area or a rural area. What's also interesting is that there's a big youth dimension in these panels, and 1/3 of these citizens panels, so 1/3 of those 800 are age 16 to 25. So you can really consider this kind of like a mini Europe that has started to discuss what direction Europe should go into. And this is still an ongoing process, so there's not much we can say about the outcomes right now, but it's already, I think, very interesting to see this experiment play out. There's a few highlights I want to mention, maybe some setbacks, because I think we should not really go into this too starry-eyed, that this is an experiment. We, of course, very much welcome it. We hope that EU continues with citizen assemblies. I mean, we're calling for a permanent European Citizens Assembly, but we should also be really clear about what the setbacks are. Because if this experiment would happen again, those are things that definitely need to be addressed. So first, maybe starting with the good news. This is historic, as I mentioned. Never at this level has citizen assemblies been incorporated in EU consultations to this scale. That's not to say it's the first time sortition has been used in the EU. There was 2018, 2019, a consultation on the future of Europe, and that's where 100 randomly selected citizens were chosen to come to Brussels to put together a consultation, a list of questions that all citizens could take part in regarding the future of Europe. So it's not the first time that sortition is being experimented with, but definitely the first time that citizens' assemblies that are brought together across multiple weekends to discuss specific topics, they're given a specific task. That's the first time this is happening EU level. Also highlight is that it's, well, brave of the EU, I would say. We criticize a lot this process, but actually I would really say it's brave of the EU to invite citizens that represent all different political ideas, and they're basically saying, tell us what you like about Europe, what you don't like about Europe, we want to hear that too. So let me also just say maybe it's brave, and we should also recognize that. Also, no topics are off limits. This is different because that means we can now discuss topics of treaty change. That is something that, if you know, has kind of been like a Pandora's box in the EU the last few years. You couldn't really utter the words treaty change. EU leaders would not really want to hear it, and that's something that suddenly is on the table again, and in the last few weeks, much more so. So citizens themselves can also develop recommendations. They can put proposals on the table that require treaty change, and it's very good. I would say we should very much welcome this, that we're able to expand the scope of how we discuss Europe. I would also say, as we don't know the outcomes yet, we should have a clear idea after May 9th. The lives have definitely been changed of these 800 citizens that have been selected. I monitored and observed the panel, European Citizens Panel number 2 on migration in Europe and the world, and I can tell you the citizens I met there are really amazed that this is happening. They've learned so much about the EU. They've made friendships. They're planning, even though let's say their mandate has ended at this point, they're planning trips to see each other. So friendships have definitely been created through this process, and I think that's also just a special human point that we shouldn't forget when we're talking about all the benefits, the many benefits of citizens' assemblies. Now maybe the not so good news, at least, well, let's say lessons learned, what we can learn if we want to go forward with citizens' assemblies in the EU, and I definitely think we should. We highly criticize what Citizens Take Over Europe and all of its member organizations that marginalized communities have not been involved in a real meaningful way as in the European citizens panels. There were these 5 criteria that I mentioned, but for example, I think it's the panel on Europe in the world and migration. It's really a shame that there was not many people with migrational backgrounds there. That's really a shame not to invite them in the room. So this is something to highly criticize. When we're talking about marginalized groups, that's also no EU residents were invited. So those who are also affected by EU policy live here but don't have EU citizenship, maybe not yet, maybe can't get it. They were not invited. And also no EU candidate countries. You can imagine, I mean, when we're discussing like Europe in the world, for example, and defense policy, that's like no Ukrainian citizens were there. And they are there now in Strasbourg, just giving a statement, but they were not an integral part of the European citizens panel. So you can see what some of the setbacks there are. Last couple maybe lessons learned, I would say, from this process. The way experts were chosen, it was really a one-sided argument on many of the points. We really criticized the way experts were chosen, and that also the way experts were involved. And towards the later part of the deliberations and discussions, experts were not really involved at all. So at some point, discussions were really not even totally based in fact, where it came to really like scientific questions like about climate, for example. The citizens really needed to rely on the experts to kind of fact check those discussions, and they were not really involved in that process. So that's something to criticize, to make sure that, of course, the level of debate is always based in fact. And then, of course, the quality of deliberation is really affected because there's so little time. I mean, you can imagine all these topics I just mentioned that is being discussed, really everything under the sun, and they only started in September, had just really across 3 weekends. They were broken up into different groups, but the citizens just met across 3 weekends to discuss this. So there were 4 panels. These 800 were broken into 4. But this is the time problem is something we've criticized from the very, very beginning. I'd also mention now, because it's really interesting for this debate, and Lorenzo just opened the floor for that, the recommendations that came out of the panel on EU and the world and migration. This was European Citizens Panel 4. They came up with 40 recommendations. What might be interesting for this discussion, I'll highlight 3 recommendations that they came up with. One was to reduce dependencies on oil imports. So this would be basically that they called for an expansion on alternative oil or energy sources, and investing also in other sustainable options like high-speed European train. So these are recommendations coming directly from the citizens. They also recommended an increase in European Union's sovereignty in its energy production. And they specifically mentioned also, in case that there are authoritarian regimes, that we should really distance ourselves from this. I mean, what this was is really basically we should not sell our soul to Putin just so we can, warm our houses in the winter. The third point is they called specifically for a joint armed forces of the EU. This would be for self-defense. So specifically, they mentioned not an aggressive military action, that this would be strictly prohibited. These points, I mean, this is the demand tomorrow at this demonstration. These are recommendations from the citizens directly. All this time and energy and money that the EU has placed into this participation process, and this is the recommendations that came out. So these cannot be ignored. It's not just that we're calling for them on the street, that we're calling for them in our conferences and our recommendations, but the citizens themselves that were invited to do this job has also called for these exact same things. So that's something the EU absolutely cannot ignore. I want to speak now. I'm not going to go into too much detail about why we need a permanent citizens assembly, because Michele will touch on that and the work that we'll be doing in Citizens Take Over Europe for that. But I want to mention why that would be even important, just as a first, maybe as an introduction to what Michele would say. I would say this is a good way, citizens' assemblies are a good way to tackle the issues where there has not really been political bravery on. We can see that also in Ireland. It's kind of the gold standard for us. Maybe we'll hear from Martin more about the details of what happened in Ireland, the citizens' assembly there, but the politicians were really, they didn't want to deal with the issue of getting rid of the ban on abortion in Catholic conservative Ireland. So they basically said, we'll have a citizens' assembly on it. We'll give this question to the citizens, basically get the issue off our backs. But of course, then we know what the outcome of that was, and it led finally to the removing the ban on abortion. But this is a really great way why we can use citizens' assemblies, is because where there's no political bravery, where politicians do not take a strong stance on issues that need to be taken and dealt with urgently, citizens can have that mandate and they can demand and recommend that. I would also say that we can introduce citizens' assemblies in some existing mechanisms that we already have. So you've heard already about the European Citizens Initiative, and I would say let's even think further about the European Citizens Initiative and how we can introduce citizens' assemblies in this process. One way of that would be a citizens' initiative review. The state of Oregon in the United States does this. This is basically where a citizens' assembly takes place on a successful ECI. So once you reach the 1 million signatures within 1 year, which is a requirement for a successful ECI, that you then a citizens' assembly would be triggered on that. And a good argument for this would be is that, well, 1 million signatures, 1 million citizens are not a majority, of course. It's people who obviously feel strongly about that issue and they've signed that. But what about surveying the general population? This is a good way to do that with a citizens' assembly because they are by nature representative. So it's a good way to kind of survey what does the general population think about it. They're a mirror of society is how you can consider it. Kind of the same idea, but other way around, is an ECI to trigger a citizens' assembly. So you can maybe think instead of a threshold of 1 million signatures in 1 year to get on the desk of the European Commission, that we could also have a lower threshold to have an ECI then that would trigger a citizens' assembly on the issue, so that then the general population would also give their thoughts on it. And that could also, all this is just pressure points, right, then on political leaders to take action. So it's just other avenues we can use to raise that pressure. Now I'd like to just come to the third point before I close up, and that is why do we even need a fundamental democratic reform? I mean, maybe I'm also just preaching to the choir here. Of course, we see that we have this experiment, we have this whole process with the conference on the future of Europe, with the European citizens panels as historic as they are, but they're really going to just be a Band-Aid to the really deep democratic problems that Europe faces, that we see even more so in the last few weeks that we are facing. We have not all the competencies we need in Europe to deal as a union. We are just coming out of a pandemic. Actually, we're still in a pandemic, not to forget, but we're dealing with this pandemic. We have health problems in the EU. There's no health crises. EU's coming to a stop right there. It's 27 different member states doing things in their own way. We have now crises right in our backyard right here, and we don't have defense competencies in the EU. We are reaching another wall. We're right at a stop. We're dealing already immediately. We see also the effects of the energy problems. What is this going to deal with our energy? I mean, thankfully we have spring right now. What's going to mean for the fall and winter when it starts getting much colder? There are no EU competencies on energy. It's 27 different member states. So again, we're reaching a wall. And these are all, oh, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay, okay. So all these are just examples of the many points that we are just reaching a wall. We are just reaching a stop in Europe. We cannot really go deeper. We cannot really go further past the surface to think about a sustainable democratic Europe, because there's so many things in the Lisbon Treaty that are just blocking us. And not to reject the Lisbon Treaty, because it brought us the European Citizens Initiative, it brought us many great things, but I think now, 20 years after the fact, we can take a look at, okay, is Europe today really ready to deal with the 21st century? I don't think so. So we see it now more than ever. So, I mean, I would just say in conclusion, really, we should welcome all these attempts, Conference on the Future of Europe, European Citizens Panels, the European Citizens Initiative. We should do all of this. We should definitely welcome them. But in the end, we're going to need a really democratic reform of Europe. And my best suggestion how we could do that would be through a European Constitutional Convention. Not backdoor deals, not intransparent decisions like how things were made during the financial crisis. It can be very, very tricky, a very sliding slope that backdoor decisions are made in times of crisis, and we need Europe that's now proactive, not always reactive. Otherwise, we're just we're really going down that slope where these decisions are made intransparently. So we really need to review what are the rules of the game that we have in Europe. What are the treaties that we have? We need a constitutional convention that citizens are also invited to build. So we've done good work in Europe already, but I think there's more we could do too.
It's not working? Okay, you can hear me, fine. Thank you very much, Daniela. And now, just to integrate what Daniela just said, I would like to give the floor to Michele Fiorillo. So meanwhile, Daniela is coordinating for Citizens Take Over Europe the activities on the constitutional group, and so the activities of the Conference on the Future of Europe, the advocacy group, sorry. Michele Fiorillo is coordinating the working group on Citizen Assembly for Citizens Take Over Europe, and so we could say somehow that we are trying to building a coalition of actors from the civil societies that even outside the institution are campaigning for Citizen Assembly. Michele, will you explain this better? Since
yes, thanks a lot, Lorenzo. Thanks to Virginia and Marco to organize this very timely event, as it was said already, that became timely, also more timely by chance, because the war happened and is happening when no one expected it and no one wanted it, except maybe Mr. Putin. And maybe also some other people, but maybe it's not the right place to discuss this into details. But what I wanted to say is that was timely before, because representative institution needs deliberative participative democracy as integration and strengthening of parliaments, city councils, and continental level parliaments like we have uniquely in Europe at the moment, in the world, because we don't have something like that. We have something like in Mercosur. They are trying to imitate what we are doing in Europe, or in Asia also with ASEAN, but it's not direct election as in the case of the European Union. And so this is we already created, not we, I mean all the people that struggled before us to have a stronger European democracy during the construction of European integration. I think, for instance, to this Altiero Spinelli, whose name is on the entrance of the European Parliament, asked that the citizen could intervene directly in the European life beyond the interest of the market, beyond the interest of the lobbyists. And I want to say today also beyond the interest of the military apparatus that, in my opinion, I dare to say we risk that we start to have too much EV influence also over our institution in this situation of emergency. Why I say that? Because tomorrow we are going to, Lorenzo, you mentioned it, we are going to demonstrate to have a sit-in. Where is the flag? I think it's important that each of us also this evening, when we are going around, maybe talking with friends from Warsaw, from Ukraine, we want all of them be with us tomorrow morning, so maybe not partying too much this night and going all together to us to have this European Citizen Assembly for peace. Sustainable peace is written because, yes, peace could not be a peace of the stronger, of the big powers over the little countries, over the weaker. So it has to be a true peace. And also we wrote here about energy policy, because we know that also this war probably, or generally speaking, the wars have also sometimes roots on one of the principal problems of our society since ever. So how we can produce our goods. And to produce, you need not only workers, you need also energy. And of course, there is the question of defense. And European Union, we know, needs that, needed before even this war to have a strategic autonomy on defense and security. But the point, as it was already in the 50s, you remember in the 50s already they were talking, Spinelli, Alcide De Gasperi, Konrad Adenauer, Schuman, they were talking about the need to have a community of European defense. because was starting the war in Korea, and with the war in Korea started the Cold War. So the alliance between the two big powers, Russia, USSR at the time, and USA, was coming to a point where it was not possible to collaborate as before, as it was before against fascism and against Nazism. Well, some analogy. Because also today we have two big powers. They are no more willing to collaborate. There was some time, as we know, that there was not this will to collaborate. And we have Europe, as in that time, that risk to be like the garden of this conflict among two big powers, plus the new big power, which is China. And for that, we need an autonomous European defense, but exactly defense is a strategy for security. But exactly as in the 50s, what they were saying, Spinelli, the Federalists, convincing the head of states, they were seeing to the future, so the Gasperi, Adenauer, Schuman, was that if we create a defense, a common army, we need a strong, very strong legitimation and democratic control. And for that, they were calling, Spinelli, his friends, convincing De Gasperi, for exactly more or less what Daniela before was calling for. Now we have for the Treaty of Lisbon the instrument of a convention. Actually, it was already before, but now in the 48, in the Article 48 is described how you do that. Spinelli and the others were calling even for a sort of constitutional assembly. A convention with the value of a constitutional assembly. Of course, Spinelli was a bit mixing like what happened in the United States with the Convention of Philadelphia, plus what happened in Italy and other countries after the fascism to write the new democratic constitutions. So with a direct election of people writing the constitution for the people by legitimation of the people. Now, friends, I think we are at this point. We have to ask this to our head of states. We have also to ask this to Borrell. So, like to think about strategic compass and all what is needed for the defense of Europe in this moment. But also, we have to ask to control them democratically. And to do that, we have to overcome intergovernmentalism. Now, sorry if I made this introduction, but if not, it looks like we are, also you said, Lorenzo, we are a bit thinking, we are a bit talking about things that are out of the reality. But to go beyond intergovernmentalism, Daniela said a bit that already, there is no way to do it, probably, even if now they were meeting in Versailles, saying that we have to go beyond, even if our friend Guy Verhofstadt and others from the Spinelli group are saying they want to open a convention, but without our pressure, and all the pressure we are going to put tomorrow in Warsaw, after tomorrow in Rome, the next week in Paris, and so on, gathering more and more people around the idea to open this convention and to use the instruments, the innovative instruments, that now are experimented very bravely, as said Daniela and Lorenzo, by the European Union, the instrument of deliberative and participatory democracy. We have to say we put these instruments in the service of the building up of a new, stronger, federal European democracy. Now, to go back to your question, Lorenzo, before the European Union, there were other brave people that before us, they started to experimentate what now European Union is experimenting for the first time in a transnational level. Well, really for the first time at transnational level, yes, beyond the national states, but one of the first examples was the experimentation of G1000 in Belgium. You remember now is more than 15 years ago when there was no government in Belgium, because they have a very, also transnational in the sense they have a population different speak, someone speak Dutch, someone speak French, someone even speak German, and they are very proud of these languages. Even if you go to Leuven, that happened to me, I was speaking to them in French, they were saying, I don't understand and say, please, English. Okay, sorry, we speak in English. About that, so they were not able to find an agreement to form the federal government. And that lasted for months and months. So our friend David Van Reybrouck, that Lorenzo and Marco and Virginia also invited to be here with us, but of course was not able to be with us. Let's hope the next time. He was so brave to propose to other intellectual friends, from Philip Van Parijs and others, and activists as us, to gather together and demonstrate that it's possible for the people, also without politicians, professional politicians, to deliberate, discuss together in assembly, with a strong reference to the assemblies of Athens time, of course integrated with women and also with residents. At that time, the residents were slaves, well, sometimes also in our society, as we know, to put all these people together and deliberate together in a big assembly, and then dividing the big assembly of all the people coming, let's say in a room like this one, a big room like this one, in different little groups, because this is also important in the theory of deliberative democracy. You need an assembly to have the general decision and the general discussion, as we are doing now, about the topics you want to deal with, and you can also enlarge virtually now this assembly through internet, no? I mean, that was made already by G1000. You set up a website, you say, okay, citizens, friends, please, now, during the politicians are trying to find out an agreement to form the federal government, let's set up together an agenda. What are the priorities for us as citizens for Belgium? What are now for us the priorities for citizens as Europeans? That also now needs probably again this question, no? And then once you have set up an agenda and you vote this agenda, then you start the deliberation. But I don't go to the details, because after me will talk Marcin Gerwin, that is a real organizer of Citizen Assembly at the ground. He organized, maybe some of you already know him. He organized at the city level here in Poland, in many places. And he will tell us how you can scale up this on European level. But the core of the idea of a citizen assembly is that you have the face-to-face confrontation, and more important, and that was made also by experimentation of G1000, you have citizens that comes also following a principle of representation by sortition. What we mean by that? That was not explained before, but maybe Marcin also will explain us more in detail. But just the principle. The principle is that normally when we organize assemblies like this, we experimentate also this many times, not only today. You invite some people. There are people that are interested in the topics we are debating. So more or less, we are all people that were more or less already knowing each other or dealing with this matter. In Brussels, this is like you see that at the maximum level. For that was you have this term Eurobubble. You organize a lot of debates. There are always the usual suspects, as we say. No, well, always me and Lorenzo and Virginia, I don't know, and Daniela going there and debating about the things, and we agree each other. Why? Of course we agree. But the point is like to have a dialogue, and to have to put in common our reasons, and to maybe reach common conclusions following Socrates' idea of what is reason, that then was now from our great friend Jürgen Habermas proposed again in the political theory, that at the end human reason is able to be a communicative reason through dialogue. And this communicative reason allow also the very essence of democracy, that is not just go to vote each 4 or 5 years to give legitimation to the competing elite Schumpeter definition of democracy. Democracy is a competition between elites that try to gain the consensus of the population to then enforce their agenda on the institution. No, the Habermas say, but not only Habermas, I think most of us say, no, you can have a different model of democracy. You have a model of democracy where you put people in dialogue, and out of this dialogue, you have conclusions over the common good. Now, the sortition is the way to allow not only the usual suspect, but all the layers of society to be part of this conversation, of this discursive reason over the public good. And for that, of course, you need also a model of sortition, and you need also a lot of money normally, because and for that you need to organize that with institutions. But, and for that, I am concluding, Lorenzo, for that we are calling, first of all, to have an institutional European Citizen Assembly. I don't know if now it's possible also yeah, this was, we wrote this with Lorenzo, Virginia, David Van Rijbroek, Jonathan Moscovic, and many others, and Marco. This was published on Le Soir, which is the main newspapers in Belgium, is very read in the Euro bubble in Belgium, but not only. And we were calling for a permanent European Citizen Assembly. And we were saying, look, we are calling all the people like the G1000 or the people of the Irish Citizen Assembly. Maybe you remember this assembly that was organized and then self-organized and then used also institutionally to allow the population to discuss about the abortion before a referendum. Or maybe you, I have to finish. Yeah, no. Okay, yeah. Or maybe also you know about the call of Extinction Rebellion. These friends, maybe there is some of us also they are participating on the activities of Extinction Rebellion. These friends and comrades, they are struggling to have a fast green transition to avoid a tragedy or disappearance of even our human gender. They were calling already in the last couple of years to have citizen assembly organized by the government and the parliament to discuss the climate emergency, because they are saying, a bit like us, the representative democracy is in crisis, no more sufficient. So for that also we ask them to be part of this call for a European Citizen Assembly. They are collaborating with us. And in this manifesto, we were saying, look, European institutions, this was March 2021, before the start of the Conference of the Future of Europe, and before the Conference of the Future of Europe was decided in the form which is now, in the form also included in European citizen panels. This is important to remember, because somehow it's possible to influence institutions. And we influence the institution with this manifesto, not only us, of course, also practitioner of deliberative democracy, professor of university, but also we influence a civil society organization in network. We say, try to scale up what G1000 and the Irish Citizens made, try to scale up to the European level. And actually, they surprised us. Right? We were surprised. We were really surprised. Good. And then, as Daniela said, we were checking them. Also in the phase they were writing how this citizen panel should be set up. And we made these 10 principles for European Citizen Assemblies. You find out in the website of the Citizen Takeover Europe. And also these guidelines somehow were taken into consideration, also because some of the signatories of this manifesto and of these guidelines are also very influential practitioners of deliberative democracy, and now they are working in the citizen panels experiment. Now the point is how we do all that as a permanent institution. How we do that? Are you so brave, European Union, to do it? And are you so brave to do this, to allow that this experimentation is not just a permanent mechanism? Because the Commissioner Suiza say, if citizens ask, we will make this as a permanent mechanism. Citizens ask in one of the recommendations of one of the citizen panel on democracy. But the point is not just to have a permanent mechanism of consultation, as are at the moment these citizen panels, is to have a proper institution, which means that an European Citizen Assembly, then with citizens sorted out by lot from the different corners and layers of society, gathering in Brussels, in Strasbourg, in the different capitals of Europe, maybe each 6 months on different topics, starting from the topics of EU defense, energy policy, and peace, we are saying. That should be a process that is long-term, and also, very important, the result of the Citizen Assembly as a chamber would have to influence the lawmaking of the European Union. Now, to do that, you need treaty change. So the point now is how we can influence the convention to insert in the treaty change, if there will be treaty change, must be a treaty change, an European Citizen Assembly with outcomes that are mandatory or strongly consultative, at least, towards the co-legislators, so the European Parliament and the Council. Many other things to say, I will not say that, and now I think Marcin will explain us better than me how could work the design of this European Citizen Assembly. Thanks, and sorry to be a bit long.
Grazie Michele. No, grazie Michele per aver arricchito davvero di proposte. Adesso in italiano per dare la possibilità anche agli interpreti di alternarsi ti ringrazio per aver arricchito sulla questione soprattutto dell'Assemblea dei cittadini permanente a livello europeo per il lavoro che si sta facendo.
Thank you very much indeed for expanding the perspective and for presenting what citizens take over Europe are doing. Let me just remind people that tomorrow, along with the demonstration in front of the EU Representation Office, there will be 13 cities, Rome, Milan, and Florence, and other cities, where we are going to collect signatures for a petition for climate, so that this is going to be a petition to establish sortition-based citizens' assemblies in Italy. I would like to give the floor to Marcin Gerwin, who is an expert on deliberative democracy. He's a coordinator for Center for Blue Democracy. Marcin, I'm sure, will present his vision, and maybe he will advise us how such citizens' assemblies can be organized in energy and defense policies.
Without the glasses, it will be better. Can we turn on the presentation? It's there. All right. Wonderful. Okay. So here is the plan. You've heard from Daniela about the European... Sorry. Is it possible to...
Maybe this one. Let's try.
Okay. Yeah, it works. All right. So you've heard from Daniela about the European Citizens Panels, right? So in practice, this meant that there is a group of 200 people from all member states coming together for meetings, or they meet online, but they form one group. So I think this is a very nice mechanism for organizing public consultations on the European level. And what I'm going to talk to you today is how to use this form of deliberative democracy for decision making. And in order for a decision to be treated as binding, let's talk about what does actually binding means. A different design of a citizen assembly, from my perspective, would be needed for several reasons. All right, so here we go. So first of all, I would not imagine one group of people. I would rather say that there should be national level citizens' assemblies in all member states with the size of at least 130, and I will explain where this number comes from. So definitely Germany should be larger. Poland should be larger. I didn't make the calculations. They're irrelevant for this for this presentation. The concept here is to create a citizens' assembly in the form of national level groups which are interconnected, which are exchanging information with each other. And there are several reasons for doing so. And every national level citizen assembly would follow the same setup. There would be the same rules, standards, which actually could be included in the smaller version with 200 people. No problem with this. No, actually there is a problem. And the problem is, first of all, excess of experts. Daniel, how many experts there were during one citizen assembly? During a meeting, like 5? About 8. 8, okay, 8, something like this. And how large is the European Union? Like, how many perspectives can you include in a design when there is just one group speaking? How many stakeholders? I think 0, like completely 0. How many non-governmental organizations per countries have you got? Hundreds or thousands, right? So how do you include all of those groups? Because, we have the principle, democracy is for everyone. So it means everyone is invited, even though sometimes the scale is so big that it's not possible to meet with everyone in the same room. Okay, this is totally, it's like, yes, that's how it works. The scale is so big. You need to find a method of breaking it down. So breaking it down for the European one would be to have those 27 national level assemblies. And definitely it should be also, the whole process should be also open for the public, for comments and so on. So this is like the set of rules. Yeah, I have to use my glasses after all. So yes, all right. So is there, yes. And you have an improved representativeness of the group because 200 people making binding decisions on the European level, come on, it's like kind of too small, right? So 800, but it's together, but for one topic, it's just 200. So that's how yes. So they were breaking down and actually, I would suggest that the 200 would be controversial for the national level even. So definitely I would suggest to go up. Okay, so I mentioned that the interconnected part. What does it mean? In every citizens' assembly on the national level, there would be people following at least one country. They would be randomly assigned. Let's say I was randomly selected to be assembly member in Poland, and I'm randomly assigned to Malta. All right, so I follow what's going on in Malta, and I also can view all other countries, but I don't have to. I can, but I don't have to. So in this way, every other member of the Citizens' Assembly is following at least one country, and this is where the number of 130 comes from. It means that, for example, because Malta is kind of small, right? But even in the smallest one, there would be at least 5 people following each country, all right? So this is the concept of an interconnected Citizens' Assembly. And because, yes, it's also about, from my perspective, one of the biggest challenges with the current model is that, okay, right, you have the random selection, you have the demographic criteria, all very nice, but still it is taking place somewhere over there. It may be Strasbourg, it may be Florence, but it's not our country. They are not really speaking, you know, during the plenary in our language. There is no media from our country like following every session. While it would take place in Warsaw, there would be National Assembly, let's say in this place, you would have media covering these things, and they will be speaking Polish. And definitely you need to translate everything because you want this interconnection part. But there are those like really good reasons from my perspective why it should be broken down to the national level, and it's about trust. Because you really see this group of people from our country. There is access from our stakeholders. I know maybe from some of you, you're thinking this like European way about Europe, but I think that for many people it's like thinking in terms of my country. And okay, there is Europe, but my country comes first. So, and what does it mean? How does it mean? Oh, in practice, what would those international collections work like. So I have mentioned one. This will be following one country, but there also should be a special session for people to get to know each other. So it's not just us from Poland, it's also people from Germany. Oh, hello, Hans, I'm Marcin, yes, I know, and so on. So, and definitely you would like to have some international calls at the final stage just to compare what did the stakeholders say and to learn about those different perspectives. This is all included in the detailed design. We don't need to cover everything here. This is just to show you how it could work like in practice. At least 5 meetings in person on this national level, plus those yellow boxes are the international calls. This would be like the minimum. So you would have 2 meetings for learning only and 3 meetings for deliberation only. And this design includes so-called review phase, which means there is a preliminary voting, then the preliminary results are published, comments are collected, and amendments can be made. And this is done to improve the quality of final outcome. All right, but nevertheless, since people are meeting in their own respective countries, they vote together as one group. There is a final set of recommendations that they go through, and they vote on the same list. It's obviously just translated. And then there is this outcome. And here we come to the key question: what does it mean, actually, that the recommendations are binding? So you have like 2 options. Let's say, what could be the recommendation? The subsidies for farmers should be switched to supporting organic farmers only. And this is something similar to what has been the outcome of citizens' panels. All right, you need to create a set of, perhaps a law, a directive. You need to change something in a legal sense. There is a need for a legal text. Who is going to do this? European Parliament. And here we have the little problem, which is, but they have a free mandate. They can vote whatever they wish. So it's, how do you go to the European Parliament and tell them, oh, this comes from the Citizen Assembly, and you have only one option, you can vote yes. No, it's not possible. So you can only vote yes. I don't think they will be happy with this. So I think that putting the recommendations to the European Parliament and expecting that there would be 100% support and no disagreement is kind of strange. So something more to consider. The other option is, all right, let's bypass the European Parliament. Let's put forward this recommendation to the European Commission. They would just create the law, and that's it. But how do you verify that it's actually the law which reflects precisely what the Assembly members had in mind? Is there any mechanism for checking it? So actually there is, but it's not non-existent, and the solution looks like this. The law could be created by the European Commission, but voting and final approval could be made by the Citizens' Assembly itself. So there is this option, which could be considered, just to make sure that what the outcome of a Citizens' Assembly has been, that it was correctly translated into the legal language, whether directive or some other legal text. And Michele talked about the permanent Citizens' Assembly. And from my perspective, it could look like this. It's not just one body. I'm in favor of a Citizens' Assembly which is initiated as needed. And the permanent part would be here, I use the clicker, would be the Citizens' Senate, which is the body which would have the option of, let's say, choosing some of the topics, not all of them, but let's say 2, 3 per year or something like this. And they could be in charge of hiring who will actually run those citizen assemblies, because it's a big question. Who is a coordinator of a Citizens' Assembly, and how this person, or actually a team, has been chosen, by who? So this could be the role of a Citizen Senate as well. All right, so, and this actually means that if you are thinking about creating a mechanism for binding citizen assemblies, you would need to create the whole environment for the deliberative democracy, which includes other support bodies. And actually, it's more than just citizens' assembly there. I would call it the citizens' chamber. It could be seen as a part of the European Parliament. Right now, it's just one body, but there could be this citizens' body, which is initiated as needed with a set of permanent institutions to support it. Right? That's it. Thank you very much.
Marcin, per averci dato anche qualche...
Thank you very much, Marcin. Thank you also for the information on how the dynamics works within a citizens' assembly. I think this has helped all the participants of the Congress to understand how the internal processes work related to deliberative democracy. Now, at the end of the session, I would like to give you warm regards on the part of Pier Vigilio Rodastro, the president of the movement, who apologizes for not being with us, but he is with us, he's listening to us, and I would like to remind you, too, that next week we will hold a demonstration of the movement Democracy Under Pressure here in Warsaw. It is a European movement. David van Reburg is also sending us his warm regards. He is one of the initiators of the G1000 movement. He has made a big contribution. He won a book prize. He was supposed to be here, but unfortunately his COVID test was positive. So the only thing he can do is send us his warm regards. I would like to thank all the speakers of this part of the session, and I'd like to remind you that right now the deadline has almost passed to present amendments to the statute and the general motion. We're basically closing the voting lines and the possibility to voice amendments. Now, on our session related to participative democracy, after such long discussions, we can only tell each other that we will see tomorrow at 10. Let's try to use tonight to hand out as many leaflets as possible to encourage everyone to take part in our citizens' assemblies. Before we open the vote at 6, we still have half an hour for a general debate. I would like to briefly comment the debate that we have seen so far. I would really like to thank for today's debate, because I think that we need to be very careful, as it was said before. Not to treat completely separately as two complete separate platforms. On the one hand, what we have heard, the tragic story of what is happening in relation to the war, but also the double persecution that is experienced by Democrats in Belarus. First of all, on the part of their own regime, and second of all, on the part of Putin's regime without any legal perspective. We will think about this with Emilia. I don't really know how we could help them out in practice in order to tell the European Parliament to deal with this trap, legal trap, that all those people have fallen into. On the other hand, we are talking about how sortition-based citizens' assemblies could impact such principled issues that are in the heart of the future of Europe. What I mean is defense and the future of the world. In my opinion, we should be humble, but not naive in touching upon all that. At the same time, we need to invest. What do I mean when I say we cannot be naive? Of course, a citizens' assembly that has been established will not resolve all the evil in the world straight away. Daniela has explained to us how many restrictions are related to the assemblies, and we have already seen it on the basis of the Conference on the Future of Europe. For example, asylum policy is discussed without the participation of minorities or non-EU residents. If you want to have a good outcome, you need to work well and diligently from the very beginning. However, it would be a huge mistake to sit on your laurels if you have those tools at your disposal. Because those tools, of course, they are full of restrictions and defaults. They were tied in with a certain investment, with some resources that have been sacrificed. It is just a fraction of a percentage point of what our countries spend on what is known as a representative democracy. Here, no one wants to say that magically such sortition-based parliamentary assemblies will turn out to be better than national parliaments or the European parliaments. No one says that magic will work and out of the blue all the problems of the democracy will be solved in that way. Nonetheless, we need to be aware that I think the Italian parliament costs several million euros a year just to operate, plus you need to add the cost of the elections and electoral propaganda. The cost of the assemblies in 8,000 Italian municipalities that are less and less important. Plus, we've got the city councils, provincial councils. Let's multiply all this. Let's add this all up. Unfortunately, I do not have the data to quote to you, but we're definitely talking about tens of billions of euros that are spent in Europe every year for the representative democracy to continue working. Now, here we have a certain experiment. As far as it is successful, you will get money for it, although it's just a fraction of the percentage of the other costs. Some more enlightened countries would be willing to engage in it. However, the whole rest will have to use other sources, for example, academics that would have to work on it, NGOs, and so on and so forth. There is nothing systemic, political, or technological about it. I would like to underline the word technological because it has been uttered on numerous occasions already. It is incredible that democracy is the only human activity out of the major human activities that we do not invest technologically wise. Because no one is going to earn on this business-wise, trade-wise. Why should we invest that much in something that should be user-friendly and we will not be able to sell later? That is why our smartphones are so friendly to use. You can add a heart, you can increase your dopamine levels because somebody shared your comment or liked you. And we scroll the screens all the time. Why? Because it's all done very well, since there is a huge business interest behind it. There is also a huge business interest and political interest behind the Chinese model. The Chinese model is slightly European and American, and which includes the supervision of the state by the state and by the powers. However, democracy escapes political and business interests as well as oversight by the power. That is why we do not invest in it. We do not invest in the technologies that will make it user-friendly, easy to use. That is why when I see people gathered around the tables, when I see the photos, when I see the scheme that was presented by Marcin in his speech, at first glance, one might say such an experiment is not really adequate and does not match up to our ambitions. But on the other hand, let's not forget that we have not seen any major political will to multiply the scale and to provide the right technology to support it. Because today, the democratic participation of citizens may be strengthened in amazing ways through the technological revolution, if the policymakers wanted to do so. It was enough to open the digital signature for the purposes of the referendum, to have 100,000 necessary signatures under the referendum to legalize cannabis in Italy. But if it is possible not only to sign a proposal, but also to discuss, to share opinions, to talk with other people on a public platform, a free public platform, open access platform, that we would invest in so that all the features are user-friendly and nice to use, then we could create the big data for the democracy. We could have a tremendous amount of data, and all of that would only serve the citizens and not those who want to sell something to the citizens. It's not that I'm against that, not at all.
So empowerment of citizens could be achieved and could be again fed back to democracy, now believing in its power again. Citizens sitting at the tables, talking to experts. If you believe this is naive, let me tell you that the idea of, that things that are close to our heart, like refugees from Belarus. Now, whatever we do, this happens because we go to ballot boxes every 5 years and we put the ballot into the box. That's naive to think that by doing this we can achieve a lot. Now, it is not ridiculous to do either, but we should have both. We should have both the elections with some participatory mechanisms in order to ensure that between elections, governments had to reckon with the voice of citizens, so that governments are required to be in dialogue with citizens. That can be a watershed event. If this is not done, the Chinese model is already more effective than the Western European American model is. This Putin's war is maybe the last call for us to wake up and to realize that authoritarian regimes have achieved the sort of scale which gives it the sort of feeling that is certainly not a feeling of inferiority. In this apparent madness, Putin is saying this. Only 10 or 15 years ago, we would have thought, well, we need you. We need you, and we pretend to be democratic. Maybe that was 15 years ago, but today no longer. The Chinese model, the state violence, soft, silky violence, but it's more effective. In the Soviet Union, people were anxious, they were afraid, they wanted to escape the Soviet Union. They looked up to Europe and Germany, and they looked up beyond the German Berlin Wall. Today, no longer. The Russian propaganda is working. The Chinese propaganda is working. So unless we enter this technology battle, and unless we give democracy adequate tools, or we may lose. Look at the level of AI applications in China. How effective has China become when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence? We have 2 million of re-education camps. We have a minority which is risking its life and future. But other citizens, the majority of citizens may be, slightly dissatisfied with things. Some of the basic needs may not be met, but they will swallow it. They will be happy with it. So we shouldn't be naive. Citizens' assemblies will solve the problem of the world. Of course not, but we have to humbly believe that this is the right way forward. And this path has been boldly identified by experts and by researchers, and it's a bliss for democracy. It's a democracy-saving step. It's not against politicians. It's this populist poison that is trickling, that elected politicians are corrupt, evil. No. If we say this, it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's not that I hate elected officials. I'm not anti-parliamentarian. Anti-parliamentarism is the antechamber of every totalitarian regime, fascism and others. There's not a single gram of anti-parliamentarianism in what we advocate. There is, however, an understanding that we should transcend our limitations urgently. And we're not alone here. We have referred to a number of organizations, but political organizations, I mean. There are not so many political organizations that understand this need as well. Therefore, it is imperative for humans, as presented by Virginia and Lorenzo, that we work together. And we have. And we're not the best at it, of course. There are so many of us, and we have to work together.
Marco, dopo questo flow, e intanto chiedo se ci sono degli iscritti o iscritte a parlare online.
I would like to ask if we have any bidders for the floor in online. I can't see anyone asking for the floor. Calypso Nikolai.
So I'm super happy to close the Congress with her speech. So Calypso, hoping you can hear us and if we can connect her on Zoom.
Yes, I'm in. Can you hear me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you. You are our big sister, basically. So, okay, now we can see you as well. Thank you, Callisto Nicolaidis. Welcome to Warsaw.
Indeed, I'm saying hello from Florence, where we just had big pro-Ukraine demonstration, and wish I was with you now, but I've listened in to these presentation, and I just would like to make a couple of reaction to what I've heard, not a speech, but just to say, first of all, that as Lorenzo started us off and everyone else with a conference in the shadow of the war, I think that everybody who said we can summarize our challenge as working at real democratic resilience. And just now, as we heard, there's so much at stake in this big systemic competition between autocratic regime and democratic regime. There are no perfect democratic regimes, but at least we have practices. And the big risk is both, you know, surveillance and autocracy, and maybe what we can call cybernetic citizenship, where in the future citizenship will no longer be a right, but will be subject to rewards and punishment from algorithm to autocrats, and it will have to be earned. So part of what we're doing is proving that democracy works. And let's remember that there are many polls. There are polls that show that about half of young Europeans believe that autocracies are more efficient at dealing with all these issues that our citizens' assemblies talk about, like of course, climate change and the big issues of the long run. So the war reminds us of what is at stake, and I think that was the spirit of what we heard. And the second thing I wanted to say is that when we now talk about all of these variations on citizens' participation, there are some real tensions. Democracy, what is it at the end of the day? It's a succession of struggles over the decades and over the centuries, struggles that reinforce each other, but are really tough. And so as we listen to and share our ideas, I think we want to remember some of the tension. And just to pick up on a couple of points. So one is Ophelie's really brilliant summary of what's at stake, and including from our viewpoint as citizens take over Europe. I've noticed quite a lot in the citizens' assembly and in the plenary, or speaking in private with politicians and MPs, that some of them at least think that citizens' assembly will be a milder, less scary thing than ECIs, than citizens' initiative, possibly followed by referenda. They really, the powers that be don't like the aggregate direct democracy. Well, the citizens' assembly, they'll give us some recommendations. Of course, there's the issue of whether it's binding. But here, I just want to say that I think for us, it's important to continue on what Ophélie started, how you combine both, to show that the two work together and that one is not there to replace the other. So when we had all these discussion on ECIs to legalize cannabis, brilliant debate this morning, let's make sure that we may want to package it with Citizens Assembly, and including how Citizens Assembly, the third version of Ophélie, can lead to ECIs. So that's one point of tension. Another underlying point of tension is, of course, as we just heard, and as Michele said and others, of course, we keep on saying, well, Michele brilliantly summarized the importance of sortition. And we keep on repeating that it strengthens representative democracy, but so many in that world pay lip service to sortition, but they keep on repeating, well, yeah, but these citizens are not really representative. I think we, in what we're trying to do, must re-own the word representative. So it's not participation as opposed to traditional representative democracy. It's another way of representing society, and in a way, a much more accurate way. So there's a whole discourse there, because you've heard in the plenary, MPs saying, well, but those who really speak their mind, and not many of them do, who are you, citizens? You're just chosen by an algorithm. not by other citizens. I was chosen by citizens. So we really need to push back against this. And one final point of tension, just to react to Marcin's brilliant presentation. I found it really interesting. But I do want to stress what we've all said from the beginning, that transnationalism, is the experiment there. We've had citizens' assembly for 20, 30 years, copying, of course, what's happened for centuries, including in Florence and millennia. But transnational requires a lot of time spent together across borders. And I observed it, and I'm sorry I had the sin of being one of those non-representative experts. But I just think that wouldn't it be better to have real transnational citizens' assembly, but that themselves rotate around Europe in small towns and in capitals, rather than be far away in Brussels. But this is just to simply ask us to think more about the question: how do we multiply spaces where there are enough interactions, and maybe to bring in just a few representatives might not be enough in this story. So these were just a few reaction points to what I've heard, which was, fascinating, and all of you, I wish I was there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calypso Nicolaidis, who is also for me a great example of how academy and activism meet together and can create that sequence of struggles that generates the evolution of democracy. So I'm super glad that she followed our debate, included the cannabis session this morning. So Serena, sorry, I want to say correctly the surname. You learned that I forget everything from 1 minute to the other. So on stage, Serena Uberti, member of Eumans.
Before giving the floor to Serena, le votazioni iniziano tra 5 minuti, quindi...
Before I give the floor to Serena, in 5 minutes we are going to start the voting sessions. That is at 6, and this voting will be on the amendments to the statutes and the one motion that had been presented earlier on. You will receive it by mail, and the voting will start soon. Serena Roberti, member of Eumans.
And I'm also here in representation of the 6,000 Sardines, which is an Italian civic movement you may have heard of or not. We are called like a shoal of fishes because we think that there's a need for people to come together and be close together to face problems and implement and suggest solutions. So what a couple of reflections and an exhortation. Before leaving Italy, some people told me that we were crazy not to delay this Congress because it wasn't the moment to talk about humans and to talk about deliberative democracy because there was a war and we had to think of refugees first. And I do understand where they were coming from, the urgent issues, but I answered that we were here because democracy is the first instrument that we need to strengthen and actually sort of maybe reinvent so that this may not happen over and over again. And being here and what I've heard, the people I met, the relations that have taken, a start here and will probably develop, really reinforced my belief that coming here and having this Congress was really timely and necessary and useful. The second thing that I wanted to say is linked to the intervention we have, to the intervention that Marco did. And it reminded me of also, again, the link to what is happening now. We hear more and more people, or a lot of people around us, saying that maybe Ukrainians should give in because we risk their lives, and they might die in numbers if they don't give in, and we risk a global third world war. But Marco mentioned the Uyghurs in China, and that is the price that they are paying in China for possibly a stable, reliable safety. What is the limit? What becomes acceptable for us Europeans for our safety? We have to ask ourselves that, and we have to ask ourselves, what are we willing to do so that we don't have to ask ourselves about that, and we can be proactive in building solutions that don't let us get there, because safety is a priority, but it cannot come at the cost of the peril of someone else. And this is why I get to my third point, which is a request. It may seem that ACs, citizens' assemblies, are not a fun topic, a passionate topic, a topic that goes and touches our more emotional side. It's more emotional to talk about war and refugees and environment. It's something that is more immediately reactive to our human nature. But when we talk about democracy and the building and the adapting of a democracy that is evidently in crisis in these fast developing times, something that I've learned from Politici per Caso and Marco and Eumans what they reminded me, is that democracy is really old, and it always developed, and that's how it survived. It adapted to the society that it found itself in. And in these really fast, incredibly fast, scary fast developing times, it's an imperative to develop it again, because it's going to help us to solve those problems that we feel passionately about. So how is it possible not to feel passionate about an instrument that can help? It's not going to be the solution, but it's going to be a necessary or an important, a critical step towards solving those problems that we are passionate about. So it's true, there's not many organizations that are still catching up to the fact of how important it is to sustain our democracy. And sometimes they even think that we want to substitute our democratic model, and they get scared. I understand that. And it's not really easy to explain to them, because it's a mechanism. And we've learned from the previous presentation that it's a mechanism that still needs to be adapted from situation to situation. So it is imperfect. But it has also proven to be effective already. And so my request to you is to divulge information and to talk about it to people, and to make yourselves ambassadors of this instrument, so that there will be more and more people that will be aware of this instrument, and geometrically awareness can help us reach a goal that can help us reach many other goals. That's it.
Serena Uberti, member of Eumans and promoter of this idea of being ambassadors of democracy for more democracy. Okay, so now Lorenzo Mino will lead the next phase from the podium, so it gives you authority from the podium. It gives you authority from the podium.
Ok. Allora, intanto una rettifica procedurale. Non ricevete un reminder, diciamo così, una notifica, ma dovete andare.
Well, let me tell you this. You will not get a notification, but you have to look at the email that you just received, and there it says iligo.it. Look for the link, and there the voting takes place. You can already vote upon the amendments to the statutes. The voting has already started. It's active as of now. You need to introduce your credentials. We sent them out yesterday, and mark your choice. Here, I would like to read the main objectives or the main assumptions of our statute. Let me remind you that yesterday we held a special meeting from 9 until 11 p.m. that was recorded and was accompanied by a debate on the statute. We have also introduced a certain revision of the initial version. Let me read you the objectives, article entitled Objectives.
Has among its objectives the defense of human rights and fundamental freedoms, the affirmation of the rule of law and democracy, the protection, conservation and restoration of the ecosystem, and sustainable development, as well as the promotion of science-based debates and institutional decisions. Quindi questo riguarda lo scopo di Eumans come associazione.
This was it in terms of the objective of Eumans as an association. Now, this is the constitutive moment for our movement, and we need to shape the statute. Now, according to our aspirations, we're going to amend the statute since we want to be a pan-European movement. Now, I'd like Virginia to read out the general motion that is going to be put to vote at a 6:15. We will tell you when we open the vote on the motion. Of course, that will happen at a 6:15. And now I will ask you, Virginia, to read out the text that we have agreed upon.
Okay. The founding Congress of Eumans, a pan-European movement of advocates and activists from around Europe founded to promote political action and mobilization for sustainable social and political decisions by the European Union, concluded its first Congress on 12 March 2022 in Warsaw. The Congress wishes to thank all those that participated in the various sessions and the general debate, as well as the hundreds of people that followed the meeting off and online. A particular thanks is extended to the Polish activists that embraced and supported the idea and its implementation from day one. The Congress salutes the elections of the charges of co-presidents, Marco Cappato and Virginia Fiume, and looks forward to continuing together with them the work planned in Warsaw. While the Congress was meeting at the Copernicus Center, a war of aggression is being waged by the leadership of a regime that systematically violates human rights of its people, compressing their individual freedoms. A conflict that institutions, governments, and commentators have called a war at the heart of Europe. Even if shocked and deeply wounded, the heart of Europe has responded with a resolve never seen before to counter the heinous crimes committed by the Russian army against civilians in Ukraine. The sympathy and solidarity that European citizens have demonstrated towards the victims of the war confirms that peoples are ready to react concretely when human lives are at stake, inspiring decision makers to reorganize the dynamics of diplomacy and accelerate decisions that national interests or bureaucracy have stalled for years. The need to be proactive today to provide humanitarian assistance and refugee for millions of people fleeing bombardments, stop the attacks, and halt the destruction of lives, animals, properties, as well as the environment, cannot justify the need to work and plan for a durable and sustainable peace for tomorrow. A peace based on the promotion and protection of universal human rights through the respect of the rule of law and the practice of democracy. The Congress admires the courageous resistance of the Ukrainian people and the bravery of thousands of Russians that took the streets to denounce the attack on our brothers and sisters. Our hearts go out to the victim of the war and their family for their losses. Their sacrifice to defend Europe should not be in vain. In the midst of the sanitary emergency, the European Union was the first entity to revolutionize her plans and be up for the challenge posed by the virus. In a matter of weeks, the European Union dedicated substantial resources to contain COVID-19 and assist member states and third countries in all their social, sanitary, and economic needs. Eumans was, at that time, among the first to petition with success the European Parliament to be bold and forward-thinking on what needed to be done in those dramatic days, taking into consideration the best available science to adopt crucial decisions for the future of humanity. At that time, holding the first Council on Participatory Democracy and the You Can Do It petition, Eumans was among the first to ask for the launch of the Conference on the Future of Europe and for ensuring the protection of the rule of law and the activation of participatory democracy instruments in times of emergency, while the tendency was a contraction of those. Today, facing a war, similar reactions are absolutely necessary to foster a sustainable future that should be built with clear, concrete, and reachable objectives, involving the active participation of citizens in their planning and implementation. Crucial issues have been on the European agenda for years, but have been systematically sidelined by national interest, political dynamics, or geostrategic considerations to respond to other emergencies that have overstepped people's needs and rights. The Conference on the Future of Europe provided a unique platform to hear from everyday citizens on what should be on the European agenda and how to reach it. The Congress invites the EU to keep the conference an open-ended exercise to consolidate the role that people can play in the decision-making process that affects their daily life. The recent violent and tragic events in our continent cannot be digested easily and should not make us go back to business as usual. Europe is a political project emerged from the ashes of World War II, a project fruit of the ideas of political prisoners that lost their freedoms or life to oppose authoritarian regimes. Europe remains a political project, possibly the only political project that has pulled together sovereign states to elevate individual rights to the level of governmental prerogative and interest. The pandemic and the war can only relaunch those ideals of egalitarianism, solidarity, sustainability, and freedom through the strengthening of the democratic mechanism of the European Union, with particular attention to science-based debates and evidences. Mindful of the fact that voting for the European Parliament is not proof that there is a European democracy, the Congress believes that democracy is first and foremost based on human rights, individual freedoms, and the rule of law. On these issues, the European Union is a perfectible democracy. For these reasons, we have gathered here and decided to find this movement of people who want to fight and achieve them together in Europe. The Congress has set a series of priorities for the Eumans leadership and its members, starting from the design of the Pan-European Citizens Movement itself. They are: accelerate the creation of the European Association Statute, define the criteria and the rules of engagement for a fully functioning civic platform where citizens can trigger democracy, affirm freedoms, and propose sustainability through the activation of the existing institutional and non-institutional participatory democracy instruments, and launching a voluntary scheme for European citizens to candidate themselves to be part of sortition-based citizen assemblies organized by Eumans to define its own political objectives. The Congress fully supports the request of Ukraine to become a member of the European Union and urges the Council, the Commission and the Parliament to expedite the process, keeping in mind the powerful political meaning that such a decision will mean for that country as well as to other European states and peoples from the Balkans to the Southern Caucasus in terms of political solution to conflictual regional and international problems. Furthermore, with regard to the Ukrainian conflict and all other war scenarios in the world, the Congress supports the process for the achievement of sustainable peace, something different and alternative to simple neutrality between the authors of the war and its victims, but a concrete process to the realization of democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental freedoms. The Congress believes that the activation of supranational jurisdiction should also become part of future action of the movement, as well as the Union and the European citizens. From the International Court of Justice to the International Criminal Court, passing through other UN quasi-jurisdiction, the Congress mandates the leadership of the movement to explore all possible ways to make the voice of concerned and competent citizens heard. As regards the realization in objective and action of these shared beliefs, the Congress mandates the presidents to prioritize the following objectives. Back any campaign that will support the recommendation of the Citizens Panel of the Conference on the Future of Europe on the institutionalization of a EU referendum, the Permanent European Citizen Assembly, the abolition of the veto power within the European Council that holds reforms hostage to national politics. Identify a pan-European goal for the protection of the rule of law that can be supported by EU citizens and that can strengthen the effort of the European Commission and the European Parliament. Support citizens' recommendation of the EU in the World Migration Panel on the Conference on the Future of Europe, calling on European institutions to take a big step forward in the sharing of foreign and energy policies. Our joint armed forces of the European Union can be more effective, inclusive and less expensive in fostering a durable and sustainable peace. To this end, the removal of the unanimity rule in foreign policy matters within the Council is necessary. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine confirms that the reduction of dependency from oil and gas imports to allow the autonomy of Europe in energy policy, as well as ambitious climate and CO2 reduction targets, is no longer postponable and should become part and parcel of any future foreign strategy. The definition of the above-mentioned recommendation must be entrusted to citizens themselves through the establishment of a citizen assembly on EU foreign and energy policy in line with the international best practices. The Congress invites participants in Warsaw and those that attended remotely to participate in a demonstration on 13 March to raise 2022, there is a mistake, it's 2022 and not 2021, of course, to raise public and institutional awareness on those issues. Only a radical reform of policies and competencies in foreign and energy fields will allow Europe to plan for a sustainable future and come to the rescue of those that may be victims of conflict, like the one that sees the Ukrainians harassed by the Russian invasion. As far as individual freedoms and the relationship between personal choices and scientific evidences are concerned, the Congress mandates the presidents to finalize the definition, promotion and launch of a pan-European initiative for the European living will. Launch a European citizen initiative on cannabis to foster continental reforms against arbitrary prohibition and incarceration on the personal use of the plant. Analyze and promote initiatives that include sexual and reproductive health, as well as individual freedoms of LGBTQIA+, in the framework of the European Union regulation, starting from the expansion of the Charter of Fundamental Rights that take into consideration scientific evidences. Priority should be given in those instances that are relevant in Eastern European countries, starting from Poland, where these rights are under threat. Strengthen all the initiative for a European Union leadership for a global agreement on carbon pricing at COP27 and in line with the recommendation of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Furthermore, the Congress salutes the adoption of the Statute of Eumans that, among other things, foresees the annual election of its charges and trimestral assemblies to assess and evaluate the internal life of the movement, as well as the progress to achieve the objectives set in Warsaw on 11 and 12 March 2022. Participants call on the leadership to identify a European politically meaningful place to convene the first assembly: Cyprus, the Balkans, the Caucasus, or North Africa, to consolidate the decision to hear and involve local voices in the international decision-making process that affects their lives. Finally, the Congress launched the Eumans membership campaign for 2022 and calls on all members to invite their contacts to enroll and become an active part of the movement's activities for a sustainable peace through freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law.
Grazie Virginia, ce l'hai fatta. Allora, grazie Virginia. Adesso possiamo passare.
Thank you very much, Virginia. Now we can move to the next phase, to the voting. The statute has been adopted with 19 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Currently, we see the voting on the motion. We have not given it a big. We have not given it a lot of time of discussion because if we have only one proposal from 2 co-chairpersons, Virginia and myself. So this motion has our names. There are no other candidates. So both of us are presented here as candidates for co-chairs. So our joint candidacy is presented here. So we are entering a new phase in our movement. We no longer have one head or one chair. We have a joint responsibility of Virginia and myself. I will not say too much about Virginia because I'm sure it's not necessary, because those of you who follow Eumans or the phases prior to this Congress will clearly understand that that Virginia has been instrumental in steering the movement. The political aspects were primarily my responsibility, and because I've been politically involved in certain projects in the past. So let me open the vote, and Virginia, thank you very much for accepting the candidacy. Lorenzo, yes, thank you very much. Here is the general motion presented by Andres Ingeni, as far as we could hear the name. And this is the part which talks about sustainable development.
Intanto si prepara Emilio De Capitani, che è stato il primo firmatario di una raccomandazione.
So that was the amendment, and De Capitani will provide rationale for this. Well, these are political issues, so Emilio, can you please ask you to read this? I will read it in Italian because I only have it in Italian. To strengthen all initiatives to provide more European leadership in carbon pricing according to the recommendations recommendations of the ICC panel, to preserve the ecosystem, to preserve public health, and to preserve all resources. This is an amendment that is added here. Thank you very much. Those of you who are online with us, we are meeting here at the Copernicus Science Center, and we are now closing the founding Congress of Eumans. We are now taking part in a remote voting on the election of our chairpersons and on the amendments of the texts submitted. Emilio De Capitani will make a presentation.
Our main objective is to fix the still existing EU democratic deficit by strengthening, respectively, the role of EU citizens and the role of the European Parliament. As far as the EU citizens are concerned, by first updating before 2024 the EU rules on the EP electoral law by foreseeing notably the establishment of transnational lists. Second, by updating the EU legal framework for European political parties and foundations, and by recognizing an European statute for EU-wide associations. Third, by legally framing the EU-wide consultative referendum. Fourth, by strengthening the European Citizen Legislative Initiative by foreseeing that this initiative should be formally submitted by the Commission to the European Parliament and to the Council as co-legislator. In the same perspective, citizens should be allowed submitting to the co-legislator also amendments to the already pending legislative proposals. Fifth, by publishing proactively legislative preparatory documents as required by Article 15 of the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union and Article 12 of Regulation 1049. The same level of transparency should also be granted for national measures implementing EU law and relevant national data. Sixth, by strengthening transparency also on non-legislative information or documents by framing the activity of the EU institutions, agencies and bodies in compliance with the principle of good administration as required by Article 41 of the Charter and by Article 298 of the Treaty on Functioning of the European Union. This information should notably make possible to assess if the EU administrative activity comply with the need of protecting and promoting EU values and fundamental rights. Seventh, by recognizing as a general rule in the EU legislation the right of civil society organizations to obtain judicial redress at European and national level on behalf of victims who may not have or time or financial resources to afford a court case. This is for the European citizens. As far as the European Parliament is concerned, by associating the European Parliament to the definition of measures falling in domain where such association is not yet foreseen as co-legislator by the European Treaty, notably in policies such as the EU external security policy. Second, by foreseeing that in domain already covered by the legislative co-responsibility of the European Parliament, Also, the relevant European strategies should be adopted in co-decision with the European Parliament, such as the internal security strategy, the Schengen governance and evaluation, the drugs strategy, the police cooperation strategy. Third, by establishing that director of EU agencies should be jointly appointed by the co-legislator who have created and framed each one of these agencies. Fourth, by adopting in co-decision, according to Article 298 of the Treaty of Function of the European Union, the EU legal framework for European classified information, by also preserving the European Parliament constitutional oversight on the exchange of classified information with third countries and international organizations. Marco ricorda molto bene quando avevamo chiesto delle informazioni sulla
will remember so well when we asked for information with respect to trade with the United States relative to terrorism, and we heard a response that they would be happy, but the United States didn't want the European Parliament to be informed. Thank you very much indeed for this very detailed recommendation. My ear is not too perfect, and some of us may believe this is a very technical document, but you have to be technical if one has to be technical if we want to get to the heart of and to the bottom really of those mechanisms, if such mechanisms are to be effective at the European level. Thank you very much, Emilio. I know that Emilio has not come here to give us some high-level general guidelines, but he's actually very much involved, and he touches, and he's involved and he attacks the bottom of issues, and he will help us become effective lobbyists in the European Parliament, I'm sure. Right, so in a moment we will actually close the Congress, and it's time for voting. But before we do that, I would like to thank Lorenzo, and I'm sure people felt it might be gloomy, but it was all well orchestrated. So Lorenzo, you did well when it comes to organizing the voting. Not only did he moderate this important afternoon session, but he also oversaw the entire voting process, and he was so perfectly in control. And Virginia Fiume, can I give you the floor also at this moment? Yes, of course. Now, if it turns out... Apologies.
Certo, va bene, quindi intanto così ne approfitto per ricordare che domani alle 10...
Virginia hasn't voted, she has forgotten. It's good timing. 10 in the morning, it's good. The temperature is already up, so it's a perfect time for a manifestation in front of the EU representation office in Warsaw, in Jasna 14/16. There's a big notice there. It's easier to find this by looking at the big plaque than the number on the building. So there will be a manifestation of European citizens for sustainable peace, freedom, and democracy. For a common defense and security policy as called for by Eumans. And Virginia, the floor is yours.
did, as I for real deleted my speech 35 minutes before the inaugural session of this Congress. And this is to say that today we close this Congress still imperfect, and no worries, we will keep to be imperfect for quite some time, but we have a new vision and evolution and responsibility for our movement. Not only myself and Marco, unless something changes in the next 5 minutes, but in general, all of us that were here today. I want to start this brief moment with a sentence that I heard for the first time from Mario Staderini, who wasn't mentioned today, but is one of the activists, Italian political activists that ensured that Italy had a revolution in the access of political and democratic rights for the referendum, with the case at the United Nations for the limitation in participatory democracy in Italy for what regards the activation of participatory democracy instruments. And thanks to Mario Staderini initiative at the UN, one of the reasons why in Italy there were 2 main drivers among the 3 with the politics for evolving how referendum works in Italy. The fact that now lawyers can be certifiers of the signatures for referendum, and the second is the digital signature in itself. And Mario used this sentence from a woman anthropologist, a female anthropologist, Margaret Mead, that says, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world." So I don't know if today and yesterday we changed the world, but I think we changed a bit the way how we stay in the world, and it's already a good step, I think, to start a new phase for humans. We started the humans as a concept, as a theoretical almost approach, even though not entirely theoretical, 3 years ago, and through the practice, we arrived here, the practice and help, and I will go to the thanking later on. But I think during these 2 days in Warsaw, we saw in practice the connection between the 3 main legs of humans: freedom, sustainability, and democracy. Then reality forced us to think sustainability in a broader term and think about peace. Probably we didn't think about that 3 years ago. And I think that every single speech that was made in this room for the past 2 days is a representation of how these 3 pillars are held together. We spent a lot of meetings, because you don't know, but there is a lot of invisible daily life of humans for the past 3 years, included weekly meetings or double weekly meetings on Tuesdays in Italian and Thursdays in English for the past 3 years. And the question was like, okay, how do we connect sustainability, democracy, and freedom? Where is the political program, the vision, how those things are connected? And I think whoever listened to the works of the Congress and whoever will listen that, and I hope we're going to make a good work in the post-production of the Congress as we did in the preparation, because the treasure is incredible, proves how individual freedoms, human rights, the sustainability of the ecosystem where we live in, and the rule of law are strictly and deeply connected. And the long final motion that I've read, and I really want to thank, beyond Lorenzo that curated the work, also Marco Perduca, who was instrumental, as often happens, to connect these dots, is the explanation. So I don't want to stay too much on that, because I already read that. I think the fact that it's very difficult to identify key moments of this Congress, but 2 things are particularly ingrained in my mind today. One is the speech that Marta Lempart did yesterday. Marta is the leader of the all-women strike movement. And she started describing how the Polish civil society is covering now the emergency. And at the beginning, I was like, okay, but how does this connect with the topic of the session, which was civil rights in the European Union, and where is the... So I wanted her to speak about abortion rights and why she's speaking about the role of the NGOs in managing the crisis. Of course, first of all, is because this is the real topic, not that stupid. But she asked us, or those of us that are part of the Western Europe, to protect the rule of law while, while the Polish civil society is engaged in saving lives, basically. And I think this is an important reminder. So it's a sort of a, I often say that politics is a marathon. It's also, how do you call the practice in athletic where you have to, staffetta. Okay, I don't know how it's in English, but let's call it staffetta. For this mixed pan-European movement, we can mix languages, I guess. So I think this request of covering different needs and urgency and emergency, and as citizens do our best, is exactly what the idea of a pan-European movement of popular initiative should be. I will learn not to cry. I promise you, next Congress, I will not cry. So, and the other session that I think was particularly important was the one on cannabis today, because we have seen, first of all, how things are complex. So cannabis legalization doesn't mean only the recreational element, only the medical element. It's a matter of fundamental rights and individual freedoms. But again, it's also a matter of how we practice the democratic instruments that we have available, and having the comparison between the Polish campaign and the Italian campaign, again, it's inspiring and should inspire us to reason on why we think issues needs to be brought to the European level, while Europe is the level to fight for our rights. So it wasn't easy to do a European citizen initiative on carbon pricing. It's not going to be easy to do a European citizen initiative on cannabis legalization. But hopefully we learn and we will do better. And I think the fact that we are here and that we spoke about it with a lot of activists from different corners of Europe who felt the same urgency is essential. We changed our statute behind the co-presidency, which of course is a responsibility. We also added to the statute an organ that we didn't have we had before, which is the administrative board. So I think having 10 people that are going to be nominated by the presidents to support the political initiative of Eumans is as important as having 2 presidents instead of a president and a coordinator. We have to have the same attention to inclusion in the board in the executive, in the administrative board that we have with the presidency. And I think, again, that is not only an honor to be part of the administrative board of Eumans, but it's also sharing the complexity of creating something that didn't exist before. So far in the past 3 years, we moved in a very counterintuitive way. So we started to do the initiatives even before having the movement. So now we have a bit of structure, and for 2 kind of, let's say, anarchist spirit, like a pattern myself, having a bit of structure is going to be quite a challenge. But I think we should keep moving in this counterintuitive way and doing things in the moment where you less expect to doing things, like doing a Council on Participatory Democracy in the middle of a pandemic, like doing a Congress in Warsaw when there is a war there. And I think this is the way to move forward, but also try to plan as much as possible. So I want to give some practical appointments. The first one is next Thursday, because we will keep doing our weekly meeting every Thursday. And I'm very glad that we had, for the past 3 months, interpreters of the University of Bologna doing their training with us. This helped us to work toward the Congress more, at least in Italian and English. And I want to announce that those interpreters are suggesting at the university to keep open the traineeship with Eumans to provide the interpretation service. And so action of individuals, again, can change the world. I'm going too long, so I think from next Thursday we need to think where we want to hold our next assembly in 3 months. Be calm, guys. Like, let's find a place that is maybe not burning, and let's not burn it while we are there. I want to conclude this thanking a few people, and names again are the identity of the organizations. I want to start with every single keynote speaker of the session. I will not read again through the program. In particular, the Polish keynote speakers, because taking the time was probably a difficult decision to balance between emergency and potentially losing time in a conference, no? As I said, this is not a party, it's a Congress. So it was a series of political, militant activist speeches that really combined the expertise and the meaning of citizens' participation, all the facilitators of the sessions. And then I will go with the list. Associazione Luca Coscioni, because first of all, without Associazione Luca Coscioni, we wouldn't have the methodology for bringing this to the next level at a European level, but also the economical support for the Congress. And the example, Science for Democracy, which all the important session on the right to science, MISO, the International Institute for European Civil Society here in Warsaw, European Alternatives, which is always beside Eumans in a lot of situations, and the entire Citizens Take Over Europe coalition, which also helps us to do where we can't go, because all the analysis that Daniela can do, I can't make it, so I'm happy that she joined us to help us, and the same goes for Michele's work on the European Citizen Assemblies and Eduxo. And then I want to thank Lorenzo Mineo, because beyond being a buddy in this adventure, took care of the boring stuff and the difficult stuff like the administration of Eumans and the statute and carrying of the documents, so it's super precious. I also want to thank Stefano Soggio and Roberto Mancuso, who made the first input on the reform of the statute, which now includes a sortition-based system within Eumans. And then the people that are activists and that spent time at the registration desk, the cloakroom, the Goods for Ukraine, like that made this possible. I hope I will not forget anyone. So Maria Pia, who helped us to find the Copernicus Science Center. Miriam Turini and Luca Giuliani for a lot of things, but for taking care of the voting system. Gabriele Luciano and Antonio Scaramella for the content management as much as possible of the super rich debate we had. Angela Capuano, Isabella De Gregorio, Deborah Conserva, Albert Daici, Ginevra Detti, Carla Pisi, Claudia Basta, Katia Garone, Andrea Salimbeni, Gorsen, Piotr and Andrei from the MISO Institute for taking care of, as I said, the welcoming of the participants. But I also want to thank the team of Associazione Coscioni, in particular Marco Perduca, Rocco Berardo, Jessica Sanson, and everyone that I'm forgetting, and the one and only Elena Rampello. Without her, I would have freaked out and we wouldn't have any food and logistic and shelter. So that's it, and I for sure have forgotten someone, and please forgive me, and let's go to the next level then. Thank you very much for being here. I told you we are imperfect and fragile.
Grazie, grazie Virginia, questa era una conclusione.
Thank you, Virginia. This was a beautiful end. And now, as the master of ceremony, I need to end this assembly.
Alla tua emotività che ci ha toccato tutti.
I think your emotion has moved all of us. I would like to tell you that we have ended the voting session, there were 18 votes in favor of the amendment to the statute. You've already mentioned that, but there were 27 votes in favor related to the adoption of the joint candidature of Marco Cappato and Virginia Fiume. Sorry. There is a mistake. I think somebody praised me too quickly. I think this needs to be corrected. 27 was the majority and 1 abstention. That's how the general motion got adopted. And there are 26 votes for the joint candidacy of Marco Cappato and Virginia Fiume. There was 1 blank vote cast. I understand there will be no round of applause for that. And I'd like to thank Virginia, and I'd like to thank our newly elected co-presidents, without whom everything that just happened here wouldn't have been possible, especially without Virginia, who brought us here to Warsaw in wartime, and Marco, who will be setting new challenges ahead of us. I'd like to thank everyone. As Virginia said, if politics is to be a giant in front of the challenges, let's become the Diego Maradona of politics, slightly distorting the gender balance that we saw prevail at the Congress.